Chapter 51 Xiao Juner is pregnant. Father, Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Yan was stunned and stopped talking. We tried our best, looking at Xiao Yan with a bruised nose and swollen face. Father, I suspect that beast Galio kidnapped Suner, Xiao Yan said unwillingly. That's enough, Yanner. Xiao Zhan's face suddenly turned serious. Have you not made enough trouble first? The Xiao family has offended many forces because of Suner in the past few days. If this continues, how can the Xiao family gain a foothold in Wuten City? Seeing that Xiao Yan still wanted to continue making trouble unreasonably, Xiao Zhan was also a little unhappy. The Jieli family and the Xiao family are both one of the three major families in Wuten City. In terms of strength, it is still above the Xiao family. Without real evidence, what ability does the Xiao family have to search the Jieli family, unless the two families completely go to war? Such a price is something the Xiao family cannot afford. Father, are we going to give up looking for Suner then? Xiao Yan said anxiously. Thinking that Suner's sister was most likely being tortured at this moment, he was so anxious that he couldn't sleep day and night. Yanner, Suner should be fine. If my guess is correct, she should have gone back. Xiao Zhan looked a little dazed, recalling in his mind the day when Xiao Suner was sent to the Xiao family. The strength of those people is simply not something that the Xiao family can provoke. He had long known that Xiao Suner's identity was not simple, so he had been pampering her over the years. It can even be said to be a little scary. Now, Xiao Suner suddenly left without any movement. Xiao Zhan suddenly guessed that Xiao Suner must have been taken away by the forces behind her. Gone back to where? Hearing this, Xiao Yan was stunned and looked at Xiao Zhan with some confusion. Yanner, you should know that Suner is not from the Xiao family at all, right? There is an extremely huge force behind her, which our Xiao family cannot afford to offend. My father guessed that she had returned to the family after she suddenly disappeared. Xiao Zhan sighed, feeling a little dissatisfied. After all, this girl had been staying in the Xiao family for so many years, and she didn't even know to say hello when she left. Is that so? But why does she? Hearing this, Xiao Yan was stunned. He already believed Xiao Zhan's words, but he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Suner left, why didn't she tell me? Doesn't she have nothing to say to me? Xiao Yan felt very disappointed. Do you think you are being too sentimental? Maybe, in Sister Suner's heart, her brother Xiao Yan is also dispensable. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's mouth felt bitter. Okay, Yanner, don't worry about Suner's matters anymore. Seeing Xiao Yan's dejected look, Xiao Zhan also felt a little sorry for his son. How are you feeling recently? Does the elixir work? Thinking of the elixir he got from Chenfeng last time, Xiao Zhan changed the topic. No, except that my body felt a little hot the night I just ate it, and there was no reaction after that. When mentioning the elixir, Xiao Yan finally regained some energy and said helplessly. Father, what are you talking about, that young master of Chenfeng? Did he fool us? There has been no response for so many days, Xiao Yan said a little suspiciously. Logically speaking, it shouldn't happen. He is a true disciple of the Yunlin sect and a direct descendant of the Mitre family. Why would he come to cleanse our Xiao family? Xiao Zhan also frowned. If this elixir had no effect, they would have been directly fooled. Although Xiao Zhan didn't care at all about the marriage contract with Nalan Yanran. But he couldn't bear to be fooled like this. Didn't Master Chenfeng say that the power of the elixir will take about 3 months to take effect? Maybe after a while, the medicine will take effect and my talent will come back. Xiao Yan still had some expectations in his heart. He could only think on the bright side. If his talent cannot be restored, he will fall into endless despair. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan nodded and sighed slightly. My son really has a bad fate. It's windy on the mountain, so go back if you have nothing to do. Looking at Xiao Yan standing on the edge of the cliff, Xiao Zhan ordered. He was really afraid that this kid would suddenly lose his mind and jump off without any care. In a small world, a figure flashed quickly, and an afterimage appeared behind it, as fast as a ghost. After a moment, the figure stopped, revealing the face of Moran Feng. It is indeed an Earth-level physical fighting skill. It is indeed extremely powerful. Chenfeng let out a breath and smiled. During this period, in addition to practicing the dragon and phoenix art with Xiao Suner and Yafei, he naturally also didn't forget his own practice. Moreover, he also obtained an Earth-level physical fighting skill from Xiao Suner's small treasury. The name of this Earth-level fighting skill is, like a shadow, which is exactly the fighting skill that Chenfeng was practicing just now. Following the shadow has been practiced to the extreme, and it can separate countless phantoms like a group of demons dancing wildly, making it impossible for people to distinguish the real from the fake. Chenfeng's talent is very good. In just a few days, he successfully mastered the first level of Like a Shadow. Relying on this Earth-level physical fighting skill, Chenfeng is confident that with his 8-star fighting master's strength, he can fight head-on with the powerful Great Fighting Master. Whether it's fighting skills, techniques, or training resources, Xiao Sun'er has no shortage of them in his little treasury. However, Chenfeng was not greedy, he just picked a few fighting skills that suited him to practice. Besides, Chenfeng's fighting spirit attribute is thunder, and he cannot practice fighting skills with other attributes. Master, please take a rest. Seeing Chenfeng stop practicing, Xiao Sun'er walked over and handed him a glass of water. Under Chenfeng's constant training, Xiao Sun'er has now begun to behave like a slave. When she was tired from practicing, she would obediently hand over a glass of water to help Chenfeng wipe away his sweat. When taking a bath, she would gently rub Chenfeng's back. When practicing the dragon and phoenix art, she would take the initiative to cater to him. It can be said that as time passes, Xiao Sun'er has gradually transformed into the shape of Chenfeng. Seeing Xiao Sun'er's transformation, Chenfeng was naturally very satisfied. He didn't ask too much as long as Xiao Sun'er no longer seeks life and death. He has always been very generous to obedient women. If Xiao Sun'er could give birth to a son or 2 daughters for him, he would be able to let her out when he became stronger. Of course, it also depends on whether Xiao Sun'er is willing to go out. Chenfeng took the water glass and went directly to the stone table beside him to sit down. In order to make Xiao Sun'er stay comfortable, Chenfeng brought in a lot of things from outside. Nowadays, apart from being relatively deserted, other living facilities are available here. Ding, it's been detected that Xiao Sun'er is pregnant, and the host will be rewarded with a big gift package. Ding, would you like the host to open the gift package? At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Chenfeng's mind. Chapter 52 The Power of Blood. Xiao Sun'er is here. Chenfeng was stunned when he heard the system prompt in his mind. Immediately a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. After working hard for several days, the seeds finally bore fruit. Good Sun'er, I really have you. Chenfeng excitedly held Xiao Sun'er beside him in his arms and gave her a kiss on her pretty face. Xiao Sun'er's pretty face turned red. Although I have done it many times, I am still a little shy in front of Chenfeng. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Chenfeng's excitement, Xiao Sun'er was a little curious. You have done a great job this time. Master will reward you well later. Chenfeng hugged Xiao Sun'er's delicate body with a smirk on his face. Hearing this, Xiao Sun'er's ears instantly turned red. She naturally understood what the reward Chenfeng was talking about was. Be good, go and play with Xiao Zi first, and the master will reward you later. Chenfeng pushed Xiao Sun'er away and then said silently to the system, open the gift bag. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline crystal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the heaven-level fighting skills and the thunder spear technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the 1-star Dozong experience card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the coiling dragon spear. A series of system prompts sounded in his mind, and Chenfeng listened with joy. Look, isn't this a return to form? Thinking of the 9-star Dozong experience card wasted on Xiao Sun'er, Chenfeng didn't feel sad at all now. Only a few days later, I got a Dozong experience card again. When Xiao Sun'er gives birth to a child for herself, she will get another wave of rewards. This is simply a blood profit. Although this time it was just a 1-star Dozong experience card, Morrowind was already very satisfied. At the Dozong realm, one can already walk sideways in the Jiama Empire. With this experience card, who in the Jiama Empire can punish him? Chenfeng was excited. This feeling of winning a lottery was so exciting. This time when he came to Wutan City, his target was originally only Yafei. It was an unexpected surprise that came to Xiao Sun'er's door all by herself. All in all, this trip to Wut City was a win for Chenfeng. The above items have been distributed to the system space. Please check the host yourself. Chenfeng forced himself to calm down, and his mind sank into the system space to check the information about this reward. Bloodline crystal. After activation, it can be fused with the host to give birth to the power of bloodline, which can protect the host's direct descendants. Heavenly Thunder Spear Technique, a primary fighting skill at the heaven level. Coiling Dragon Spear. It is made from meteorite iron and the blood of ancient demon dragons. After a while, after checking the information on all the treasures, Chenfeng felt excited. Among these items, the one that surprised him the most was the bloodline crystal. When integrated into the body, it can actually derive the power of bloodline and protect one's own bloodline. The emergence of this thing directly solved his major problem. All along, what Chenfeng was most worried about was whether his child would be born safely. But now that we have this bloodline crystal, it can be said that Chenfeng's worries are directly solved. System: extract the blood crystal stone. With a thought in his mind, Chenfeng recited directly and silently. The next moment, a blood-colored crystal appeared directly in Chenfeng's hands. Fusion. As soon as Chenfeng finished speaking, the blood-colored crystal turned directly into a streak of blood and penetrated into his body. A scorching power circulated in the body, and Chenfeng felt as if a wonderful power was born in his body. A faint blood mist emitted from Chenfeng's body and then dissipated into the void. After a moment, Chenfeng's expression changed slightly, and he felt as if he had established an extremely subtle connection with someone. Moreover, this person's aura made him feel very familiar. Is this Yanran's breath? Chenfeng was stunned for a moment, and then he understood in his heart. To be precise, he should have established contact with the fetus in Nalan Yanran's body. Feeling this, Chenfeng showed a hint of surprise on his face. The power of this bloodline is so terrifying. Wudin City was so far away from Yunlin sect, and he and Nalan Yanran were separated by more than half of the Gamma Empire. This bloodline power actually ignored the distance and established a connection between the two so quickly. Such a heaven-defying effect is really shocking. Chenfeng glanced at Xiao Zun'er, who was teasing the purple electric ferret, but did not sense the presence of bloodline power. He showed a trace of doubt at first, and then suddenly realized. The fetus in Xiao Zun'er's belly hasn't taken shape yet, so you still can't be protected by the power of blood. Thinking of this, Chenfeng sensed it again and found that there was no connection between himself and Ya Fei either. This immediately verified his suspicion just now. The power of blood must take shape gradually in order for the fetus to be effective. After understanding this, Chenfeng suddenly lost his doubts and continued to study other functions of the power of blood. It turns out that this bloodline power needs to consume its own energy to activate. After a moment, Chenfeng's eyes showed contemplation. This bloodline power can protect Chenfeng's direct bloodline, but it will also consume the fighting energy in his body. As for the amount of fighting energy consumed, it is related to the degree of damage suffered by the direct bloodline. The more damage the direct bloodline receives, the more bloodline power is required. Naturally, the fighting energy in Chenfeng's body was consumed more and more. Knowing this, Chenfeng couldn't help but frown. This thing seems a bit cheating. If he was fighting with someone and suddenly came up like this, wouldn't he be tricked to death? Sure enough, everything has advantages and disadvantages. I just hope that bad things don't happen together, Chenfeng said a little helplessly. System: extract the Sky Thunder marksmanship. Immediately, a mysterious and huge amount of information poured into Chenfeng's mind. After a while, Chenfeng slowly opened his eyes, having fully received the information in his mind. It is indeed a heaven-level fighting skill. With this Sky Thunder Spear technique, my marksmanship must be extremely powerful. There was a hint of joy on Chenfeng's face. He was originally a gunsmith, and his Thunderbolt marksmanship was extremely powerful. Even his teacher Yun Yun has repeatedly praised his excellent marksmanship. This day's Thunder marksmanship is simply tailor-made for myself. However, with his current cultivation level, he is not qualified to practice this heaven-level fighting skill. System: extract the Coiling Dragon Spear. Chenfeng continued to speak to the system. The void was distorted and a bloody spear fell directly into Chenfeng's hands. What a gun! Chenfeng held the bloody spear in his hand tightly, with a hint of excitement on his face. The spear was long, hard, and red in color, and the body of the spear exuded a strong evil aura. It can be seen that this is a murderous weapon. For so many years, he has been longing for such a treasured gun, and now he has finally got his wish. With this dragon spear, his marksmanship will definitely become more powerful and his strength will be greatly improved. On the side, Xiao Zun'er was a little surprised when she saw the coiling dragon spear suddenly in Chenfeng's hand. With her knowledge, she could naturally tell that this gun was unusual. Son, what do you think of Master's gun? Chenfeng held the coiling dragon spear and asked Xiao Zun'er. So long, looks so fierce. Chapter 53 Attack Yao Lao. After letting Xiao Zun'er experience his powerful marksmanship, Chenfeng left the small world with a relaxed expression. Ling Ying. Chenfeng called into the air. The void distorted and Ling Ying's figure appeared in front of Chenfeng. What are your orders, master? Chenfeng glanced at Ling Ying, a little jealous of the other party's mysterious methods. I have to let him teach me some other time when I have time. Xiao Yan, you should be familiar with it, right? Chenfeng said. Xiao Yan. Hearing Chenfeng mention Xiao Yan, Ling Ying felt something different in his eyes and nodded immediately. After following Xiao Zun'er for so many years, Xiao Yan can be said to be the Xiao family member he is most familiar with. Well, there's something you need to do. Thinking of the ring on Xiao Yan's hand, Chenfeng showed a sneer on his lips. It's time to take action on the drug dust. Chenfeng had this idea when he obtained the soul-controlling banner. But considering Yao Chen's strength, Chenfeng was a little worried. Now, he has the Dozong experience card in hand. There are also two powerful warriors Lingying and Zidian Diao who help. More importantly, it also has a soul control flag that specifically controls the soul body. With so many trump cards in hand, he was certainly not weak at all. It's time to put the plan in motion to catch drug dust. Master, please speak, Lingying said respectfully. Xiao Yan has a black ring on his hand. Go get it for me tonight. Chenfeng took out a jade bottle from Naji and handed it to Lingying. This is the ecstasy incense, don't let Xiao Yan find out. Although Lingying had some doubts in her heart, she didn't ask any more questions. She respectfully took the jade bottle from Chenfeng's hand and said, "As you command, master." "Correct." Suddenly remembering something, Chenfeng showed a smile and took out an envelope from the ring. "Put this on Xiao Yan's bedside." Thinking of the contents inside the envelope, Chenfeng couldn't help but laugh in his heart. "Go ahead, take the ring tonight and come find me outside the city." Chenfeng waved his hand. "Yes, master." Lingying nodded, and then his figure slowly disappeared into the room. "It depends on tonight." Chenfeng took out the soul control flag and played with it in his hand. "Whether you can succeed tonight depends on this treasure." Willa, time flies and it's night. Late at night, the bright moon hung high, and the bright moonlight enveloped the entire Xiao family. On the bed the young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His hands were placed in strange handprints in front of him. His chest rose and fell slightly, forming a perfect cycle between exhalations and inhalations. During the breath circulation, there was a faint white air flowing along his mouth. The nose penetrates into the body, warming the bones and flesh. When the young man closed his eyes and practiced, the simple black ring on his finger once again shone strangely, then fell silent, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes, and a faint white light flashed in his dark eyes. It was the fighting spirit that had just been absorbed but had not been completely refined. "The fighting spirit that I finally cultivated is disappearing again. I am stupid." After Shen sensed something inside his body, Xiao Yan's face suddenly became angry, and he cursed in a sharp voice. The fists were clenched tightly together. After a while Xiao Yan shook his head with a wry smile. He climbed out of the bed exhausted, and stretched his numb ankles and thighs. He only possesses the third level of fighting spirit, but he does not have the ability to ignore all kinds of fatigue. "Forget it, I'm still practicing. Let's go to sleep." Taking a look at the sky outside, Xiao Yan felt extremely depressed. After all, practicing was all in vain, so he simply went to bed. As time passed, a faint sound of snoring gradually sounded in the house. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared outside Xiao Yan's house. In his sleep, Xiao Yan seemed to smell a special fragrance, frowned, and then fell into a deeper sleep. The black shadow came to Xiao Yan's bedside and looked at the black ring in Xiao Yan's hand. "Why does the master want to take Xiao Yan's ring? Is there some mystery behind this ring?" Thinking of Chenfeng's explanation, he felt a little wary in his heart. Lingying glanced at Xiao Yan, who had fallen asleep, placed the envelope that Chenfeng gave him on his bed, and then took off the black ring in his hand. Glancing at the black ring in his hand, Lingying saw nothing unusual, then put it away and quickly left the Xiao family. High outside Wooten City, the morning breeze appeared in a dark grove. He held the purple electric mink in his arms, which glowed with purple fluorescence under the bright moonlight. In order to successfully suppress Yao Chen, Chenfeng mobilized his entire army this time. Thinking of Yao Chen's strength, Chenfeng was still a little nervous. After all, this old guy is the famous medicine master. Although he has become a remnant soul, his strength cannot be underestimated. However, Chenfeng looked at the soul-controlling flag in his hand, which was designed to control the soul body, and felt a little at ease. No matter what your strength was when you were alive, as long as you become a soul body, you must bow your head in front of this young master's soul-controlling flag. Suddenly, Chenfeng raised his head and looked in the direction of the city gate. He had already sensed that Lingying was approaching him. It should be a success. Chenfeng looked slightly calm. Since no war breaks out, it means that Lingying has successfully obtained the ring on Xiao Yan's hand. Feeling Lingying getting closer and closer to him, Chenfeng's lips unconsciously showed a smile. Yao Chen probably thought that no one could discover his existence, so he let Lingying take off the ring and take it away. This old guy has always been very confident in his soul power. "Owner." After a while Lingying came directly to Chenfeng. "Where's the ring?" Chenfeng asked Lingying impatiently. "Who's here?" Lingying stretched out his hand, and a black ring lay quietly in his hand. Under the moonlight it gave off a faint light. It looked like a very ordinary ring. Who would have thought that there would actually be a powerful soul hidden inside? Xiao Yan had been sucked in fighting energy for 3 years, but he didn't notice it at all. Chenfeng did not reach out to take the ring in Ling Ying's hand, but took a few steps back. After maintaining a safe distance, Chenfeng shouted towards the ring, "Yao Chen, how long are you going to hide? Do you need me to ask you to come out?" Ling Ying. After hearing what Chenfeng said, Ling Ying was immediately confused. He looked at Chenfeng with some confusion, and then at the black ring in his hand. Is the master talking to this ring? However, the next moment, the confusion on Ling Ying's face quickly turned into shock. I saw a white eye suddenly appearing on the black ring in his hand, and then an illusory old voice emerged. Seeing this scene, Ling Ying's eyelids suddenly jumped and she almost threw the ring in her hand. Chapter 54 Battle with Yachen Bone Spirit Cold Fire. This illusory soul body that suddenly appeared was none other than Master Yao Chen. After he came out of the ring, he stared at Chenfeng and asked in a bad tone, "Who are you?" Looking at the morning breeze in front of him, Yao Chen was filled with fear and panic. Why does this person know of his existence? He was naturally impressed with Chenfeng. That day Xiao Yan went to the Mitre family's back manor, and Yao Chen knew the identity of this young man. A direct descendant of the middle family, a true disciple of the Yinlan sect. Before this, Chenfeng's identity was not taken seriously by Yao Chen at all. How could the mere miscellaneous forces in the Gemma Empire be taken seriously by Lord Tuyao? But now, looking at the smiling morning breeze in front of him, Yao Chen felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. He has been hiding in the ring for so many years, even if it is Xiao Yan who wears it personally. Never noticed it either. But how did this person know about it? Previously, when Ling Ying sneaked into Xiao Yan's house, he sensed it immediately. But the opponent's purpose was unclear and Xiao Yan was not harmed, so he chose to stand still. He is no stranger to Ling Ying. He has been hiding in the Xiao family for so many years. And Yao Chen is also very familiar with his aura. He was curious about Ling Ying's purpose, so he didn't show up to stop him and let Ling Ying bring out the ring smoothly. But what he didn't expect was that Ling Ying would actually bring the ring to Chenfeng. What shocked him even more was that this young man named Chenfeng actually knew about his existence. In this world, there are many people who know about his medicine. But in this Jama Empire, absolutely no one can recognize him, and it is even less likely that anyone can know his hiding place. Yao Chen looked at the morning breeze in front of him, and then at the purple electric ferret in his hand. A trace of fear flashed in his cloudy eyes. With the strength of his soul power, he could naturally sense at a glance that this cute-looking sable was very powerful. Yao Chen looked at Ling Ying who was holding the ring again, feeling a little confused. Isn't this guy from Xiao Sunner? Why are you getting together with Chenfeng? Where is Xiao Sunner? Hasn't she already left the Xiao family? How did her people get mixed up with this guy? Could it be that he discovered that he had swallowed up Xiao Yan's fighting spirit and came to avenge Xiao Yan? At this moment, Yao Chen was filled with doubts. The next moment, what Chenfeng said made Yao Chen's expression change drastically. I saw Chenfeng holding the purple electric marten and not getting close. He held the soul control flag in his hand and said with a smile, "Master Yao, I have long admired your name. Who are you? Are you from the Soul Palace?" When Chenfeng directly called out his identity, Yao Chen could no longer remain calm, and even spoke with a hint of trembling. Any soul body can't help but be frightened when faced with an existence like the Soul Palace. Even though he was once the Lord Medicine who resounded throughout the land of Central Continent, now he has become a soul body, and fear is inevitable in his heart. He knew, however, that with the current state of his soul body, if he fell into the hands of the Soul Palace his fate would be miserable. Soul Palace. No. I'm not one of those disgusting things. Chenfeng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. He looked at the frightened Yao Chen in front of him, and wanted to laugh in his heart. It seems that this old guy is very afraid of the Soul Palace. Aren't you from the Soul Palace? Seeing that Chenfeng didn't look like he was lying, Yao Chen frowned. Although he had some doubts in his heart, Yao Chen still breathed a sigh of relief. In his current state, if he faced off against the Soul Palace, the consequences would be disastrous. However, when he looked at the morning breeze in front of him, he had many doubts in his heart. Why did the other party come to him? Looking at the posture, Chenfeng was obviously prepared and had already known of his existence. He asked himself that he had kept it extremely secretive for so many years and had only met Chenfeng once. But at that time, he was hiding in the ring, and it was impossible for the other party to notice his existence based on his strength. Seeing that Yao Chen didn't seem to believe it, Chenfeng didn't bother to continue talking. He asked Ling Ying to bring Yao Chen out not just for chatting. Xiao Zi Lingying, let's do it. After taking a look at the illusory soul body suspended in the void, Chenfeng touched the purple electric ferret in his arms and said in a cold tone. Hearing this, Yao Chen's expression changed. This kid really had bad intentions. The moment Chenfeng finished speaking, Lingying and Zidian Mink took action directly. Lingying turned into black shadows and attacked Yao Chen. The purple electric marten turned into a purple lightning and released a stream of lightning towards Yao Chen. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Yao Chen's face turned livid, and then a powerful aura burst out instantly, fighting with Lingying and Zidian Dio. Above the dark sky, 3 majestic auras burst out and swept towards the surroundings. Under this terrifying momentum, many people in Wooten City were alarmed and immediately became commotion. Many Du Masters, people at the level of great Du Masters, all came to the city wall of Wooten City with shocked faces. Their eyes were dull as they stared at the 3 fighting figures outside the city, with horror written all over their faces. A battle between 3 powerful warriors. In this small Wooten City, 3 powerful fighting emperors actually appeared. In the Jiama Empire, it was almost rare for a powerful Du Huang warrior to appear, let alone Wooten City, a remote town in the empire. Under the oppression of these 3 forces, riots quickly spread in the city. In the midst of the commotion, more capable people, after being stunned for a moment, ejected from all over the roof with enthusiasm and excitement, and then were as excited as fleas, shuttled on the roofs of the city, looking at the 3 fighting figures in the void from a distance. Many people are in awe of super strong men of this level. The battles of high-level strong men are undoubtedly very attractive to people at the level of fighting masters and great fighting masters. In that spacious city, hundreds of black shadows flashed across the sky, and the momentum was quite terrifying and spectacular. Fortunately, no one could recognize these 3 figures. One was a soul body, one was a monster, and one was wearing a black robe. Chenfeng stayed in the woods below, staring at the battle above. After a while, facing the siege of Lingying and Zidian Diao, Yao Chen gradually became unable to resist. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and Yao Chen pushed with his palms. There was a slight silence, and then a huge column of forest white flames burst out. Strange fire. Feeling the power of this forest white flame, a flash of shock flashed in Lingying's eyes. The Zidian Mink was also a little afraid and did not dare to touch the forest white flame. Bone Spirit Cold Fire is worthy of being ranked 11th on the alien fire list, and its power is truly extraordinary. Watching Yao Chen suppress Lingying and Zidian Mink instantly after using the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, a trace of surprise flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. 55 The soul-controlling flag shows its power. Oh my god, I didn't expect that there would be powerful Dohuang warriors coming to our Wooten City, and 3 of them appeared at once. That purple figure seems to be a magical beast. Isn't that a 6th-level magical beast? It's terrible. Fortunately, they are fighting outside the city. If they were inside the city, Wooten City would be destroyed instantly. In Wooten City, many forces climbed to high places and looked at the battle in the void outside the city with horrified eyes. On the roof of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan had a look of horror on his face. How come Wooten City suddenly fights against the powerful emperor? This was the first time he saw a strong man of this level. Feeling the pressure in the void, he felt like an ant, and his body was trembling unconsciously. Miss Yafi, can you recognize the identities of these 2 fighting emperors? In an attic in the manor behind Mitre auction house, Master Yafei and Guni also looked out of the city with solemn expressions. Hearing this, Yafei shook her head slightly, with a look of surprise on her pretty face. The Mitre family has collected information about the 10 famous powerful men in the Jiama Empire. Although Yafei has never met these powerful men, she knows their information very well. But at this moment, she looked at the 2 human figures in the void, with doubts on her pretty face. When did 2 strange warriors appear in the Jiama Empire? A strong Du Huang warrior placed in the Jiama Empire would be a dominant figure wherever he went. Now, 2 strange fighting emperors appear out of nowhere, which will undoubtedly break the current situation of the Gamma Empire. Where is Master Chenfeng? After looking at it for a while, Ya Fei withdrew her gaze and looked around. She didn't find Chenfeng, so she couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Such a big thing happened, why didn't Brother Chenfeng come out to take a look? Master Chenfeng is not here, and I don't know where he went. Hearing this, Master Guni said helplessly. In the past few days, Chenfeng has been elusive and often unable to find anyone. He has become accustomed to it. A strange color flashed through Yafei's beautiful eyes, and she naturally noticed Chenfeng's abnormality during this period. It seems that Brother Chenfeng has many secrets hidden in him. Who outside the city, in the woods. It seems this old guy can't hold on any longer. Chenfeng hid behind a boulder and watched the battle in the void with a smile on his lips. After all, Yao Chen had just woken up not long ago, and was in the state of his soul body unable to display his strength at all. At this moment, although they could barely resist the attacks of Ling Ying and Zidian Mink with the help of Bone Spirit Cold Fire, they were obviously helpless. If you continue to fight, Yachen will definitely lose. Since you are not from the Soul Palace, why are you taking action against me? In the void, Yao Chen activated Bone Spirit Cold Fire, temporarily forcing Ling Ying and Zidian Mink back, and said with a gloomy expression, he is also well aware of his current state, and if he continues to fight, it will be extremely detrimental to him. Therefore, he was ready to compromise. In his opinion, since the other party came with a purpose, it can naturally be negotiated. At worst, you'll suffer some losses. Yao Chen felt a little helpless and a little aggrieved. Master Yao, who thought he was so powerful in Central Continent, was now reduced to compromising with two ants at the level of fighting emperors. Back then, a person of this level was not even qualified to meet him. A mere fighting emperor knelt in front of him and recognized his master. Back then, I wouldn't have taken it seriously. But now, he actually surrendered to the existence of two Duong realms. Although he felt a little humiliated in his heart, things were different now, so he could only bow his head obediently. Tell me, what is your purpose? As long as it is not excessive, I can promise you. Yachen's whole body was covered with forest, white flames, and he spoke to Ling Ying in a somewhat flat tone. In his opinion, since the other party knew his identity as the medicine master, there was a high probability that they were looking for him to make medicine. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart. Refining medicine is just refining medicine. Why are you so violent? Can't we all have a good talk? After Yao Chen finished speaking, he waited for Ling Ying's reply. As for the Zidian Mink beside him, he simply ignored it. He would not be reduced to negotiating with an animal. However, there was no reply to Shi Chen, but fierce attacks from Ling Ying and Zidian Mink. Without Chenfeng's order, the two of them would not have listened to Yao Chen's nonsense. Seeing that the opponent had stopped, they seized the opportunity and violently attacked Yao Chen. Seeing this scene, Yao Chen was a little stunned. What happened to these two guys? All we know is fighting and killing. Is there anything that we can't stop and talk about? Although it was a bit unexpected, Yao Chen was Lao Jianghu after all, so he reacted immediately and activated the Bone Spirit Cold Fire to blast towards Ling Ying and Zidian Dio. These two guys are really incompetent. While Yao Chen was resisting, he was complaining in his heart. Activating the Bone Spirit's Cold Fire was extremely draining. If he continued like this, he would be doomed. By the way, that kid from before. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Yao Luo's mind, and he thought of Chenfeng. Just now the two guys in front of me seemed to be taking orders from that kid. He clearly heard the man in black calling the boy master. Thinking of this, the forest white flame in Yao Luo's hand suddenly surged. After forcing Ling Ying and Zidian Mink back, he headed straight towards the direction of Chenfeng. To capture the thief, capture the king first. After capturing your master, I will see if you don't throw the rat weapon into your trap. A cold look flashed in Yao Chen's eyes, and after sensing Chenfeng's position, he ran straight towards him. This old guy is indeed treacherous. Seeing Yao Chen rushing towards him, Chenfeng was stunned for a moment, and then he instantly understood the other party's intention. Just in time. Chenfeng held the soul control flag in his hand and looked at Yao Chen flying towards him with a sneer on his lips. With a thought in his mind, he directly poured fighting energy into the soul-controlling flag. The moment Du Q entered the soul-controlling flag, a strange black mist suddenly emitted from the flag's surface and began to vibrate violently. What is this? Looking at the soul control flag in Chenfeng's hand, Yao Chen frowned and had an ominous premonition in his heart. However, feeling that Chenfeng was not as good as a talented fighter, he felt relieved. How could a mere fighting master be able to change the world? I must be overthinking it. Thinking of this, he sneered and quickly approached Chenfeng, preparing to catch him and threaten Ling Ying. Looking at Yao Chen getting closer and closer, Chenfeng smiled slightly. Almost, go. As soon as Chenfeng finished speaking, the soul control flag in his hand suddenly turned into a black light, carrying a thick black mist and heading straight towards the medicine dust. What? Yao Chen was shocked when he saw the black light heading towards him. What the hell is this? You also said that you are not from the Soul Palace. The next moment Yao Chen let out a shrill scream. 56 The first soul slave, in the void. The illusory soul body screamed. I saw the black mist all over the sky shrouding the medicine dust inside, and several chains condensed by the black mist tightly locked his limbs. This black mist seems to be extremely restrained on the soul body. The moment it comes into contact with the drug dust, it is as if concentrated sulfuric acid is poured on the body, with streams of white smoke emitting. Now in the black mist, Yao Chen looked ferocious and extremely painful. Soul Palace, you bunch of bastards, I will fight with you. Yao Chen's eyes widened, his cloudy old eyes filled with blood. The next moment, forest white flames enveloped his whole body, and the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. With the emergence of the forest white flames, the black mist released by the soul-controlling flag seemed to be suppressed, and the 4 chains locking Yao Chen's limbs were directly burned out. As expected of a strange fire, you can't even do anything to my soul-controlling flag. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng frowned. The bone spirit Leng Huo seemed to be restraining his soul control flag. Then he angrily yelled at Ling Ying and Zidian Diao who were watching the show, "Why are you two still standing there? Beat me to death." Hearing this, Ling Ying was stunned for a moment, and then he and Zidian Diao attacked Yao Chen's soul body directly. Originally, when he saw that Yao Chen's soul body was controlled by the soul flag, he thought that Chenfeng could handle it alone, so he stopped taking action. Although he broke free from the shackles of the soul-controlling flag, Yao Chen was obviously very exhausted. In addition, he was already injured. At this moment, facing the attacks of Ling Ying and Zidian Mink, he was unable to parry at all. He was suppressed and beaten by one person and one beast. Moreover, there is a soul control flag activated by the morning breeze, watching eagerly from the side. If you are not careful, you will be shrouded in black mist and suffer heavy damage. What is the black mist, and why is it so powerful? It's so weird. As soon as the black mist appeared, it suppressed the powerful Du Huang warrior. As expected of a powerful Du Huang. What kind of flame is this? It makes me feel cold all over when I look at it from a distance. On the city wall, many strong men from Wooten City watched the battle outside the city, talking about it with surprise on their faces. Today's battle can be said to have opened their eyes to the huge gap between themselves and the powerful Du Huang. In front of the powerful Du Huang warriors, they were like ants who could be crushed to death at any time. It looks like the winner will be decided soon. At Mitre Auction House, Ya Fei looked at the illusory figures being besieged and said, her face was full of surprise. Could it be that a strong emperor fighter would die here today? Fighting emperors are rarely seen in the Jiama Empire. Now in this small Wooten city, not only did 3 powerful Du Huang warriors fight, but another Du Huang warrior was about to die here. This made Ya Fei a little unbelievable. After tonight, Wooten City will probably become famous. Looking at the battle in the void, Ya Fei murmured to herself. At this moment, the battle over the grove has indeed come to an end. Ya Chen's soul body became more and more transparent, as if it was about to disappear, and was riddled with holes. Facing the combined attacks of Ling Ying and Zidian Mink, as well as the soul-controlling banners, he was helpless and despaired in his heart. I didn't expect that my medicine dust spread across the land of Zhongzhou, but now I would die in this remote town. Yao Chen's face was full of unwillingness. But looking at Ling Ying and Zidian Mink in front of him, he felt helpless in his heart. He is doomed today. It's a pity that I delayed that kid Xiao Yan for 3 years. I was originally planning to accept him as my disciple, but now I can only owe him a debt. A Xiao Yan's figure flashed through Yao Chen's mind, and he couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps because he felt that he was doomed this time, Yao Chen actually had many sighs in his heart. It's time. Let's see how you can resist my soul-controlling banner this time. Looking at the severely injured Yao Chen, a cold light flashed in Chenfeng's eyes, and he once again activated the soul control flag to attack the opponent. Under the control of Chenfeng, the soul control flag turned into a black light, carrying the black mist all over the sky, and instantly enveloped Yao Chen's soul body. The moment he came into contact with the black mist, Yao Chen couldn't help but let out a wail of pain. At this moment, he was unable to activate the bone spirit cold fire, and could only let the 4 chains lock him with a look of despair. Receive. With a thought in Chen Feng's mind, a huge pulling force surged on the chain, pulling Yao Chen's soul body directly towards the soul control flag. No! With a desperate scream, Yao Chen's soul body was directly absorbed into the soul control flag. After collecting the medicine dust, the soul-controlling flag turned into a black light again, and fell into the hands of Chen Feng, revealing the soul-controlling flag's true face. Let me out, what kind of place is this? Damn Soul Palace! Yao Chen's voice came out from the soul-controlling flag, and his tone was extremely vicious. Stop screaming. Once you enter my soul-controlling flag, don't even think about getting out. Hearing Yao Chen's extremely unwilling voice, Chen Feng showed a smile. Don't worry, I will help you avenge the blood feud between you and the Soul Palace. After becoming a soul slave, you can swallow other souls and grow stronger. The Soul Palace is most in need of soul bodies. As long as Yao Chen becomes the soul slave of the Soul Control Flag, Chenfeng will naturally not be stingy in the future. Maybe Yao Chen can return to his peak strength or even make a breakthrough. Moreover, he can also take revenge on the Soul Palace, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. Who are you? Are you not from the Soul Palace? Hearing this, Yao Chen shouted in confusion. Of course I am not from the Soul Palace, Yao Chen. Obediently become my soul slave. I will not treat you badly. I know you have always wanted to know the traitor Han Feng. If there is a chance, I will let you devour it yourself. Lose his soul. With a sneer on his lips, Chenfeng directly activated the Soul Control Flag and said, Soul Control Flag, refine it for me. As Morrowind finished speaking, black mist appeared on the side of the Soul Controlling Flag again. The next moment, Yao Chen's painful voice sounded from the Soul Control Flag. It sounded extremely painful, as if he was suffering some inhuman torture. From now on, you will be my first soul slave. Listening to Yao Chen's screams, Chenfeng had a smile on his face. It is definitely an exciting thing to take the famous Yao Zun as a soul slave. Once over, a powerful Duwang fell like this. What kind of existence is that black mist? It's so terrifying. As the battle over the grove came to an end, everyone in Wooten City watched the place gradually calm down with complicated expressions on their faces. The powerful Du Huang warriors who usually only existed in legends, today not only appeared 3 at once, but one also died. This is definitely a big event that shocked the entire Jiama Empire. After word spreads, this small city of Wooten will become completely famous in the Jiama Empire. 57 Brother Xiao Yan, I'm going back to get married. Come on, take me into the city. Looking at Yao Lao, who was being refined and screaming repeatedly, Chenfeng put away the Soul Control Flag and said calmly to Ling Ying. After all, Yao Chen is an 8th grade alchemist and his soul body is very powerful. It will take some time to refine the Soul Control banner. Yes, master. After hearing what Chenfeng said, Ling Ying said respectfully. The purple electric mink turned into a purple light and got into the arms of Chenfeng. Its childish voice sounded, Master, am I powerful? Chenfeng touched Xiao Zi and showed a doting smile. Awesome. After you refine this old guy, the master will reward you well. If Warcraft wants to increase their strength, they can also take pills and absorb the energy inside. In the original work, Ziyan was willing to follow Xiao Yan because of the latter's status as an alchemist. As long as the soul-controlling banner successfully refines Yao Chen's soul body, he will become the first soul slave in Chenfeng's hands. That was equivalent to Chenfeng controlling an 8th grade alchemist. He is an 8th grade alchemist and a powerful medicine master in Zhongzhou. Such an existence, even if placed in the entire Duqiu continent, is ranked number 1. Thinking of this, Chenfeng teased the purple electric ferret in his arms. When the time comes, whatever elixir the little guy wants to take, Yao Chen will make it for her. She will definitely take care of it. Thank you, master. The purple electric ferret arched into Chenfeng's arms, looking very affectionate. Okay, you go back to accompany your sister's son first. Chenfeng patted Zidian Martin's body, and with a thought sent her to the small world. Later, while everyone in Wooten City was still discussing about the battle that took place tonight, Ling Ying and Chenfeng returned to the manor behind Miter's auction house without anyone noticing. Brother Chenfeng, where did you go this night? Did you go out to steal something again? When Ya Fei saw Chenfeng, a look of suspicion suddenly appeared on her pretty face, and she specially came over to smell his scent. Well, Sister Yafei, you are overthinking, so I just walked around. I was watching the battle outside the city just now, so I didn't come back. When Chenfeng saw Yafei's movements, he did not avoid them. He had been doing business tonight, and he was not afraid of the shadows. It doesn't smell like other women. It seems like you really didn't go out to steal sex. A trace of surprise flashed in Yafei's eyes. Although she had already guessed that Chenfeng had a secret, since the other party did not go out to have sex, she did not want to ask too many questions. Men always need a little secret and a little private space. Yafei has always controlled this very well. As a woman, she just needed to know Chenfeng's. As for the rest, she couldn't control it. If she pressed too hard, she would scare Morrowind away. With Sister Yafei here, how can I go out and steal something? Chenfeng looked at the beauty in front of him and couldn't help but hug her into his arms. Yafei's whole body is full of charm and enchantment. Under the gaze of those narrow and beautiful peach blossom eyes, men may unknowingly give their all to her. The same goes for Chenfeng. Brother Chenfeng, what are you doing? Seeing Chenfeng suddenly carrying her towards the room, Yafei blushed, not knowing that he was going to do something bad again. No. I have something to do tomorrow. It was almost dawn now, and there was another auction to be held at the auction house tomorrow, so Yafei was a little reluctant and struggled in Chenfeng's arms. Sister Yafei, I'm leaving in the next 2 days. Chenfeng whispered something into Yafei's ear, which immediately made the latter stop struggling. This time in Wooten City, Chenfeng's goal has been achieved. There were even 2 unexpected surprises, Xiao Sun'er and Yao Chen. With such a rich harvest, now that the inter-sect competition is approaching, he naturally has to rush back to Yunlin sect. Nalan Yanran's belly is getting bigger, so he must seize the time to go to Nalan's house to propose marriage and arrange their marriage. Hearing that Chenfeng was about to leave, Yafei felt a little reluctant to leave. That's all, let Guni handle the auction. With a sigh in her heart, Yafei let Chenfeng carry her into the room. Sister Yafei, let's take a good look at the scenery tonight. Through the window you can see the night of Wooten City, with an unobstructed view. The night is so beautiful. The stars are dotted like a river of stars. The bright moon is even more round. The next day, Xiao family. The early morning sunlight shines in through the window and shines warmly on the sleeping boy on the bed. Well, after a long time, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes and rubbed his eyelids. He slept so deeply this time. Why is there a smell in the room? Xiao Yan sat up and sniffed, but Xiao Sun'er's charming appearance appeared in his mind. When Nisi followed him, she also had a faint fragrance on her body. Pity, thinking of Xiao Sun'er, Xiao Yan suddenly felt a little depressed. I don't know if I can see Sister Sun'er again in the future. Ah! At this moment, Xiao Yan glanced at the envelope on the bedside and couldn't help but pick it up curiously. This is the letter that Sister Sun'er left for me. As Xiao Yan's face showed excitement, I saw the envelope written on it. Brother Xiao Yan personally opens it. In the Xiao family, no one except Xiao Sun'er would call Xiao Yan that. Therefore when he saw this, he knew that this was the letter Xiao Sun'er left for him. Thinking of the fragrance in the room just now, Xiao Yan suddenly understood. Sister Sun'er must have been in her room last night, so there was a refreshing fragrance. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sniff it, with a smile on his face, as if Xiao Sun'er was beside him. I wonder what Sister Sun'er wrote in this letter. Xiao Yan opened the envelope with some anticipation, took out the letter inside and began to read it. Brother Xiao Yan, when you read this letter, I have already left the Xiao family. You should know that Sun'er is not from the Xiao family. Sun'er has now returned to the family, and my father is preparing for my marriage. Yes, Sun'er is getting married. My fiancé is very nice to me. He is handsome, has an extraordinary background, and is already a fighting king at a young age. Brother Xiao Yan, you have to work hard. Compared with my fiancé, you are still far behind. Seeing this, Xiao Yan was shocked, his eyes widened, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Sister Sun'er, she is getting married, how so? Xiao Yan suddenly felt pain in his heart, as if he had lost something most important. Especially when she saw Xiao Sun'er praising her fiancé and asking her to cheer up, Xiao Yan felt bad and lost his mind. Chapter 58 Brother Chenfeng, you must protect your sister. Sister Sun'er is getting married. Pulling the letter in his hand, Xiao Yan's mind went blank. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind, and Xiao Sun'er's favorite was following him and shouting, Brother Xiao Yan. The girl's bright and pretty face was clearly engraved in his mind, although he claimed that he only regarded her as a sister. But Xiao Yan admitted in his heart that he had some dirty thoughts towards Xiao Sun'er. I thought that Sister Sun'er liked to follow me, so she should also have a good impression of me. Xiao Yan was very happy. Anyway, Sister Sun'er has no blood relationship with him. From now on, looking at the letter in his hand, Xiao Yan smiled sadly. There is no future. Sister Sun'er went back to get married and he had no chance. Xiao Yan sat on the bed in despair, eyes dull. After an unknown amount of time, he smiled bitterly and continued to read the letter in his hand. Brother Xiao Yan, don't worry, I will come back to see you in the future. In the Xiao family, my relationship with Brother Xiao Yan is the best. Seeing this, Xiao Yan was shocked. Sure enough, Sister Sun'er still has me in her heart. She will come back to see me. In other words, I still have a chance. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan continued to look. Brother Xiao Yan, I plan to get married to my fiancé this year. A few years later we had a child. When the child grows up, I will take the child back to the Xiao family and let him call you Uncle Xiao. I will have many children with my fiancé. Brother Xiao Yan, take care of yourself. At the end, Xiao Yan's hand holding the letter trembled slightly. I'm getting married this year. You also need to bring your children to see me, Uncle Xiao. Tear. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly became ferocious and he tore the letter in his hand into pieces. No, Xiao Yan roared unwillingly. Pain. It hurts so much. Xiao Yan felt his heart sting. It was like losing the love of my life. It won't be like this. This is not true. Xiao Yan collapsed on the bed, his eyes dull and muttering to himself. He smelled the lingering fragrance in the air as if Xiao Sun'er was still by his side. Sniffing and sniffing, he gradually fell into sleep. Brother Chenfeng, when are you going to leave? At the Mitre Auction Manor, Ya Fei was lying in the arms of Chenfeng, her jade hand gently tracing across his chest. Leave tomorrow. Now that everything in Wooten City has been finished, Chenfeng naturally doesn't want to stay here for a long time. Moreover, I haven't seen Nalan Yanran and teacher Yun Yun for a while. He also had strange thoughts in his mind. After returning to the sect, he will ask his teacher if he is willing to practice Tianfeng chapter. Although Yun Yun has good talent, she has already broken through to the Duong realm at a young age. But in recent years, it has also encountered bottlenecks and has been stuck in Samsung Duong for a long time. This Tianfeng chapter is a heaven-level skill, which has a strong auxiliary effect. Dual cultivation or not, it doesn't matter to Chenfeng. Chenfeng mainly wanted to help his teacher make a breakthrough. Teacher, I believe you don't want to be stuck in Samsung Duong forever. Imagining the scene of Yun Yun practicing Tianfeng chapter, Chenfeng unconsciously showed a smile. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Wouldn't you like to stay with me for a little longer? Hearing this, Ya Fei felt very reluctant to part with her. After more than 3 years of separation, only for these few days of reunion, she was naturally not satisfied. Sister Ya Fei, we have a long time to come. Didn't I tell you that I will go back to participate in the sect competition? Seeing that Ya Fei was a little unhappy, Chenfeng kissed her pretty face and said gently, Don't worry, when I return to the imperial capital, I will ask the family to transfer you back as soon as possible. What's the use of coming back? What if those old guys want me to get married? Thinking of the repeated letters from her family asking her to go back and marry the Mu family, Ya Fei felt angry. You can rest assured about this. I guarantee that when you are transferred back to the imperial capital, you will definitely be entrusted with important tasks by the family. From now on, no one in the Mitre family can control your destiny. Chenfeng hugged Ya Fei and promised emphatically. He can say these words naturally because he has his own confidence. Brother Chenfeng, even if you become the young master of the Yinlan sect, you won't be able to order the old guys in the family, right? Ya Fei somewhat didn't believe Chenfeng's words. After all, the Mitre family is one of the 3 major families in the Garma Empire. Although Chenfeng has a high status in the family, he still may not be able to command those old guys. Don't worry, I will find a way, you don't have to worry about this. Chenfeng pinched Ya Fei's delicate face and said with determination. You have to trust your man to protect your woman. Chenfeng felt very fed up when he thought of the elders in the family who relied on their elders for help, including his own grandfather. Although these old guys are really good to themselves, they like to point fingers at him, with the purpose of keeping him firmly in their hands. If he does nothing, if he becomes the leader of the Yunlin sect in the future, he may still be under their control. Chenfeng is naturally not a person who can be manipulated by others. No one can control his destiny. Rallying on your old age and selling your old age, then I will find someone older than you to punish you. Chenfeng thought of Ice Emperor Hai Bodong, who was still living in seclusion in Mochang. If you want to subdue the elders in the family, you only need to invite Ice Emperor Hai Bodong out, and everything will be fine. After Yanran's marriage is settled, we can take a trip to the Tagore Desert. In the Tagore Desert, there is Qinglin with blue eyes and 3 flowered pupils, and there is Queen Medusa. These are the goals that Chenfeng has long set in mind. Now he has another target, Ice Emperor Hai Bodong. As long as he finds a way to lift the seal on Hai Bobo, then bring it back to the Mittel family, the entire family. With the support of Ice Emperor Hai Bodong, can the entire family defy him? Relying on the old and betraying the old. In front of the Ice King, he is not qualified to rely on his old age. In fact, with Chenfeng's current strength, there is Ling Ying, there is Zidian Mink, and there is Soul Slave Yachin who is about to be successfully refined. With these, it is easy to control a Mitel family. But after all, his family has trained him for so many years, and it is indeed good to him. He didn't want his grandfather and these clan elders to feel too cold. Moreover, Chenfeng did not want to expose his strength prematurely, although he can now walk sideways in the Gemma Empire. But within the Gemma Empire, there are still people from the Soul Palace who are active. He is still young and doesn't want to face these disgusting guys. Brother Chenfeng, you must protect your sister. Seeing the domineering look of a man on Chenfeng's face, Ya Fei felt warm in her heart and pressed her sweetly against Chenfeng's chest. Chapter 59. Xiao Sun'er, Master, are you from the Soul Palace? After a night of hard work, Ya Fei's body finally couldn't bear it anymore. and she finally fell asleep in Chenfeng's arms. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenfeng made a thought and came directly to the small world. Sister Sunner, I'm hungry. Zidian Mink was acting coquettishly in Xiao Sunner's arms. You little greedy cat. Hearing this, Xiao Sunner smiled slightly, took out a magic core and fed it to Zidian Mink's mouth. Chenfeng let the purple electric mink roam in the small world, and also asked Xiao Sunner to act as a shit shoveler. In this way, Xiao Sunner wouldn't feel bored if she stayed here alone. As soon as Chenfeng came in, he saw Xiao Sunner teasing Zidian Mink. Seeing the smile on her face, Chenfeng couldn't help but smile. It seems that this woman is gradually adapting to the current life. This is a good thing. As time goes by, Xiao Sunner should gradually forget about Xiao Yan and give birth to her children here with peace of mind. Thinking of Xiao Yan, Chenfeng suddenly remembered the letter he asked Ling Ying to send to his bedside, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Naturally, the letter was not written by Xiao Sunner, but by Chenfeng himself, after learning that the Xiao family has been searching for Xiao Sunner's whereabouts these days. Especially Xiao Yan, who has gone crazy looking for Xiao Sun. Chenfeng had no choice but to use this method to make them stop. I just don't know how Xiao Yan will behave when he sees the letter. The guy was hit by the incense, and he didn't know if he woke up. However, when he wakes up and finds that his talent has returned, he will probably be very excited. For Xiao Yan, his mood at this moment should be a mixture of sadness and joy. Chenfeng didn't even think about touching Xiao Yan. After all, the two of them had no grievances, and he would gain nothing by killing Xiao Yan. Without the plug in Yachen, Xiao Yan's future achievements are destined to be limited if he has no other opportunities. Chenfeng would naturally not take Xiao Yan like this seriously. If the Xiao family has imperial jade, it will be targeted by the Soul Palace sooner or later. If he touched Xiao Yan at this time, not only would he not get any benefits, but he might also cause a lot of trouble. Even if Xiao Yan has another chance later, let him face the Soul Palace. He just needs to hide in the dark, quietly marry a wife and have children, and increase his strength. How Xiao Yan's talent returned also proved that his spiritual pill was effective. Therefore, Xiao Yan had no excuse to make a fuss about breaking off the engagement. Maybe Xiao Yan is still grateful to himself at this moment. Compared with his engagement with Nalan Yanran, what Xiao Yan values more is his talent and whether he can return. From the day Chenfeng exchanged the spiritual pill for the marriage contract and Xiao Yan agreed, it can be seen that he did not attach much importance to the marriage contract. There is no conflict between the two parties, and the 3-year appointment in the original work will naturally not appear again. After returning to the imperial capital, it was none of Xiao Yan's business that Chenfeng married his Nalan Yanran. Thinking of this, Chenfeng felt relieved. This time I came to Wooten City, it can be said that everything was solved perfectly. Owner. At this time Zidian Mink noticed the morning breeze coming in, and immediately turned into a purple light, left Xiao Sunner's arms, and got into the arms of Chenfeng. Although Xiao Sunner treats it very well, the one it loves the most is its master Chenfeng. Little guy, you are greedy again. Chenfeng touched the purple electric marten's soft hair and chuckled. When Xiao Sunner saw Chenfeng, she also smiled slightly and called her master. Sunner, you haven't practiced recently, have you? Never practice fighting skills. Chenfeng walked towards Xiao Sunner holding Zidian Mink and warned him solemnly. Now that Xiao Sunner is pregnant, practicing fighting skills may affect the formation of the fetus. No. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiao Sunner felt a little confused and shook his head. She has fallen to this point. Her divine bloodline has been destroyed. She is already disheartened and has no intention of practicing at all. That's good. Chenfeng nodded, and then took out some tonic medicine from the Naji. It's good for your health to eat more of these. Chenfeng brought these nourishing medicines from Yafei's room. During this period, in order to stay with Chenfeng, Yafei often used physical discomfort as an excuse to miss auctions, knowing that Yafei was unwell. Some wealthy dog-licking groups in Wooten City spent a lot of money to buy a large amount of nourishing medicines and send them to Yafei's house. Chenfeng also took a lot of supplements under Yafei's feeding. He took a lot of the remaining supplements to the small world to replenish Xiao Sunner's body. After pregnancy, it is natural to eat well and take good care of your body so that the fetus can develop normally. After chatting with Xiao Sunner for a few words, Chenfeng thought and took out the soul control flag, wanting to see if Yao Chen had been refined into a soul slave. Ah, let me out, let me out. As soon as the soul-controlling flag appeared, Yao Chen's heart-rending sound of pain could be heard, and it also attracted Xiao Sunner's attention. Tisk, you are worthy of being the master of medicine. Life is hard. It's been all night and I haven't succeeded in refining you. Chenfeng looked at the soul-controlling flag in his hand, with a sneer on his lips. Chenfeng, you, a minion of the Soul Palace, will die a bad death sooner or later. Hearing the voice of Chenfeng, Yao Chen couldn't help but curse inside. Obviously he still regarded Morrowind as someone from the Soul Palace. After all, evil objects aimed at the soul body, such as soul-controlling flags, are generally only found in soul palaces. After dealing with the Soul Palace for so many years, Yao Chen naturally believed that Chenfeng came from the Soul Palace. Let the Soul Palace be the Soul Palace. Let's see how long you can keep your words. Chenfeng didn't explain it either, because it didn't make sense. Soul Palace, Master, are you from the Soul Palace? A Xiao Sunner, who was on the side, was shocked when she heard the conversation between the two. As the eldest lady of the ancient clan, she naturally knew about the existence of the Soul Palace. Her beautiful eyes looked at Chenfeng in shock. She really thought that the other party was from the terrifying force called Soul Palace. No wonder he is so ruthless. Xiao Sun felt filled with regret, as she had originally thought of provoking this devil. Yes, I am from the Soul Palace. Why are you scared? Seeing the shocked look on Xiao Sunner's face, Chenfeng couldn't help but reveal a trace of amusement on his face. The force behind the Soul Palace is the Soul Clan, which is slightly stronger than the ancient clan. If Xiao Sunner learns that the force behind him is the ancient clan, he may feel even more desperate. From now on, even if you have evil intentions, you must weigh the strength of the Soul Clan. No, Xiao Sunner came back to her senses and shook her head at Chenfeng with some fear. She was already disheartened about the rest of her life. What was Chenfeng's identity and what did it mean to her? Sunner, do you know the identity of the old guy here? Speaking of which, does this old guy have a lot of connections with Xiao Yan? Do you want to know? Chenfeng pulled Xiao Sunner into his arms and said meaningfully. Chapter 60 Xiao Sunner Master. I want him to be unable to live or die. Is this person related to brother Xiao Yan? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiao Sunner was shocked, and then became a little worried. Could it be that the people here are from the Xiao family? Master, didn't you promise me not to harm anyone in the Xiao family? Xiao Sunner grabbed Chenfeng's sleeve looking humble, and at the same time feeling a little scared. She wasn't worried about the person inside. She didn't care about anyone in the Xiao family except Xiao Yan. Xiao Sunner was just afraid that the people inside were people who knew her. Now that she has fallen to such a low point, she naturally doesn't want her former acquaintances to see this scene. Who said this guy is from the Xiao family? Chenfeng pinched Xiao Sunner's delicate face and said softly, as long as you behave well for me, I will keep my promise and will not touch a hair of the Xiao family. Hearing Chenfeng's assurance, Xiao Sunner felt a little relieved. But her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment when the other party pinched her face in front of outsiders. What about the people here? She looked at the soul-controlling flag in Chenfeng's hand and asked curiously. This person's name is Yao Chen. He was once the famous Yao Zun in Zhongzhou and an 8th-grade alchemist. Chenfeng hugged Xiao Sunner's slender waist and introduced slowly. Venerable Medicine, an 8th-grade alchemist. Hearing this, Xiao Sunner's face showed a look of shock. Regarding the name of Master Yao, she had never heard of it since she was sent away from the ancient clan since she was a child. But she knew the weight of an 8th-grade alchemist. An 8th-grade alchemist, even among ancient tribes, is highly respected and enjoys extremely high treatment. Master, he actually captured an 8th-grade alchemist. Who is he? Thinking of the information revealed by the man with the black magic flag just now, Xiao Sunner's expression changed slightly. Could it be that the master is really from the Soul Clan? Xiao Sun, how come you hang out with this person and call him master? Aren't you from the ancient tribe? At this time Xiao Sunner, who also discovered Yao Chen in the soul-controlling banner, was shocked when he heard her calling Chenfeng her master. He also guessed a little bit about Xiao Sunner's identity. Since the other person had the aura of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, he must be from the ancient clan. Moreover, Zihuo, who was pregnant with the burning heaven flame of the Golden Emperor at a young age, definitely had a high status in the ancient clan. With the strength of the ancient clan, how could Xiao Sunner surrender to the person in front of him from the Soul Palace? Moreover, doesn't this little girl like Xiao Yan? Now you have an extremely ambiguous attitude towards Chenfeng. You recognize me. When Xiao Sunner heard that Yao Chen revealed her identity, her pretty face suddenly turned pale, and she looked at the soul-controlling flag with a somewhat fearful expression. Master, didn't you say that he is not from the Xiao family? How could he recognize me? Xiao Sunner hid behind Chenfeng, seemingly afraid to face Yao Chen. After becoming Chenfeng's slave girl, She felt a little inferior and had no face to see her former acquaintances again. At this moment, hearing that Yao Chen actually recognized him, he was naturally panicked. Although he knows you, he is not from the Xiao family. Chenfeng hugged Xiao Suner and comforted him. Don't worry, so what if I know you? If you are in my hands, can you still get out? Later, Chenfeng told Xiao Suner about Yao Chen hiding in Xiao Yan's ring and devouring his fighting spirit in the past few years. What? The fighting spirit in brother Xiao Yan's body was swallowed up by him. After hearing what Chenfeng said, Xiao Suner's expression changed drastically, and she looked at the soul control flag in Chenfeng's hand in disbelief. Thinking of the grievances and pain Xiao Yan had suffered in the past few years, Xiao Suner said loudly and viciously to Yao Chen, "So you are such a wicked person and you deserve to end up like this. If it weren't for this medicine master, brother Xiao Yan would still be a genius. How could his engagement be broken off, and he wouldn't provoke the devil, his master? All the reasons are because of this so-called medicine master." Thinking of this, Xiao Suner was filled with resentment towards Yachen. Well, after hearing Xiao Suner's words, Yachen in the soul-controlling banner was silent for a moment and sighed. He did feel guilty for devouring the fighting spirit in Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, facing Xiao Suner's scolding, he naturally could not refute. "I have no choice but to do this. If I were not in trouble, I would definitely compensate Xiao Yan well." In the end, Yao Chen could only say this. In fact, this is also what he thinks. In the past 3 years, he has understood Xiao Yan's character and passed his test. He was preparing to show up during this period and take Xiao Yan as his disciple. He was even prepared to teach him his alchemy skills. It's a pity that now that he falls into the hands of Chenfeng, he can only feel ashamed of Xiao Yan. After hearing Yao Chen's explanation, Xiao Suner sneered, "Humph, what's the point of talking about this now?" Thinking of the humiliation that brother Xiao Yan had suffered in the past few years, Xiao Suner could not forgive this so-called medicine master. "Master, can you torture him well? I want to see him unable to live or die, and life would be worse than death." There was a hint of chill in Xiao Suner's voice which was bone-chilling. Seeing the hatred flashing in Xiao Suner's eyes, Chenfeng's eyes flashed. It seemed that Xiao Yan's position in this woman's heart was still very important. "Sooner or later, I will transform you into the shape of my morning wind." "No problem." Chenfeng reached out and pinched Xiao Suner's white and tender chin, with a smirk on his lips. "But how are you going to repay me? You couldn't let go of that position last time. You have to cooperate with me this time." Xiao Suner's hatred for Yachen was only for Xiao Yan. Since she wanted to avenge Xiao Yan, she had to pay the price. Xiao Suner was stunned when he heard Chenfeng's words, and his face immediately turned red with embarrassment. "Okay, master, I promise you. As long as you make this old guy unable to live or die, I will promise you anything." Although she was embarrassed in her heart, when Xiao Suner saw the soul-controlling flag in Chenfeng's hand, a chill suddenly flashed in her eyes, and she risked her life. Although it was a bit humiliating, her dignity had already been trampled by the morning wind. In front of Chenfeng, Xiao Suner had gradually become numb. During this period of time, Chenfeng played more and more tricks. Xiao Suner was still a little resistant at first, but under Chenfeng's coercion, he slowly succumbed. Now there is one more gesture, which is not impossible for her to accept. Inside the soul-controlling banner, Yao Chen naturally heard the conversation between the two. "Xiao Suner, I didn't expect you to fall to this level." Feeling Xiao Suner's resentment towards him, his heart sank, and he shouted quickly, "Shut up!" Xiao Suner's expression suddenly became a little scary, and she shouted angrily, "If it weren't for you, would I be like this? All of this is your fault. You hurt brother Xiao Yan and you also hurt me." Chapter 61 Successfully Refining. Yachen has met his master. After learning what Yao Chen had done in the past few years, Xiao Suner acted very crazy and she put all the blame on Yao Chen. Not only Xiao Yan's pain in the past few years, but also her own current experience. If Xiao Yan's talent hadn't disappeared, he wouldn't have been asked to break off the engagement. Then he would not order Ling Ying to take revenge and capture Chenfeng in the middle of the night. He wouldn't end up like this. All of this is due to the drug dust. Sure enough, you can't mess with women if you mess with anyone. Seeing Xiao Suner's display of hatred, Chenfeng secretly clicked his tongue. He secretly decided in his heart that he must suppress Xiao Suner from now on. If such a woman goes crazy, she might come back to bite her. "Xiao Suner, you..." Listening to Xiao Suner's hateful words, Yao Chen, who was in the soul-controlling flag, suddenly panicked. She really has the most poisonous heart of a woman. "Okay, son, as long as you are obedient, I will agree to whatever you ask for, master." Chenfeng held Xiao Suner in his arms, comforting her emotions, and agreed to her request without hesitation. When it comes to his women, Chenfeng has always been responsive to her requests. Only by making your woman happy physically and mentally can you be happy physically and mentally. Chenfeng deeply understands this truth. Just stand by and watch carefully how I torture this old guy. With a sneer on his lips, Chenfeng looked at the soul-controlling flag in his hand, and then poured fighting energy into it. Old guy, you talk too much. As the fighting spirit poured in, an ink like black mist suddenly floated above the soul-controlling flag. Huh? The next moment, Yao Chen's shrill screams sounded from within the soul-controlling flag. Listening to Yao Chen's screams, Xiao Sun'er felt a sense of joy in her heart. As if he had avenged this deep hatred for himself, he felt comfortable all over. Ah, Chenfeng, what do you want? What requests can you make? Why insult me like this? Inside the soul-controlling banner, Yao Chen, who was being accelerated to be refined because of the fighting energy poured into him by the morning wind, endured the severe pain all over his body and shouted to the morning wind. In his opinion, Chenfeng had a purpose in catching him and torturing him like this. As long as he agrees to Chenfeng's request, he can avoid torture. No need. When I refine you, you will naturally be obedient. The corners of Chenfeng's mouth raised slightly, and then he added fighting energy input. He will leave Wooten City tomorrow, so he must seize the time to completely refine this old guy. Ah, you damn soul palace bug. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Yao Chen couldn't hold back any longer and cursed at him, showing no trace of his previous demeanor. The soul-controlling flag is specially used to restrain the soul body. It is being activated by the morning breeze with all its strength. Even Yao Chen, who has a proud and pretentious character, cannot hold on at this moment. You're really tough talking. Chenfeng actually admired this old guy a little. Until now, Yao Chen had not asked for mercy from him. This made Morrowind couldn't help but take a high look. In the original work, Yao Chen fell into the hands of the Soul Palace and suffered all kinds of torture. But in the end he did not compromise. It can be seen that this old guy is really tough. Fortunately, Chenfeng didn't intend to make the other party beg for mercy. Once the soul-controlling flag was refined, he still had to obey his words. Master, what kind of treasure is this? Listening to Yao Chen's screams, the hatred in Xiao Sun'er's heart gradually weakened. After calming down, she looked at the soul-control flag in Chenfeng's hand with some fear. This thing looked so evil. Listening to the painful howl coming from Yao Chen, she not only felt a chill. This thing is called the soul-controlling banner. It can capture the soul and refine it alive. It can neither survive nor die. Chenfeng put his arms around Xiao Sun'er's waist and introduced with a smile, I've satisfied your request by treating him like this. Hearing this, Xiao Sun'er's delicate body trembled, looking at the soul control flag in his hand with some fear. At this moment, she became more and more convinced that Chenfeng was really from the Soul Clan. Only people from the Soul Clan would possess such evil treasures, and they were specifically aimed at the soul body. Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, the master will not use it against you. The feeling that Xiao Zun seemed a little scared, Chenfeng quickly comforted her. However, if you dare to betray me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Sun'er, you don't want to experience the pain this old guy has suffered, right? Chenfeng Guo gave Xiao Sun'er a meaningful look. No, do not want. Hearing this, Xiao Sun'er's delicate body trembled a little, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He just grabbed Chenfeng's arm and said, Master, Sun'er will never betray you. The best thing is, if I find out that you have any evil intentions, not only you but also Xiao Yan, I will not let anyone go. Chenfeng reached out and pinched Xiao Sun'er's fair chin tightly and sneered, with Xiao Yan's strength, how long do you think he can last inside my soul-controlling flag? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiao Sun'er felt a chill in her heart. She shook her head crazily and begged humbly, Master, I swear I will never betray you. You must not hurt brother Xiao Yan, don't be so scared, I'm just reminding you. How could you betray me if you are so good? Chenfeng held Xiao Sun'er's trembling soft body in his arms, smelled the body fragrance on her body, and comforted her softly. Chenfeng, you are simply a devil, you will get your comeuppance one day. Inside the soul-controlling banner, Yao Chen stopped talking between the two of them, feeling extremely sad in his heart. At this moment, he also understood in his heart that Xiao Sun'er would end up in the hands of Chenfeng extremely miserably, and the other party would threaten Xiao Yan. No wonder Xiao Sun'er, who seemed to have an extraordinary background in the past, would be so humble now. Xiao Yan, your life is really miserable. I have suffered so many grievances in the past 3 years, but I have no chance to make it up to you. Now even the woman he loved fell into the hands of this devil and was wantonly destroyed. Thinking of this, Yao Chen's heart was filled with sadness, unwillingness, and guilt towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, I can't help you anymore. As the power of the soul control flag was refined, Yao Chen gradually lost consciousness. A trace of black mist penetrated into his soul body. After a moment, the originally illusory soul body exuded a strange black mist, which looked a little evil. But Chenfeng, who sensed all this, had a smile on his lips. My first soul slave is about to be born. Chenfeng waited patiently and took Xiao Sun'er to unlock new postures. After the two took a mandarin duck bath, the medicine dust was finally refined. Come out. With a thought in his mind, Chenfeng activated the soul control flag and summoned his first soul slave. The next moment, as a burst of black mist emerged, Yao Chen's soul body emerged from the soul control flag. At this moment, Yao Chen's soul body was covered with black traces, and there was a black mark between his eyebrows. He had no trace of the fairy-like temperament he had before. Yao Chen has met his master. As soon as Yao Chen's soul body appeared, he bowed respectfully to the morning breeze, showing no signs of being unruly. Chapter 62 Yao Chen Alchemy Toolman. Yao Chen has met his master. Yao Chen's soul body was suspended in the void and bowed respectfully to the morning breeze. After being refined, Yao Chen has become Chenfeng's soul slave. As long as Chenfeng holds the soul control banner, he must obey its orders without any disobedience. Very good. Seeing Yao Chen's attitude, Chenfeng showed a smile on his face. Yao Chen, who became a soul slave, was no different from Lingying, who took the puppet pill. Although he still retained his past memories, his consciousness was completely controlled by Chenfeng. As long as Chenfeng thinks, he can control Yao Chen to do anything, even if he is allowed to self-destruct his soul body now. However, Yao Chen is still a puppet, but Yao Chen is much more powerful than Lingying. In terms of strength, although Yao Chen's soul body has suffered heavy losses at this moment, if he activates the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, he still has the strength to fight a high-level Du Huang. If there is a genius treasure that can restore the soul body for Yao Chen to take, his strength can be greatly improved. In the future, being able to capture other soul bodies and let Yao Chen swallow them will not only restore them to their peak strength, but may also allow them to go further. Of course, the most valuable thing about Yao Chen is his status as an 8th grade alchemist. Even in the entire Du-Q continent, 8th grade alchemists are very rare. But now, after refining Yao Chen into a soul slave, it is equivalent to having an 8th grade alchemist under the control of Chenfeng. Thinking of this, the corners of Chenfeng's mouth raised slightly. He has seen a lot of Du-Po fandoms, and the protagonists in them basically like to take the path of alchemists. The road of being a pharmacist is not easy. Every day I am either refining medicine or looking for materials to make medicine. Boring, and what about him? He easily controlled an 8th grade alchemist. And if you want to improve your strength, you only need to keep marrying and having children. It's so easy. Thinking of this, Chenfeng couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his system. On the side, Xiao Sun'er, who had just finished having sex with Chenfeng, still had a trace of flushing on his face. Seeing Yao Chen being summoned at this moment, and seeing his respectful attitude towards Chenfeng, a look of shock appeared on his pretty face. Master, what's going on? Why did he? Xiao Sun'er was confused and shocked. Wasn't this guy still acting unruly just now? Why are you calling me master now? Moreover, his attitude was still so respectful, and his eyes were not hostile at all. This attitude looked familiar to Xiao Sun'er. She suddenly thought of Lingying and the changes that had taken place in Master Yao before her. Isn't it exactly the same as Lingying? Thinking of this, Xiao Sun'er suddenly understood. This must be some kind of trick that Chenfeng used to turn Master Yao into this. Looking at Yao Chen with a respectful look in front of him, Xiao Sun'er was shocked and felt a chill in her heart, and a strong sense of fear surged into her heart. Terrible, such means are simply unimaginable. Whether it's Lingying who is in the 9-star Duong realm or Yao Chen who is an 8th level alchemist. Even in the entire Du-Q continent, he is not considered weak. He is not the master of medicine either. He is a dignified 8th grade alchemist with an extremely respected status. But such a character was actually controlled by Chenfeng so easily. Xiao Sun'er looked at Chenfeng aside, feeling very panicked. Her legs unconsciously tightened, feeling a little wet. Why are you surprised? Seeing Xiao Sun'er's shocked look, Chenfeng explained, any soul that enters my empty soul flag will be refined into a puppet and obey my orders. If you are Sun'er, you enter here and come out. After that, you will no longer recognize your relatives, and even if you are asked to kill Xiao Yan and betray the ancient clan, you will not disobey at all. Hearing this, Xiao Sun'er's delicate body trembled, and her whole body felt cold. She looked at the morning breeze in front of her, as if looking at a man-eating demon, and her heart was filled with fear. If he died, wouldn't even his soul be able to escape his control? This is too scary. Xiao Sun'er couldn't believe that if he had really committed suicide and angered Chenfeng, he would have directly trained his soul into a puppet. Then isn't it very possible that she is hurting brother Xiao Yan at this moment? Thinking of this, Xiao Sun'er immediately made up his mind. No matter what the cost, he could not disobey Chenfeng or make him angry. Seeing that Xiao Sun'er seemed a little scared, Chenfeng quickly hugged her and comforted her softly. Don't you hate him? I'll simply train this old guy into a puppet. From now on you can torture him however you want. Oh, by the way, this old guy is an 8th level alchemist. Don't let Xiao Zi eat magic cores from now on. It will cause indigestion. If Xiao Zi is hungry, let this old guy refine the elixir and eat whatever he wants. If you want to taste the elixir, let him practice it, don't be polite. Chenfeng looked at the Xidian Martin beside him and said with a smile. Compared to the magic core, the energy in the elixir will undoubtedly be easier to absorb. Taking elixirs can better enhance the strength of Xidian Mink. Yao Lao's greatest role is to refine elixirs, so Chenfeng will naturally not waste his talents. The matter of fighting and killing was left to Lingying and Xidian Dao. Yao Chen, an 8th level alchemist, should just be an alchemy tool maker. After hearing Chenfeng's words, the fear in Xiao Sun'er's heart gradually dissipated. She looked at Yachen in front of her and sneered in her heart when she thought of what the other party had done. Master, can I take any elixir? Xidian Martin got into Morrowind's arms and asked excitedly. Hearing this, Chenfeng was stunned for a moment and felt a little embarrassed immediately. Refining alchemy requires medicinal materials, although he plundered Xiao Sun'er's small treasury and Lingying's Naji. But these two people are not alchemists. Most of them contain ready-made elixirs and skill scrolls. Now even if Yao Chen is wanted to serve as a tool for alchemy, it is difficult for a clever woman to make a meal without straw, and Yao Chen, an 8th level alchemist, will not be able to play his role. Afterwards, Chenfeng could only take out some of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that existed in Xiao Sun'er and Lingying Naji and gave them to Yachen, asking him to extract the energy inside, which would be easier for Xidian Martin to absorb. In fact, what Chenfeng wanted Yao Chen to refine most right now was the transformation pill. After Xidian Mink takes the transformation pill, he can directly transform into a human form. In this case, Xiao Sun'er also has a companion here, and will not feel lonely when practicing the Tianfeng chapter. Chenfeng was also looking forward to seeing what the purple electric ferret would look like in human form. She looks so cute, so she won't be ugly after she transforms, right? Thinking of the transformation pill, Chenfeng thought of Medusa. According to the current timeline, Medusa still looks like a snake. Although Chenfeng wanted to distract Medusa, this snake man, he really can't get a dick. So, he already had an idea in his mind, that is to give Medusa a transformation pill in advance. Just in time to lift the seal on Hai Badong. He still needs a medicinal material, mandala of sand. This thing is only available in the territory of the snake tribe. When the time comes, he can exchange the transformation pill with Medusa. It seems that we need to gather the ingredients for the transformation pill as soon as possible. Chapter 63. Excited Xiao Yan, Yao Chen, take out Fenju and show it to me. In the small world, Chenfeng suddenly thought of something and ordered Yachen. Although he cannot practice this technique, but I am a little curious about this technique that can evolve infinitely. Yes, master. Hearing this, Yao Chen did not hesitate at all and took out a black scroll from Naji. Chenfeng took the black scroll in his hand, flipped it over and looked at the content inside. After a while Chenfeng put the scroll away. The potential of this burning technique is great, but he has a thunder attribute talent and cannot practice this burning technique. In the future, if there are juniors with fire attribute talents, they can be cultivated. Xiao Yan's road, although very difficult and dangerous, but it is undeniable that Fenju is an extremely powerful technique. As long as there is enough strange fire, this skill can evolve infinitely, even surpassing the heaven-level skills. However, Chenfeng was not very moved. He has a system of having many children and many blessings. As long as you work hard to get a wife and have children, you can quickly improve your strength. Chenfeng looked at Yachen in front of him, and suddenly realized that besides being an 8th grade alchemist, the other person was of some use to him. In other respects, it seems that nothing good can be gained from him. What else is there on Yachen? Bone Spirit, Cold Fire, Black Devil Cauldron, some martial arts fighting skills. Chenfeng was not an alchemist, so he couldn't use Bone Spirit, Cold Fire and Black Devil Cauldron. After Yao Chen became a soul slave, he became the master of the soul control flag. Chenfeng can directly mobilize the power of Yao Chen. In other words, if Chenfeng wants to use Bone Spirit, Cold Fire, he can also control it easily. As for Yao Chen's fighting skills, Yao Chen, use all the fighting skills in your body. Although Chenfeng now has no shortage of martial arts and fighting skills. But these things are indispensable for the development of power in the future. These things are never too much for a force. A Xiao family. Xiao Yan was in a very excited mood at the moment, because Xiao Sun'er is back again. After all, she still couldn't bear to let herself go and didn't go back to marry someone else. It's still the same as before, following him all day long. Moreover, what makes Xiao Yan excited is that his talent has finally returned. He became a peerless genius and made rapid breakthroughs in cultivation. In just 1 year, he became a great fighter. Then comes Duling Duwang. 3 years later he had become a powerful Duhuang. He led his family to unify Wuten City and then developed rapidly. 3 years later, the Xiao family has become the strongest family in the Jiama Empire. Even the royal family wants to give face to the Xiao family. The Nalan family even sent someone to apologize when they broke off the engagement. Nalan Yanran begged to be her maid. Xiao Yan was very proud and very happy in his heart. Then, Sister Sun'er got married. Looking at Xiao Sun, who was dressed in a beautiful dress and was alluring in front of her, the smile at the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth became even thicker. He finally got his wish. But then a look of horror suddenly appeared on Xiao Yan's face. He found, the man who married Sun'er's sister. It's not me. No, this is not true. On the bed, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes with residual panic on his face. It turns out that everything was just a dream. Well, Xiao Yan looked at the familiar room and breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at the scraps of paper scattered on the bed, his expression became lonely again. Sister Sun'er, she has really left me. Xiao Yan felt a sting in his heart when he thought that Sister Sun'er was about to marry another man. What made him even more uncomfortable was that in Xiao Sun'er's letter, she mentioned many times that she was not as powerful as her fiancé. This hurt Xiao Yan's heart. The previous Xiao Sun'er would not be like this. She would only comfort and encourage herself gently. After all, I still don't have the strength. Xiao Yan clenched his fist tightly, feeling extremely unwilling. If he were a genius at this moment, Sister Sun'er would never leave him. Absolutely not. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan rolled like a carp, sat cross-legged on the bed and started practicing. He believes it. One day my talent will return. Just keep at it. After sitting quietly for a long time, Xiao Yan took a long breath. A stream of pale white air visible to the naked eye flowed through his mouth and nose and poured into his body, warming his bones. After a moment, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and a white light flashed across his eyes. It hasn't disappeared. My fighting power has not disappeared. A feeling that the Du Q he had just absorbed was still in his body. Xiao Yan's body couldn't help but tremble. He checked again to make sure that the fighting spirit in his body had not disappeared. Xiao Yan's face was filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, my talent is finally back. It's back. My talent is back. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh loudly, feeling very excited. Then he felt a little worried and continued to practice for an hour. It's not gone. I'm really back. My Xiao Yan's talent is finally back. Xiao Yan stretched out slowly, his face full of fascination and intoxications. This is the feeling. It has been almost 3 years. This feeling of getting stronger has finally come back again. From now on, Xiao Yan will no longer be a waste. Afterwards, Xiao Yan ran out of the room excitedly and ran towards his father Xiao Zhao's residence. What did you say, Yan'er? Has your talent recovered? I heard the good news brought by Xiao Yan. Xiao Zhan was equally shocked and excited. It seems that the elixir that Master Chenfeng gave you is not fake. It has only taken a few days for your talent to return. And Xiao Yan's talent suddenly returned, and Xiao Zhan naturally thought of Chenfeng's spiritual pill. It should be the effect of the elixir. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded. After all, he had only taken the miraculous pill recently. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan felt a sense of gratitude towards Chenfeng. In his heart, the marriage certificate between himself and Nalan Yanran. But it is far from comparable to his own talent. By exchanging the marriage certificate for the spiritual pill, Xiao Yan felt that he had made a profit. If it weren't for Master Chenfeng, his terrifying talent would never come back. Yan, since your talent has returned, you must practice hard from now on. Don't think about Sun'er's matter anymore. She has an extraordinary background and is not something our Xiao family can offend. As Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Yan in front of him and said seriously. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment and then said, Father, I understand. Thinking of the pretty and lovely Sister Sun'er in his mind, Xiao Yan felt very unwilling. Sister Shun, how can you get married? You are mine. Xiao Yan clenched his fists unconsciously. He vowed in his heart that he would become a strong man. Then he appeared in front of Xiao Sun'er and defeated his fiancée. He wanted to tell Xiao Sun'er that he was the best. Chapter 64, Leaving Wuten City. Time passed and it was night. I knew Chenfeng was leaving tomorrow. Yafei specially prepared a table of delicious food to see Chenfeng off. As for the location, naturally it was still in Yafei's boudoir. Red carpet, red bed, red quilt. Besides dressed in red, concubine Ya is stunningly beautiful with her hair hanging down like a waterfall. The room was filled with bright red flowers, which made Yafei even more beautiful. She was covered in red clothes, and under her slender jade neck, her breasts were as soft as white jade, half covered and half covered. A pair of slender, well-proportioned legs were exposed, and even the beautiful lotus feet were silently enchanting, sending out a seductive invitation. Chenfeng looked at the ambiguous atmosphere in the boudoir, and at the extremely alluring Yafei in front of him. It seemed like everything was back to the night when I first came to Wutan City. Chenfeng's heart palpitated, have to say. In terms of overall work, it has to be Yafei. Any man looking at this scene would probably be unable to hold himself back, right? Brother Chenfeng, do you like it? Yafei's water, snake waist swayed, releasing her seductive aura, and her plump figure made Chenfeng almost have the urge to burst into flames in her lower abdomen. You are leaving tomorrow, so I specially cooked some dishes for you. I hope they will suit your taste. Chenfeng glanced at it, and his heart skipped a beat. Where is the table of dishes? It's clearly a table full of supplements. Even in the morning breeze, you can smell a strong medicinal fragrance in the air. It seemed that Yafei had put all the supplements given to her by the licking dogs in Wutan City during this period into this dish. Looking at this situation, there must be a big battle tonight. Isn't this woman afraid of making up for herself? Chenfeng sighed in his heart. If I hadn't been carrying the body of a dragon and an elephant, I really wouldn't have been able to bear it. It seems that Yafei is ready to be thundered hard. This table of medicated food is the backup hidden energy. Chenfeng knew that tonight was destined to be a night of full power. He looked at Yafei. After Chenfeng's unremitting efforts during this period, Yafei became more beautiful and charming than before. Her skin was moist and fair and rosy, especially the semi-transparent red gauze wrapped around Yafei's plump and graceful figure. After receiving baptism from the holy snow slope, Chenfeng's eyes slid into the abyss of sin. At this moment, he couldn't care less about a table of delicious food. What else are you going to eat? Just eat you. Chenfeng walked towards Yafei with a wicked smile on his face. With his dragon-elephant body, he doesn't need supplements at all. Even if I don't take supplements, Chenfeng, can still shoot out like a dragon. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? I have put so much thought into it, and you have to eat it all. Yafei pushed Chenfeng away, perhaps because she was afraid that Chenfeng would break down her body, and she insisted on letting him take supplements. The woman attaches great importance to the sense of ceremony. She wants Chenfeng to never forget this night. What a monster. Chenfeng had no choice but to come to the table and sit down. Brother Chenfeng's sister gives you a toast. Yafei poured Chenfeng a drink, then picked up the glass herself and looked at him with a smile. Sister Yafei, if you want to drink, just have a glass of wine. Chenfeng picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, it's all up to you. Yafei gave Chenfeng a charming look, stood up, sat down on Chenfeng's lap, and said softly, we won't go home until we get drunk tonight, okay? I won't come back until I'm drunk. Afterwards the two of them drank from one glass to another, changing glasses, and drank one glass after another. However, after drinking a few glasses of wine, Chenfeng suddenly felt something was wrong. There's something wrong with this wine. After just a few drinks, Chenfeng felt restless all over. Obviously Yafei added something to it. Good guy, this woman is not afraid of death. It's a tonic, it's a medicine, plus his own dragon-elephant body. Chenfeng suddenly became worried about Yafei. At this moment Yafei's pretty face was flushed from drinking, and she was murmuring, obviously a little drunk. Brother Chenfeng. Yafei sat in Chenfeng's arms, holding a wine glass and looking at Chenfeng. Good. With the warm and fragrant nephrite in his arms, Chenfeng felt the evil fire rising in his belly. Looking at Yafei in his arms, his eyes gradually became hot. Bump. The glasses clinked. Yafei drank the wine glass in one gulp, and a drop of wine slipped from the bottom of the glass, fell on her white neck, and flowed into the snow-white Holy Land. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng's throat rolled. Suddenly, Yafei put down the wine glass in her hand, wrapped her slender and white arms around Chenfeng's neck, opened her red lips slightly, and spit out a hint of alcoholic aroma from her exquisite little mouth. Brother Chenfeng, does your sister look good? Playing this trick again. Use this to test Cadris. Can that cadre withstand such a test? Seeing the smile on Yafei's lips, her charm was rippling, and her small red lips were slightly raised, as if she wanted to attract a kiss. Chenfeng couldn't bear it any more and kissed the red lips directly. The two of them were like octopuses, tightly intertwined and asking for kisses crazily. After a while their lips slowly parted. Chenfeng picked up Yafei's soft body and walked towards the bed. Omit 10,000 words. In the early morning, Yafei was too tired and finally fell into a deep sleep. Chenfeng looked at the sky and quietly got out of bed without disturbing Yafei. Ling Ying. Arriving in the yard, Chenfeng called to the air. Master, what are your orders? Ling Ying was on call and immediately appeared in front of Chenfeng. From now on, you will stay at Mitre Auction House to protect Yafei's safety. Chenfeng explained to Ling Ying. Although with the strength of Wuten City, there should be no force that can threaten Yafei, but Morrowind was still a little worried. Yafei has become her own woman, and she is still pregnant. Chenfeng didn't want to see anything happen to her. Moreover, Wuten City is no longer peaceful. Because of the battle between the three powerful warriors that night, almost the entire Jiama Empire now knows that there is a small city called Yutan City in a remote area of the empire. During this time, according to Master Guni's reaction, many forces have come to Wuten City. Their purpose was naturally to find out the origins of the three powerful fighting emperors. Chenfeng guessed that many of these forces definitely came from the many major forces in the Garma Empire. I'm afraid even people from the royal family and Yinlan sect are here. The emergence of the powerful Duwang might have a great impact on the situation in the Jiama Empire. What's more, three powerful Duhuang warriors appeared at the same time. At least the royal family can never sit still. At this moment, Wuten City is definitely a mixed bag of fish and dragons. In the Mitre Auction House there is only Master Guni, a great fighting master. Chenfeng was worried that Yafei would not be able to suppress these people, so he simply left Ling Ying behind to protect Yafei secretly. As for himself, he has Zidian Martin and Yachen by his side. As long as a strong Dozong person doesn't target him, his life will not be in danger. Even if he comes to Dozong, does he still have a Duzong Realm experience card? It can be said that in this Jiama Empire, Chenfeng's life safety has been guaranteed and there is no need to worry. Yes, master. After receiving Morrowind's instructions, Ling Ying didn't hesitate at all and then disappeared into the yard. It's time to go back. Chenfeng glanced at Yafei's room but did not go to say hello. Yesterday's battle was already the best farewell. Chapter 65. Brother Chenfeng, I'm waiting for you to marry me. At noon, Yafei's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. The jade arm stretched out, but did not touch anything. Yafei sat up suddenly, looking at the empty space beside her. Her pretty face suddenly changed. Brother Chenfeng, has he left already? Seeing that there was no figure of Chenfeng in the room, Yafei's expression suddenly dropped. This bad guy didn't even say a word to me before he left. Thinking that Chenfeng might have left Wuten City at this moment, Yafei felt empty and depressed. Suddenly, Yafei saw the letter on the bedside. She looked happy and quickly opened it to read. Sister Yafei, when you read this letter, I have already left Wuten City. Seeing that you are sleeping soundly, I can't bear to wake you up. You won't blame me, right? Yafei pursed her red lips, feeling a little unhappy. This stinky brother is really gone. He is such a heartless man. He just picked up his pants and ran away. She felt very unhappy and decided to punish this stinky brother properly the next time they met. Then Yafei continued to look down. Sister Yafei, don't worry. Within 3 months, I will definitely let you return to the imperial capital, and you will have absolute real power within the family. No one can shake your position. Seeing the confidence revealed in Chenfeng's letter, Yafei felt a little confused. Why is my brother Chenfeng so confident that he can let me control the real power of the family? Yafei also knew very well how stubborn the old guys in the family were. For them to delegate power to a backup person, and a woman like her, is simply going to cost them their lives. Although the younger brother Chenfeng has a high status in the family, he may not be able to do this, right? I hope brother Chenfeng won't do anything stupid. There was a trace of worry on Yafei's face. He was afraid that Chenfeng would completely fall out with the old guys in the family because of him. This would not do him any good, and he would also lose the Mitre family as his backer. Brother Chenfeng shouldn't be so impulsive. Shaking her head, Yafei continued to look down. Yafei, there is something else I forgot to tell you. I hope you don't panic. You are pregnant with our child. You must pay attention to your health. You don't want our child to be born smoothly, right? What? Seeing this, Yafei's mind suddenly went blank. I am pregnant. She was in disbelief. But after reacting, I felt it was reasonable. Chenfeng is strong, and during this time the two of them. If you are pregnant, it is also normal. After being stunned for a moment, Yafei suddenly showed a hint of joy on her face. I have the child of my brother Chenfeng. Yafei suddenly became excited. She felt that what she was carrying in her belly should be the first child of her brother Chenfeng. After the child is born, Chenfeng's brother will definitely pay more attention to him. As a shrewd woman, Yafei naturally knew that having a child would deepen her position in Chenfeng's heart. Thinking of this, Yafei touched her belly with a trace of kindness on her face. My child, your mother will depend on you for the rest of her life. Sister Yafei, don't worry, I will give you a title, and I will give you a glorious wedding before the child is born. Yafei held the letter in her hand tightly, as if she were a precious treasure, with a hint of sweetness on her face. Brother Chenfeng, I will take good care of our children. I'm waiting for you to marry me. High in the sky, a flying monster flew past quickly. On the flying monster there is a house made of special wood. In 7 days we will arrive at the imperial capital. Standing in front of the wooden house window, Chenfeng looked at the distant black crystal city with a smile on his face. After leaving the Mitre auction house, he left Wooten City and went to Black Crystal City to bag a flying monster flying to the imperial capital. Now, he was the only one on top of this flying monster, and it looked quite peaceful. With a thought, Chenfeng directly entered the small world. At this moment, Xiao Sunner was sowing some spiritual grass seeds in an open space. The small world is empty, not even a flower or grass, it looks too monotonous. So when passing by Black Crystal, Chenfeng bought a batch of spiritual grass and spiritual flower seeds to plant in the small world. After they grow out, the small world will no longer look so monotonous and will have a little more vitality. On the other side, there are still more than a dozen first-level monsters imprisoned. Of course, these are not just for fun. Xiao Sunner has to stay in the small world for a long time, and it is impossible for Chenfeng to bring food in for her every day. With these monsters, she can support herself. Of course, Chenfeng was reluctant to let her do it herself. On the side, Yao Chen was stirring up a flame roasting a whole sheep. With his skills as an 8th-grade alchemist, it can be said that he can control the heat to the extreme. A roasted whole lamb was roasted golden, sizzling with oil, and a rich aroma floated in the air. Since he didn't have so many medicinal materials for alchemy, Chenfeng would not let Yao Chen idle all day and temporarily act as Xiao Sunner's royal chef. Not to mention, with Yao Chen's 8th-grade alchemist's ability to control the heat, the baked goods are particularly good, charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Even Chenfeng is full of praise. Later, a roasted whole lamb had been tested by Yao Chen. Chenfeng, Xiao Sunner, and Zidian Martin were enjoying the food. What surprised Chenfeng was that the purple electric ferret looked small in size, but its appetite was quite big. A roasted whole lamb, most of which was eaten by it. But even after eating so much, Zidian Mink's belly still looked flat, showing no signs of being full. What a waste of food. Chenfeng complained secretly in his heart. What he envied most in his previous life was the physique of those who could eat no matter how much they ate without getting fat. With this kind of physique, it is simply a waste of food. What you eat is the same as not eating. Master, are we still in Wooten City now? After eating, Xiao Sunner made a cup of hot tea and handed it to Chenfeng. After coming to this small world for so long, Xiao Sunner probably understood that this small world should be some kind of space treasure when he saw that Chenfeng could enter and exit him at will. I have already left Wooten City, and now I am heading to the imperial capital on a flying monster. Shaking his head, Chenfeng said to Xiao Sunner. Anyway, he had no intention of letting Xiao Sunner leave. Even if he revealed some information, it didn't matter. Besides, Xiao Sunner also knew her identity as a disciple of the Yunlin sect, so there was no need to hide it from her. A flying monster. Then we are in the air now. Master, can you take me out for a look? Hearing this, Xiao Sunner hesitated and pleaded to Chenfeng. After staying in this small world for a long time, she felt a little bored. Now that she had left Wooten City, she wanted to go out for some air. Chapter 66 Chenfeng's Ambition. You want to go out? Hearing this, Chenfeng looked at Xiao Sunner with a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. Doesn't this little girl have any objections? Meeting Chenfeng's gaze, Xiao Sunner was a little scared and said timidly, Master, don't worry, I won't run around. I just want to see the outside world. Okay, since you have performed well during this period, I will reward you with a trip out. Anyway, with Xiao Sunner's strength, he couldn't do anything wrong with the flying monster at this moment, so Chenfeng simply agreed. Master, I want to go out too. Hearing this, Zidian Mink on the side couldn't help but get into Chenfeng's arms and said coquettishly, You little guy is really greedy and playful. Okay, I'll take you with me too. Chenfeng pinched Zidian Martin's furry ears with a smile, and then with a thought, he took Xiao Sunner and Zidian Martin and left the small world. When Chenfeng appeared again, He had already brought Xiao Sunner and Zidian Mink to the wooden house above the flying monster. Xiao Sunner came directly to the window and looked down. As the flying monster flew quickly, countless mountains and rivers passed through her eyes, which made Xiao Sunner feel relaxed instantly. During this period of time in the small world, she had been in a tense state, feeling very depressed, as if she could not breathe. Chenfeng also took this into consideration before he was willing to take Xiao Sunner out for some fresh air. The mood of a pregnant woman can also affect the healthy development of the fetus. Xiao Sunner is pregnant now. After all, the small world is too boring to let Xiao Sunner stay there all the time. Going out to relax from time to time will help the healthy development of the fetus. However, all this still depends on Xiao Sunner's performance. There are still 5 days until we arrive at Yunlin sect. If you like, I will let you stay outside for the next few days. Looking at Xiao Sunner standing by the window, Chenfeng walked over and hugged his slender waist, speaking softly. Thank you, master. Perhaps because of fear of Chenfeng's violence, Xiao Sunner cherished the gentleness shown by Chenfeng, and was even grateful to Chenfeng in her heart. Watching the flying monster fly farther and farther, her heart gradually relaxed. Now that he has left Wooten City, the master should not hurt Brother Xiao Yan. When I appear outside in the future, I will never meet Brother Xiao Yan. She was afraid of meeting Xiao Yan and didn't know how to explain her current situation. Master, can I ask you a question? The two stood quietly by the window. After a long time, Xiao Sunner asked Chenfeng with a trace of hesitation on his face. Just ask. With a smile on Chenfeng's face, he said indifferently, Are you really from the Soul Clan? After Xiao Sunner asked, he suddenly felt worried. The master wouldn't be angry. No. Chenfeng shook his head and answered truthfully. Hearing Chenfeng's answer, Xiao Sunner felt inexplicably relieved for some reason, and seemed to feel happy that Chenfeng was not from the Soul Clan. Then, master, you are. But the strange methods shown by Chenfeng, whether it was the puppet pill, the soul control flag, or the secret technique that could increase the strength that day, made Xiao Sunner doubt the identity of Chenfeng. He was definitely not just a true disciple of the Yunlin sect. Simple. Everything that Chenfeng has done is definitely not something that just a mere Yunlin sect can provide. Are you trying to find out my bottom? Chenfeng suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched Xiao Sunner's white and tender chin, with a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. No. Hearing this, Xiao Sunner's heart tightened and she quickly explained, Master, I'm just a little curious. Chenfeng let go of his hand, looked at the scenery flashing by outside the window, and slowly said, There is indeed a powerful force behind me, but it is not any of the 8 ancient clans you know, let alone the famous ones in Zhongzhou. Big power. However, one day, I will create the strongest force that surpasses all the forces in Duqi continent. Looking at the mountains, rivers and land below, Chenfeng spoke out his ambitions unabashedly. Looking at Chenfeng's back and listening to his words, Xiao Sunner couldn't help but tremble. For some reason, her intuition told her that what Chenfeng said was true. Thinking of the weird tricks Chenfeng had shown, even though he was about the same age as himself, he could easily control people like Ling Ying, Lord Yao, and the 6th-level monster like Purple Electric Sable. Even he, the daughter of the ancient clan leader, was played with wantonly by him. With Chenfeng's methods, he might actually be able to realize his powerful ambition in the future. What? Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Seeing Xiao Sunner fall silent, Chenfeng thought she didn't believe it. There was a touch of confidence on his face. What Chenfeng just said were all his inner thoughts. With the system of many children and many blessings, he will definitely grow faster than anyone else, and it is extremely simple to improve his strength. If this is the case, he still cannot become a powerful person, which is really a waste of such a powerful golden finger. No. I believe Master can succeed. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiao Sunner thought he was angry and quickly explained. Hearing this, Chenfeng laughed, hugged Xiao Sunner's delicate body, bit her white and tender earlobe and said, Sunner, if you follow me with peace of mind, one day, you will become one of the most noble women in this continent. 1. Feeling Chenfeng's intimate movements, Xiao Sun's ears instantly turned red. Master, if such a day comes, can you let go? Let the ancient tribe go, Xiao Sunner said in a humble tone. Let the ancient tribe go. Hearing this, Chenfeng was stunned for a moment, thinking that this girl really thought highly of him. It's not even there yet. Are you starting to plead for the ancient clan? Chenfeng felt a little funny in his heart. After all, the ancient clan is the strongest force on the Duqiu continent besides the Soul Clan. The Patriarch Guan is at the peak of the 9-star fighting saint. Before possessing absolute strength, Chenfeng would not easily confront the ancient clan. However, according to what Xiao Sunner said, That day will really come. If that old guy Guyuan could surrender to him, it wouldn't be impossible to spare his life. After all, if Xiao's son gave birth to a child for him, Guyan would be considered his father-in-law. Okay, I promise you. But before that, you have to serve me well. With a thought in his mind, Chenfeng sent the purple electric mink playing beside him directly back to the small world, then carried Xiao's son and walked towards the wooden bed beside him. There are still a few days before arriving in the imperial capital, so Morinfeng will not waste it. After holding Xiao Sunner on the bed, the two began to practice the dragon and phoenix technique. Chapter 67 Return to Yunlin Sect. Finally reached. After flying for nearly 5 days, the flying monster finally gradually arrived at its destination, the imperial capital of the Jiama Empire, the holy city of Jiama. Master, is this the imperial capital? Next to Chenfeng, Xiao Sunner looked at the scene below with a somewhat complicated expression. After coming here, I am afraid that I will never be able to meet Brother Xiao Yan again in this life. Brother Xiao Yan, you have to take good care of yourself. Sunner can't be by your side anymore. Yes, this is the imperial capital of the Jiama Empire, and it will also be my base camp in the future. Chenfeng nodded slightly. In the future he will rise rapidly here. Use the Jiama Empire as a springboard to build your own supreme family. Okay, Sunner, I'll take you back to the small world. Having already arrived in the imperial capital, it was naturally impossible for Chenfeng to let Xiao Sunner show up again. Hearing this, Xiao Sunner also knew the result, and nodded obediently. Master, can you come in often to accompany me? Don't worry. I will come in and find you as soon as I have time. Chenfeng pinched Xiao Sunner's delicate face and said with a doting look on her face, the past few days of practice have made his cultivation one step further. Reached the level of 9-star fighter. Although dragon and phoenix technique is only an auxiliary skill, it is a heaven-level skill after all, and the efficiency of practice is still very high. However, as Xiao Sunner's pregnancy lasts longer, signs of pregnancy should appear after a while. By that time, it will be impossible to practice the dragon and phoenix technique. After sending Xiao Sunner into the small world, standing on the back of the flying beast, Chenfeng stood on the window, looking down at the majestic city appearing under the clouds and mist with a smile on his face. This trip to Wooten City took more than half a month. Now it's finally back. As the flying beast slowly fell, Chenfeng's gaze slowly shifted to the north of the imperial capital. There is a majestic and huge mountain, crawling like a giant dragon, faintly revealing the aura of the sky. There is the behemoth of the Jiama Empire, the Yunlin sect. Yanran, teacher, I'm back. Staring at the majestic mountain peak hidden in the light clouds and mist, the morning breeze returned to my heart like an arrow, wishing to fly directly over. A Yunlin sect, as a behemoth of the Jiama Empire, its sect is directly located on a majestic mountain only more than 10 miles away from the imperial capital. Because of the name of Yunlin sect, this mountain is also called Yunlin Mountain. Yunlin Mountain is steep, with cliffs on 3 sides. There is only one road leading to the top of the mountain. It can be said to be a dangerous place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack, and all over the mountain there are disciples of the Yunlin sect closely patrolling it. The entire mountain looks like a dangerous place. It is a small fortress. Only 2 miles away from the foot of Yunlin Mountain, there are 50,000 cavalry stationed by the empire. Although they are called guarding the capital, anyone can see that these are the rulers of the empire, guarding against this. A tiger whose head is near the capital. The top of the back mountain of Yunlin sect is shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland. At this moment, on a protruding black rock at the edge of the cliff, a woman wearing a white skirt and robe was forming a meditation knot with her hands and practicing with her eyes closed. As she exhales and inhales, a perfect cycle is formed. At the alternation of each cycle, the energy-rich air around her will exude light cyan airflow. The airflow will circle around the woman's body, and then be swept away. It is continuously absorbed into the body, refined and stored. When the last ray of green air was sucked into the woman's body, she slowly opened her eyes. A faint green light passed through her eyes, and the green silk of her shawl flew slightly automatically without wind in an instant. Miss, take a rest for a while, I'll make chicken soup for you. This girl was naturally Nalan Yanran. A beautiful maid standing nearby saw her stop and quickly opened the cup, filled a bowl of hot chicken soup and handed it to her. Xiaolan, why is it chicken soup again? Nalan Yanran looked at the chicken soup in the bowl and said helplessly. For the past half-month, she has been drinking chicken soup almost every day. The young master said that chicken soup is the most nourishing. Let me make chicken soup for you every day. This maid is Xiaolan, Chenfeng's personal maid in the family. When Chenfeng left Yunlin sect, Xiaolan was transferred by him to take care of Nalan Yanran. All right. After hearing that it was her senior brother's personal order, Nalan Yanran obediently drank the chicken soup in the bowl. After drinking the chicken soup, Nalan Yanran stood up gracefully and stood on the edge of the cliff. The oncoming breeze blew the white dress tightly against the girl's exquisite body, making it look uneven, extremely tempting. Looking lazily at the bottom of the bottomless cliff, the woman's jade hands flicked Fuyu's white dress with a trace of longing on her face. Senior brother, when will you come back? Yanran misses you. At this moment, a female disciple hurried over. Senior sister Nalan's senior brother Chenfeng is back. What? Senior brother, he is finally back. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran was overjoyed, and then quickly turned around and left her dedicated training place. Awuv, senior brother, you are finally back. When Nalan Yanran returned to Chenfeng's residence, she saw the haunting figure at a glance. She ran over quickly and threw herself into Chenfeng's arms like a baby swallow returning to its nest. Brother, I miss you so much. Nalan Yanran hugged Chenfeng tightly, excitement written on her pretty face. I told you not to do strenuous exercise. Why are you running so fast? Chenfeng hugged Nalan Yanran's soft body and said in a reproachful tone. I'm so happy to see that my senior brother is back. Nalan Yanran buried her head in Chenfeng's arms, suppressed her red lips, and said coquettishly to Chenfeng, were you practicing in the back mountain just now? Chenfeng looked a little dissatisfied and asked with concern, what did I tell you when I left? Don't practice for a while after you have the baby, in case the fetal force moves. Puffed. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but smile. Senior brother, it's been less than a month for me. The teacher said it doesn't matter. As long as I don't practice fighting skills, it's fine to simply meditate. Since even teacher Yun had spoken, Chenfeng naturally couldn't say anything else. How is the child? Has there been any movement recently? Chenfeng leaned over and put his head on Nalan's belly, asking softly. Senior brother, it's only been less than a month. What's going on? A smile appeared on Nalan Yanran's face, and then she thought of something and asked Chenfeng, by the way, senior brother, how is the Xiao family's affairs going? Speaking of the Xiao family, Nalan Yanran had a hint of nervousness on her face. With me personally taking action, everything will go smoothly, Chenfeng said with a smile. The Xiao family agreed to break off the engagement. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran jumped onto Chenfeng excitedly and hung on him like an octopus, looking excited. Be careful. You have a child and you are still so frizzy. Chenfeng complained, but he still couldn't help but stretched out his arms to hug Nalan Yanran's delicate body. Brother, I'm so happy. You are wonderful. Nalan Yanran put her head to Chenfeng's ear and whispered, Senior brother, I will reward you well tonight. Chapter 68 Teacher. Do you want the heaven-level kung fu? After a moment of tenderness with Nalan Yanran, Chenfeng went directly to the main peak, the Yunlin sect's main hall. When he returned to the sect after going out this time, he should report to his teacher that he was safe. After learning that Chenfeng was back, Yun, who was still in seclusion, immediately came out of seclusion. Fenger, what happened when you broke off the engagement? Yun was wearing a white dress and a white skirt. 3,000 green silk hairs as black as ink cascaded down like a waterfall, hanging down to her slender waist. Her stunning face was like a flower fairy in the mountains who didn't care about worldly things, full of moving and ethereal colors. Teacher, everything goes well. The Xiao family has broken off the engagement at the same time. Moreover, the marriage certificate has also been received by the disciple. Looking at the beautiful teacher in front of him, Chenfeng's eyes lit up and then he answered. That's good. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yun's face. Nalan Yanran's engagement with the Xiao family had always been weighing on her mind. Now that the engagement was successfully terminated, her worries were resolved. You didn't embarrass the Xiao family too much, did you? Yun was a little curious as to how Chenfeng got the Xiao family to agree to break off the engagement. Of course not. Do you think this disciple is the kind of person who bullies others? Chenfeng invited the Xiao family father and son out alone, and explained the process to Yun. Of course, it was impossible for him to reveal everything to Yun. He described the elixir given to Xiao Yan as Q-gathering powder. I didn't expect that a bottle of Q-gathering powder would solve the problem. Hearing this, Yun sighed a little. It seemed that she thought too highly of the Xiao family. The marriage between Nalan Yanran and the Xiao family was easily solved by a mere trifle, and it did not affect the reputation of Yunlin sect. Yun was naturally very satisfied with this result. Fenger, you did a good job this time. Yun's eyes fell on Chenfeng with a look of admiration on her beautiful face. In her mind, she had already trained Chenfeng as the next leader of the Yunlin sect. He was able to handle this matter so perfectly, which naturally made him very satisfied. Yun Yun slowly came to Chenfeng, and pinched Chenfeng Junlang's face with her jade hands. I have lost a lot of weight after being out for so long. It seems like this trip must be very hard. Tell me what reward you want this time, and I will try my best to satisfy you. As Yun Yun approached, a strange fragrance poured into Chenfeng's nose. Looking at the beautiful teacher so close at hand, Chenfeng couldn't help but feel his throat rolling. Darling, after not seeing him for a while, he felt that his teacher was becoming more and more charming. Teacher, can you give me a child? After hearing Yun Yun's words, Chenfeng almost blurted out these words in his mind. However, even though his thoughts were impure, he would not dare to speak out even if he gave Chenfeng some courage. Otherwise, even if you don't die, you will have to lose some skin. Although Yun Yun doted on him and indulged him. But what if he is found to be a treasonous and rebellious person? I'm sure I'll slap him to death. Teacher, can you help me go to Nalan's house to propose marriage? After thinking about it, Chenfeng made this request. Today Nalan Yanran is pregnant. Before long, the belly will gradually grow bigger. If the two of them don't get married, Nalan Yanran may be gossiped about. Chenfeng naturally didn't want his beloved woman to be wronged. Naturally, the sooner the two of them get married, the better. However, this time I went to Xiao's house to break off the engagement. Nalan Yanran kept this secret from the old man of the Nalan family. After getting the news, Mr. Nalan will probably be furious. Chenfeng didn't dare to guarantee whether he would be kicked out if he proposed marriage. But if there is Yun Yun, the head of the Yunlin sect, a powerful warrior who comes to propose marriage to Chenfeng in person. Even if the Nalan family were angry again, they would probably give Yun Yun some bad treatment. Know that Yanran's marriage to the Xiao family has been called off, you two should hurry up and get married. Hearing this, Yun Yun was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, my master will personally go to Nalan's house in a while to propose marriage to you. Hearing Yun Yun's words, Chenfeng showed a hint of joy on his face. Thank you, teacher. Yun Yun smiled slightly and looked at the morning breeze in front of her with gentle eyes. You are master's proud disciple. This time master will not only help you propose marriage, but also personally hold a grand wedding for you. At this point Yun Yun paused and said, However, the most important thing now is the inter-sect competition in a week's time. Only when you win the first place in the competition will I have time to worry about your marriage. Fenger, are you confident about coming first in this competition? Yun Yun looked at Chenfeng, her red lips slightly parted and said, You didn't waste your cultivation this time in Wooten City, did you? Of course not. Disciples follow the teacher's teachings and practice diligently every day. Chenfeng thought that during this period of time, he practiced the dragon and phoenix art with Ya Fei and Xiao Zun'er day and night. It was indeed a hard training. Oh, then what level has your current cultivation level reached? Hearing this, Yun Yun felt very happy and asked about Chenfeng's cultivation level. Return to the teacher. The disciple has broken through to the 9-star fighting master. Chenfeng hesitated for a moment and decided to repay the truth. He lives under Yun Yun's eyes all day long, and it is difficult to hide his cultivation. After all, Yun Yun is a strong fighter. If he wants to investigate, it will be difficult for him to hide it. Moreover, Chenfeng didn't want to hide Yun Yun's knowledge, and he might get unexpected benefits by exposing his own cultivation. At least Yun Yun will pay more attention to herself. What? 9-star fighter. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yun Yun was immediately shocked. She stretched out her jade hand and put it directly on Chenfeng's shoulder, then injected a wisp of majestic fighting energy into his body to check. It really is, Fenger, how did you do it? I remember that a month ago, you had not yet broken through to the Du Shi realm. In just 1 month, you have not only surpassed the realm of fighting master, but also reached the level of 9-star fighting master. This, after finding out the cultivation level in Chenfeng's body, Yun Yun was shocked and speechless. She looked at the morning breeze in front of her with some disbelief. She knew very well about Chenfeng's talent. Chenfeng's talent is indeed outstanding, but is not so outrageous. Fenger, tell me the truth, what is going on? After the shock, Yun Yun suddenly looked at Chenfeng with a serious face, and her tone became a little stern. She was a little worried, fearing that in order to quickly improve her cultivation level, Chenfeng would adopt some improper method and leave hidden dangers to her own cultivation level. Teacher, don't worry, this disciple is not doing anything evil. Seeing Yun Yun's serious look, Chenfeng didn't know what she was thinking, so he smiled easily. Since he had decided to expose his cultivation, he was naturally prepared. Then he approached Yun Yun's ear mysteriously and said, Teacher, do you want the heaven-level skills? Chapter 69. Give it a try and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. What did you say? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yun thought she had heard wrongly. Teacher, you heard right. It's a heaven-level technique. Do you want it? Chenfeng repeated again. Fenger, what are you talking about? How could you have heaven-level skills? After receiving Chenfeng's confirmation, Yun was shocked. But soon a look of suspicion appeared on her beautiful face. Obviously, she didn't believe Chenfeng's words at all. Heaven-level skills, that is a legendary technique. How could it appear in this small Jiama empire? How could Chenfeng have it? You dare to fool even my teacher now. Thinking of this, Yun glared at Chenfeng and said angrily, Teacher, how dare I fool you? See for yourself. Chenfeng released his 9-star fighting master aura and planned to speak with the facts. Why do you think I was able to break through from a 9-star fighter to a 9-star fighter within a month? Hearing this, Yun felt the aura emanating from Chenfeng's body and was completely stunned. Yes, why did this kid break through so fast? From the breath emanating from the morning breeze, she could feel that the fighting spirit in his body was very mellow. It doesn't look like he's following some crooked path. Could it be that this kid really has any chance? Obtained the heaven-level skills. How did you get the heaven-level skills? Yun stared at Chenfeng with some suspicion. Obviously she still didn't believe it. The last time I was relaxing in the back mountain, my disciple accidentally fell into a cave and obtained a heaven-level skill left by an ancient powerful man. Hearing this, Chenfeng said nonsensically, he can't say it was given to him by some white-haired old man, right? That's so cliché. Back mountain. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Yun became even more disbelieving. She often moves around in the back mountain of Yunlin's sect, so why can't she get the heaven-level skills? Which cave did you find it in? Now take me to see it. Yun looked at Chenfeng questioningly, not believing his lies at all. I got lost last time, and I can't remember the exact location now. There was a trace of embarrassment on Chenfeng's face, and he planned to act cute. The mountain behind is so big, how can you still get lost? After hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Yun had concluded that he was talking nonsense. Teacher, please stop asking so many questions and just tell me whether you want to practice this heaven-level technique. Disciple knows that you are currently stuck in the 3-star Duwang realm and have not broken through for a long time. If you practice this heaven-level technique, it might be able to help you break through. Teacher, you don't want to stay at Samsung Duhuang for the rest of your life, right? There was a hint of temptation in Chenfeng's tone. He didn't believe that Yun could endure the temptation of the heavenly level kung fu. Even if you get the heaven level skills, you won't be able to practice them as a teacher. Yun has a wind attribute talent, while Chenfeng has a thunder attribute talent. Since Chenfeng can practice, it means that Yun cannot practice at all. Teacher, you don't know something. The heaven-level technique I obtained is very special. It can be practiced with any attribute. Hearing this, Chenfeng said somewhat mysteriously, thinking of the beauty of practicing dragon and phoenix art. A smile appeared on his lips unconsciously. Can any attribute be cultivated? Is there such a magical technique in this world? Yun didn't believe what Chenfeng said. Looking at the treacherous smile on Chenfeng's lips, Yun always felt that the other party was planning something wrong. Isn't this guy really practicing some evil way? Thinking of this, Yun suddenly felt worried and said to Yun, hurry up and show me that skill. During this time, she always felt that Chenfeng was acting a little weird. Even the way he looked at himself was different from before. In the past, Chenfeng had acted very well, behaved and honest in front of him. Thinking of Chenfeng's rapid improvement this time, Yun couldn't help but guess. Could it be that he had practiced some evil technique that caused his character to change drastically? Teacher, let me tell you first that after I show you the exercises, you cannot punish me. Hearing Yun's words, Chenfeng suddenly felt a little scared. To be on the safe side, he quickly asked Yun for a free gold medal. Really? This kid really practiced evil skills. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yun's face suddenly darkened. In her opinion, Chenfeng had done something wrong and showed a guilty conscience. Fenger, you really? Thinking of this, Yun was conscious and wanted to get angry. But looking at Chenfeng, who looked worried, and thinking of the other person's well-behaved behavior over the years, Yun was silent for a moment, and her heart suddenly softened. Fenger, as long as you tell the truth, my teacher will not punish you. If you know your mistakes and can correct them, there is no greater good. In Yun's view, Chenfeng is still young. If you make a mistake in a moment of confusion, as long as you can correct it in time, you still have a chance to save it. Chenfeng is her most favored and proud disciple. Yun was naturally willing to give him this opportunity to change his ways. With Yun's guarantee, Chenfeng felt relieved. Then with a thought, he took out a black scroll from the ring. The Tianfeng chapter was directly instilled in his mind by the system, so naturally there would be no scrolls. In Duqiu continent, making scrolls is not as simple as just taking a pen and writing it down. When making a scroll, you must use your own soul power as ink, and then use the pen to draw it, so that you can successfully make a qualified scroll. Chenfeng asked Yao Chen to make this black scroll for him, and what is recorded on it is the content of the Tianfeng chapter. Teacher, you just promised not to punish the disciples after reading the scroll. Thinking of the contents of Tianfeng Ju, Chenfeng was still a little worried and couldn't help but remind Yun again. Yun's performance made Yun's mood worse. She thought to herself how evil this technique was to make Fenger so afraid of being discovered by her. Fenger, if you can realize your mistakes, your teacher will naturally give you a chance to change your ways. After saying that, Yun reached out and took the scroll from Chenfeng's hand. She was also a little curious. What kind of evil technique is this? It allows Fenger to improve his cultivation so quickly in a short period of time. Watching Yun flipping the scroll, Chenfeng suddenly felt guilty and took a few steps back. He felt a little regretful. Was he seeking death? If Yun gets angry later, she will slap herself to death. Then just go to barbecue. But just in case, Chenfeng was able to produce the Tianfeng chapter, but he was still holding a bit of luck in his heart. What if Yun is willing to practice this Tianfeng Pian in order to improve her cultivation? Then wouldn't he have made a lot of money? Thinking of this, Chenfeng was heartbroken. Just give it your all, give it a try and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. After all, he and Yun had a master-disciple relationship for so many years. Even if Yun is really angry, she shouldn't kill herself, right? Chapter 70 Ribble, how dare you be so rebellious? Looking at the black scroll in Yun's hand, Chenfeng thought that he was lying if he said he wasn't nervous. In fact, he didn't want to commit suicide. The main reason is that both Nalan Yanran and Xiao Yan are pregnant now. He only has the heaven-level skill of dragon and phoenix art, but there is no object for dual cultivation. In desperation he could only target his teacher. Watching Yun flipping the black scroll, Chenfeng's eyes were fixed on Yun. If something goes wrong, he is always ready to run away. This is... At this moment, Yun's mind was completely immersed in the black scroll in her hand. After a while, Yun's expression changed, and a hint of blush appeared on her beautiful cheeks. The explicit training methods recorded in the Tianfeng chapter made Yun, an untouched old maid, instantly blush. There are such ridiculous ways of cultivation in this world. Yun was shocked but even more angry. His precious disciple actually practiced such a lascivious technique. Not only that, he also wanted him to practice together. The shyness was replaced by endless anger. I am his teacher. Presumptuous. It was simply too presumptuous. Fenger, you are so brave. Yun couldn't stand it any longer, so she put away the black scroll in her hand and glared at Chenfeng with her beautiful eyes. What does this traitor mean by giving her such a licentious skill? What were your thoughts? In this exercise it is clearly stated that both men and women must practice it in order to be effective. Could it be that this rebellious disciple wants to achieve dual cultivation with him? Thinking of this, Yun felt ashamed and angry. Her delicate body trembled with anger. Treason. Treason. This traitor, if the man in front of me at this moment is not his precious disciple. Yun was so angry that she slapped him to death. Old teacher, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yunfa getting so angry, Chenfeng was suddenly confused. He secretly thought something was wrong. It seemed that he had really gone too far this time. You traitor, you still don't know your fault. The Yun glared at Chenfeng, suddenly feeling a little heartbroken. How could my precious disciple become like this? Not only did he practice such an obscene technique, but he also dragged his teacher into trouble. Teacher, where did my disciple go wrong? Looking at the furious Yun, Chenfeng forced himself to calm down and ask, who gave you this evil technique? Fenger, you really disappoint me. Yun looked at Chenfeng, who still didn't know how to repent, with a disappointed look on her face. Teacher, why is this an evil technique? Chenfeng was a little puzzled. This was a serious dual cultivation technique. Why did it become an evil technique when it came to Yun's mouth? Such a debauched practice is not considered evil. It is in vain that I value you so much as a teacher, that you have fallen to this level. Yun looked at the morning breeze in front of her, and her tone became extremely stern. Teacher, since this dual cultivation method was created by our predecessors, it is naturally for future generations to practice. This method neither harms nature nor harms oneself, so how can it be considered an evil method? Chenfeng felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Yun talk about some evil skills. Isn't it just a dual cultivation method? Why did Yun say that she became an evil heretic? Yun was stunned when she heard this. Looking at Chenfeng, who was serious, she actually felt that what Chenfeng said made sense. On top of this technique, it seems that there is really no mention of harming nature or harming others. It can't be said to be an evil technique. But this kind of technique is really unspeakable. Fenger, you are so young, how can you practice such a lascivious technique? After a moment of silence, Yun gradually calmed down and spoke to Yun in a deep voice. Teacher, do you think that things between men and women are immoral and immoral? Chenfeng asked rhetorically. As not it. Yun glared at him and scolded angrily. The matter between men and women is about the harmony of heaven and earth, following the way of yin and yang. How can it be said to be absurd? Chenfeng said seriously. Although it seemed very reasonable, Chenfeng was also a little worried. Looking at Yun's look, he knew that the other party was really angry. If he doesn't convince the other party today, he may not be able to live a peaceful life in Yunlin's sect from now on. Maybe he would lose Yun's favor and be directly thrown into the cold palace. This will be very detrimental to his future development. Chenfeng naturally couldn't accept such a result. How could such a lewd thing come out of your mouth in such a serious manner? Looking at Yun with a calm expression in front of her, Yun was laughed out of anger. Okay, even if what you say makes sense. Then you gave this technique to me as a teacher. What does that mean? Do you expect me to practice this technique with you as a master? Speaking of this, Yun's face became a little gloomy. How do you explain this? Ah, teacher, you really have misunderstood, I never meant this. When Chenfeng heard this, he suddenly felt a little panicked. The disciple really just wants to help the teacher. This heaven-level technique is extremely mysterious. I just hope that the teacher can gain some insights after reading it. Perhaps we can break through the bottleneck of Samsung Du Huang. Having said this, Chenfeng paused and said with an extremely serious expression, Disciple, I have never thought about it, and I don't dare to think about it, that I can be with the teacher, that, I hope the teacher will learn from this. Chenfeng sounded a little aggrieved and lowered his head, as if Yun had wrongly blamed him. Do you really think so? After hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Yun was silent for a moment and said with a slightly calm expression, It's absolutely true. How dare a disciple offend the teacher? Chenfeng said sincerely. Yun's beautiful eyes were fixed on Chenfeng, and after a moment she nodded slightly. Master, I will trust you this time. Have you really practiced this technique? Chenfeng nodded. Teacher, this is really not some evil technique. You see, the disciple has been practicing it for a while, and there is nothing strange about it. Although this technique is indeed a bit unspeakable, it is at least a heaven-level technique. It naturally has its own mysteries. As cultivators, we should focus on cultivation. Teacher, you might as well abandon secular concepts and study carefully. Perhaps you will get unexpected gains. Chenfeng's tone was sincere, as if he was really thinking about Yun and had no evil intentions. Yun took a deep look at Chenfeng, her eyes a little complicated, and finally nodded slightly. Your kindness is appreciated by Master, please step back first. Hearing this, Chenfeng sighed inwardly. It seems that I was indeed a little impulsive today. Looking at Yun's appearance, she seemed to be slightly separated from herself. Disciple, resign. Afterwards, Chenfeng bowed to Yun and then slowly walked out of the hall. Is the method of jewel cultivation really feasible? Looking at Chenfeng's leaving figure, Yun suddenly thought of something and her face changed slightly. Who did Fenger cultivate with during this period? Chapter 71. Senior brother is 10,000 times stronger than Xiao Yan. It's reckless, it's really reckless this time. After leaving the main hall, Chenfeng felt that his back was wet. Thinking of the scene just now, he felt extremely lucky. Fortunately, he calmed down in time and managed to convince Yun. If not, it is still unclear whether he can walk out of the hall alive. He patted his face, feeling if he had fainted just now. Why couldn't I figure it out for a moment and gave Tianfeng chapter to my teacher? Can I show that thing to my teacher? Could it be that he was really possessed by sperm? Chenfeng constantly reflects on himself. Finally, it was attributed to the dragon-elephant body. It must be a side effect of the dragon-elephant body that makes him become so rebellious. Do you even dare to change the teacher's ideas? I really don't know whether to live or die. With my current meager strength, will the teacher obey? It is recorded in Tianfeng Ju that only when two people are of equal strength can they improve each other. Otherwise, the wedding dress will only be made for the one with lower cultivation level. If the teacher practices jewel cultivation with me, isn't that simply taking advantage of me? It's such an uneconomical thing. No wonder the teacher is unwilling and so angry. Chenfeng suddenly understood. At least you have to wait until you reach the Duong realm before your teacher can take a liking to you. I am really confused today. However, the teacher's reaction was too great. Thinking of the furious Yunyun just now, Chenfeng felt a little depressed. To be honest, this was the first time he saw Yunyun get so angry. It really shocked him. Is it necessary? Chenfeng couldn't figure it out. Isn't it just a dual cultivation technique? Xiao Longnu and Yang Go are not just masters and disciples. How can people practice dual cultivation together? In the end, not only were they together, but they also had children. Chenfeng felt that his teacher's thoughts were too stubborn. When he becomes stronger, it is necessary to enlighten her. Thinking of this, Chenfeng looked back at the hall behind him, shook his head, and sighed helplessly. He vowed to convince his teacher one day. Weiss, senior brother, did the teacher really agree to go to my house in person to propose marriage? After returning to her residence, when Chenfeng told Yunyun's promise, Nalan Yanran immediately became very excited. The Nalan family did not agree to break off the engagement with the Xiao family. This time she quietly broke off the engagement, but Nalan Yanran still didn't dare to tell her family. But with Yunyun supporting her, Nalan Yanran instantly gained confidence. After all, even Mr. Nalan was angry about breaking off the engagement. But for the sake of the leader of the Yunlin sect, he would not punish Nalan Yanran too much. What the teacher promised me personally, can it still be false? Chenfeng pinched Nalan Yanran's nose and said with a smile. But when he said this, he felt a little nervous. The teacher will not go back on his words because of the unpleasantness tonight. No, it shouldn't be. The teacher's heart is so big he shouldn't be so fussy about it. Senior brother, when are you going to come to my house to propose marriage? Nalan Yanran hugged Chenfeng tightly and asked shyly. She was even more anxious than Morrowind about their marriage. After all, she is already pregnant at the moment. If she continues to delay, I'm afraid I won't be able to see anyone. The teacher has already said that after the intersect competition, we will immediately go to Nalan's house to propose marriage. Yanran, I will help you pack your things tomorrow and take you home. I'm going to propose marriage to your family. You have to let Uncle Nalan and the others know in advance, right? Although Chenfeng and Nalan have a close relationship, the Nalan family also knows something about it. But they never expected that Chenfeng would make Nalan Yanran's belly bigger. Since you are planning to go to Nalan's house to propose marriage, you must inform him in advance. Otherwise, hearing this, Nalan Yanran nodded. Now that she is pregnant, it is naturally impossible for her to participate in any intersect competition. Senior brother, should I tell my father about breaking off the engagement? Thinking of her father and grandfather's attitude towards breaking off the engagement, Nalan Yanran felt a little guilty. In the past, every time Nalan Yanran proposed to break off the engagement, Mr. Nalan and the others would always oppose it. I secretly broke off the engagement this time, and I will definitely be scolded when I go back. Thinking of this, Nalan Yanran suddenly hesitated. Hearing this, Chenfeng suddenly wanted to laugh and pinched Nalan Yanran's delicate face. Yanran, what are you thinking about? If you don't tell them that you have broken off the engagement with the Xiao family, do you think they will accept my marriage proposal? Chenfeng felt that the Nalan Yanran in front of him was really immature. After all, I was still young and didn't think much about it. Okay, I'll tell them when I get back. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran pursed her lips and felt a little aggrieved. She would definitely be scolded when she went back this time. Well, you are the eldest lady of the Nalan family after all. Uncle Nalan can only scold you a few times, but what else can he really do to you? Chenfeng held Nalan Yanran in his arms and comforted him. Don't worry, I will prove that your vision is correct. Your future husband will be better than Xiao Yan. Soon, Uncle Nalan and the others will understand this. By then, they will definitely feel that your choice was not wrong. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Nalan Yanran felt warm in her heart, nodded and said, Senior brother, you are 10,000 times stronger than that Xiao Yan. Ho, where is it stronger? Hearing this, Chenfeng stretched out his finger and hooked Nalan Yanran's chin. Stronger everywhere. Better talented than him, higher in cultivation, better looking than him. Nalan Yanran raised her little face and said proudly. Although she had never met Xiao Yan compared with Chenfeng, his cultivation level of only the 3rd level of fighting spirit was not impressive at all. Chenfeng, on the other hand, is handsome and talented. In the Yunlin sect, there are countless seniors and juniors chasing him. Nalan Yanran always felt very proud to be able to fall in love with Chenfeng. I didn't expect that I would be so outstanding in your heart. A smile appeared on Chenfeng's face, and he felt really happy to be praised by his woman in person. Of course, in my mind, senior brother is the best. Nalan Yanran raised her pretty face and looked at Chenfeng with a hint of admiration in her eyes. After joining the sect, she had been secretly in love with Chenfeng, and she felt extremely happy thinking that she would be able to marry the senior brother she longed for soon. Yanran, senior brother will definitely make you happy. Chenfeng held Nalan Yanran's pretty face with both hands and then kissed her directly. Chapter 72 The Poison. Yanran, have you packed your things? I'll take you down the mountain. Early the next morning, Chenfeng took Nalan Yanran and walked towards the foot of the Yunlin sect mountain. Yunlin sect was still some distance away from the imperial capital. Chenfeng was worried that Nalan Yanran would go back alone and took her down the mountain along a trail. In the early morning, the tree-lined path was covered with hoarfrost, making it look a bit cold. Senior brother, are you sure you will be the first in this competition? Nalan Yanran was wearing the coat that Chenfeng had taken off and felt warm in her heart. What, you don't have confidence in my strength? Chenfeng smiled confidently, relying on his 9-star fighting master's strength. Among the younger generation of Yunlin sect, he is absolutely invincible. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he has already decided to be the first in this competition. Of course I have confidence in you, I just hope you can be more careful, senior brother. Nalan Yanran smiled, she naturally had confidence in Chenfeng's strength. The two of them walked and chatted, got off the Yunlin sect, and finally entered the imperial capital half an hour later. By the way, senior brother, there is something else I forgot. Suddenly, Nalan Yanran seemed to remember something and said to Chenfeng, "What's up?" The morning breeze stopped. "Senior brother, can you tell the teacher and ask her to invite Elder Furukawa to come to my house?" Nalan Yanran said. "Dan King Furukawa. Why did you invite him here?" Hearing the name Furukawa, Moronfeng felt a flash of displeasure in his heart. He knew that this old guy had evil intentions towards his teacher, so naturally he didn't like him very much. The teacher can only be his. If anyone dares to covet him, Chenfeng will never let him go. Now he already has Yao Chen, an 8th-level alchemist's soul slave. He really didn't notice Furukawa, a 6th-grade alchemist. From now on, when he takes control of the entire Yunlin sect, if Gyuhi can be obedient, Chenfeng may be able to spare his life. If there is any violation, Chenfeng does not mind extracting his soul body and using it as a supplement to the medicine dust. The soul body of a 6th-grade alchemist should be able to restore a lot of Yao Chen's strength. Brother, have you ever heard of branding poison? Nalan Yanran's expression suddenly became a little heavy. Poison. Upon hearing these two words, Chenfeng reacted instantly. Nalan Yanran invited Dan Wangyu to come over, probably to save Mr. Nalan. Although the Nalan family has been concealing the news of Mr. Nalan's poisoning in recent years. But Chenfeng, who had read the original work, naturally knew Nalan Ji's situation at this moment. A few years ago, the old man of the Nalan family fought against an extremely poisonous 5th-level monster called Iron Poison Yinming. Although he was killed in the end, unfortunately, the latter injected a frightening toxin, the poison, into his body. This kind of poison is extremely powerful. In the records, there are not many 6th-level monsters that were poisoned by the Iron Poison Seal. If it weren't for the fact that their number is so rare that they can be ignored, I am afraid that many strong people on the mainland would be poisoned by this kind of poison. Under the poison, it makes people change color in horror. In recent years, relying on his strong fighting spirit, Mr. Nalan has been suppressing the poison, but as he grows older, the rebound of the poison becomes stronger and stronger. I am afraid that Mr. Nalan also discovered this and could no longer suppress the poison in his body, so he hurriedly asked Nalan Yanran to ask Alchemy King Gu he to go over and treat him. Nalan Ji is the backbone of the Nalan family. Once he falls, Nalan Yanran will collapse instantly and be squeezed out of the three major families. Senior brother, my grandfather has been poisoned. Even the president of the Alchemist Guild is helpless. Now we can only place our hope on Alchemy King Furukawa. Nalan Yanran looked a little depressed. The Nalan family's current status was all supported by Nalan Ji. If anything happens to Nalan Ji, the entire Nalan family may collapse. Burning poison. Furukawa may not be able to solve it. Hearing this, Chenfeng frowned. Furukawa was also unable to remove the horror of the poison. That kind of toxin is just like its name, deeply imprinted in your bones and even bone marrow. It is difficult for any pill to remove it. The only way is to control the flame, enter Mr. Nalan's body, and then use high temperature to eliminate the poison. But this has the most important premise, which is the flame, which must be a strange fire. There is no strange fire in Gyu. Even if he goes to Nalan's house, it will not help. You can only treat a dead horse as a living horse. If even Elder Furukawa can't save it, then Grandpa, Nalan Yanran sighed, feeling worried for Mr. Nalan. Yanran, don't worry about the poison on your grandfather's body. Leave this matter to me. Looking at Nalan Yanran, who looked worried, a confident smile suddenly appeared on Chenfeng's face. Furukawa doesn't have strange fire, but Chenfeng does. Now, Yao Chen has become his sole slave, and Chenfeng can also master the abilities he has. In other words, Chenfeng can directly control the bone spirit cold fire to treat Nalan Ji. This is a great favor that comes to your door. A smile appeared on Chenfeng's lips. This time, the Xiao family's marriage was secretly cancelled behind the old man's back. The old man would definitely be extremely dissatisfied. Although Yun Yun is backing him, the old man has a stubborn temper, and it is not certain that he can agree to this marriage. But if Chenfeng can take action to detoxify the old man's body, this will definitely be an added bonus. He can also win the favor of the entire Nalan family in one fell swoop. Moreover, saving Nalan Ji is also a good thing for the Mitre family. Mr. Nalan is the helmsman of the Nalan family. During the years when he was in power, he had a good relationship with the Middle family. If he falls, then the cooperation between the Nalan family and the Mitre family will probably come to a standstill. This kind of loss will be quite considerable. Senior brother, it's great to have you. Hearing Chenfeng's assurance, Nalan Yanran had a smile on her face, and she felt warm in her heart as she stayed in Chenfeng's arms. She only thought that Chenfeng would invite Gyuhi to Nalan Yanran, but she didn't know that he was planning to do it himself. Okay Yanran, I will send you here. Looking at the luxurious mansion of the Nalan family not far away, Chenfeng said to Nalan Yanran. Before Nalan Yanran confessed to Nalan's family about breaking off the engagement, he couldn't accompany her back to Nalan's house to avoid others gossiping. Well, senior brother, I'm waiting for you to propose marriage. And Nalan Yanran looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he quickly moved to Chenfeng's face and kissed him. Then he ran quickly towards Nalan's house. Slower, looking at Nalan Yanran's fussing, Chenfeng warned. I understand, senior brother, please go back. After watching Nalan Yanran enter the mansion, Chenfeng smiled and walked towards the other side. Chapter 73. You boy, you are so capable. After passing through several streets, Chenfeng soon came to a huge mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, the three characters Mitre are written with flying phoenixes. Looking at the familiar mansion in front of him, Chenfeng chuckled and then headed directly towards the gate. I have met Master Chenfeng. When the guards at the door saw Chenfeng, they immediately saluted respectfully. Chenfeng nodded slightly, and then walked directly into the door. I haven't seen the old man for a while. Since he planned to get married to Nalan Yanran, Chenfeng naturally wanted to return to his family to inform his old man. Moreover, Yafei's affairs can only be done through the old man. Soon, Chenfeng came to a courtyard in the central area of Mitre's mansion. Master Chenfeng is back. Hurry and report to the second elder. Seeing Chenfeng coming back, the servants in the yard quickly invited him in. Fenger, my precious grandson is back. Chenfeng didn't wait long before he saw his grandfather. My grandson has met Grandpa. Seeing the old man in Chinese robes appearing at the door of the courtyard, Chenfeng smiled and quickly saluted respectfully. This old man with gray hair and a Chinese robe is Chenfeng's grandfather. He is also the second elder of the Mitre family, Mitre Yuan. Fenger, your boy is really back. Okay. You haven't come back to see Grandpa for a long time. The old man came to Chenfeng, stretched out his wrinkled old hand and patted Chenfeng's shoulder with a smile on his face. Obviously, the second elder of the middle family was very happy to see Morrowind return home. It's my grandson's fault. He will come back to visit Grandpa often in the future. Looking at the old man in front of him who was full of love for him, Chenfeng's heart was filled with warmth. If it weren't for the strong support of the old man in front of him, even if he was extremely talented, he would not have achieved what he has now. As the second elder of the middle family, he may be as stubborn as other clan elders. But Chenfeng had to admit that the old man in front of him really cared about him. Chenfeng did not want to violently seize the power of the middle family because of the face of the old man in front of him. Grandpa is not necessarily his own grandfather, but he is still his own grandfather. Chenfeng really didn't want to break his heart. Good boy, you have grown a lot taller. You are taller than Grandpa. The old man looked happily at his precious grandson in front of him, feeling very happy in his heart. Fenger, your coming-of-age ceremony will be in 1 year. Grandpa will definitely hold a glorious coming-of-age ceremony for you. Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa, let's go inside and talk. Chenfeng pulled the second elder towards the house. Fenger, isn't Yunlin sect going to hold a sect competition recently? How come you still have time to go home? At this critical moment, you should seize the time to practice. When the time comes, you can win the first place in the competition and make me look good, Grandpa. Arriving inside the house, the grandfather and grandson sat down, and the old man said to the morning breeze, "Grandpa, don't worry. I have already decided that your grandson will be the first in this sect competition." After hearing the old man talking about this, Chenfeng suddenly said confidently, "You kid, it's good to be confident, but you must not be arrogant." Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but warn. There are many geniuses in the Yunlin sect. Although he knows that his precious grandson has outstanding talents, he can't help but be a little worried. "Grandpa, you don't have to worry about this. You will know when the results come out. This time my grandson comes back and has something to discuss with you." Chenfeng didn't want to reveal his strength, so as not to have to explain again. "What's up?" Hearing this, the old man asked. "Grandpa, I plan to marry Nalan Yanran in half a month." Chenfeng directly stated his plan. "What, marrying Nalan Yanran? That little girl from the Nalan family?" Hearing Chenfeng's words, the old man was immediately shocked. "Good," Chenfeng nodded and said. "After this inter-sect competition, the teacher has promised me to help me propose marriage to Nalan's house. We will get married directly in half a month. Isn't this a little too fast?" The old man was a little unresponsive to the news that Chenfeng told. Chenfeng and Nalan Yanran had a close relationship, and he had heard about it. The old man didn't care too much about young people's love affairs. He is very open-minded and will not interfere. After all, Nalan Yanran is the eldest lady of the Nalan family, and she is a perfect match for Chenfeng. If the two of them come together, it will be of great benefit to the development of the relationship between the two families. However, Chenfeng planned to get married to Nalan Yanran in half a month. This was something he didn't expect too suddenly. After all, both of them are still young and have not even passed their coming-of-age ceremony. "Why are you in such a hurry to get married?" "Grandpa, I won't hide it from you, Yanran already has my child." Chenfeng hesitated for a moment but still had no intention of hiding it from his grandfather and told the truth. "What?" Hearing Chenfeng's words, the old man's eyes suddenly widened. After being stunned for a moment, he finally came to his senses, and a smile appeared on his old face. "You kid, you're pretty quick to strike. Haha, not bad. He has the style of your grandfather back then." The old man had met Nalan Yanran several times. Over the years, that little girl has become more and more talented. He is very talented and is the true disciple of the Yunlin sect's leader. I don't know how many talented people in the imperial capital are pursuing Nalan Yanran. Now she is directly pregnant by her grandson. Thinking of this, the old man felt a little proud. "A delicate flower that your Nalan family cultivated with great difficulty is now in the hands of my precious grandson. Grandpa, you didn't talk about this to prevent others from gossiping." Seeing the old man's dishonest look, Chenfeng was speechless. "Don't worry about this, your grandpa is very strict." The old man was very happy and said, "Just go ahead and propose marriage. Grandpa will definitely make your wedding beautiful." Chenfeng nodded, and then said, "Grandpa, I still need your help with something." "Tell me." "There's no need to be polite to Grandpa. As long as Grandpa can do it, he will definitely do it." The old man looked at Chenfeng with a doting look on his face. "Can you think of a way to transfer Sister Yafei back to the imperial capital?" Chenfeng said. "La Fei." Hearing this, the old man was stunned and said in surprise, "Why bring her back? When you went to Wutan City this time, did you go to see her?" At this point, the old man's expression became a little strange. "You kid, you're not going to have an affair with Yafei, are you?" Chenfeng has always been bold, and said bluntly, "Yes. Sister Yafei also has my child. Yafei also has your child." The old man looked at Chenfeng in disbelief. "You boy are so capable." After a while, the old man came back to his senses. He looked at Chenfeng and didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 74. Grandpa, do you want to be the head of the family? Then you ask me to transfer Yafei back. What are your plans? After a moment of silence, the old man said speechlessly. Knowing that Chenfeng had taken care of Nalan Yanran, the old man felt a little relieved and proud. But at this moment, the old man had a headache. This bastard made even Yafei's belly grow bigger. He is really capable. Of course I married her, Chenfeng said matter-of-factly. Yafei has ruined his child, so naturally he has to give her a title. After all, Yafei is not Xiao Sunner. Chenfeng and Yafei grew up together, and they were childhood sweethearts. There is still a deep feeling between them. As for Xiao Sunner, Chenfeng has no plans to give her a status yet. After all, with her special status, Chenfeng would never expose her before confronting the ancient clan. If Xiao Sunner can follow him with peace of mind when he grows up, Chenfeng can consider giving Xiao Sunner a status. You are so good, You took Ya Fei, what will happen to Nalan Yanran? After hearing what Chenfeng said, the old man was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. Of course you want to get married too? Chenfeng looked at the old man speechlessly. He had ruined his own child. How could he not marry him? Okay, you can do it, kid. The old man laughed angrily at Chenfeng's confident attitude. How did this kid manage to say these words so calmly after doing such a thing? I'll see how you explain it to the Nalan family when the time comes. The old man looked at Chenfeng angrily, not wanting to deal with this mess. In Du-Q continent, the strong are respected. As a strong man, it is natural for him to have a group of wives and concubines. But the strength of the Nalan family is not weaker than that of the Mitre family. Being from the three major aristocratic families in the imperial capital, Chenfeng and Nalan Yanran have equal status. If Chenfeng did this, given the character of the old man of the Nalan family, he probably wouldn't be able to spare him. Grandpa, are you cowardly? Did you just say that I have your style? Chenfeng didn't panic at all. At worst, he would show off his strength and make Mr. Nalan submit obediently. In the original work, this old man is a typical wallflower. As long as he shows enough strength, Mr. Nalan will not be ignorant of praise. I take back what I said before. You are better than others, Grandpa. I am willing to accept the defeat. Hearing this, the old man rolled his eyes, and when he looked at his shameless grandson, he felt very angry. Grandpa, you just said that you would help me no matter what. Chenfeng said to the old man. Did I say that? The old man glared at him, and then slowly sat down. Do you know that the head of the family has already decided to let concubine Ya marry Mu Zhan of the Mu family? Know that concubine Ya has become pregnant by you. I don't even know how to explain it to the head of the family, your grandfather. Hearing this, Chenfeng's face darkened and he said, Grandpa, what else do you want to tell me? Ya Fei is already my woman, no one can touch her. You kid, don't be so excited. Seeing Chenfeng's gloomy face, the old man frowned. Oh, okay, I'll think of a way. At worst, I'll give them some benefits. After a moment of silence, the old man said helplessly, he can't watch his granddaughter-in-law marry someone else with her big belly, right? Besides, the Mu family wouldn't want it. After all, one of the three major aristocratic families would not pick up his grandson's worn shoes and wear them. However, that boy Mu Zhan has always been obsessed with Ya Fei. If his boy knew about this incident, the relationship between the two families would probably be completely at loggerheads. Grandpa, thank you. After hearing the old man's words, Chenfeng's expression softened slightly and his heart warmed. The old man was still kind to him. Don't get too happy too soon, kid. It's not certain whether you can pass the old man's test, the head of the family. When the word owner was mentioned, the old man's face became a little ugly. Back then, he was also a strong candidate to compete for the position of the head of the family. Unfortunately, he was ultimately defeated by the current head of the family, and could only become a second elder. Because of what happened back then, he and the head of the family had always been at odds with each other, and often had intrigues. This time, the owner of the family has taken advantage of the situation. Even if it succeeds, there will probably be a lot of blood. Chenfeng is naturally well aware of the situation within the middle family. Chenfeng also understood the old man's situation. When he rushed to send himself to Yunlin's sect, it was actually a way of protecting himself. If you stay within the family, your life may not be in danger, but you will definitely be suppressed by other bloodlines. Thinking of this, Chenfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Today's middle family can be described as a mess, with no ambition to make progress and factions fighting among themselves. In order to maintain the status of the three major aristocratic families, they would only use women to enter into foreign marriages and survive. In the original work, if Hai Bodong hadn't returned in time, the Mitre family would have been annexed sooner or later. Ever since the supreme elder of the Mitre family, Ice King Hai Bodong, disappeared, the Mitre family has fallen into an extremely embarrassing situation. Since its establishment, the middle family has specialized in business. Over the years, they have accumulated countless wealth and are known as the richest family in the entire Jiama Empire. But the problem is that with such huge wealth, there is no powerful person in the Mitre family. As the head of the family, Midlangshan is only ranked at the bottom among the top 10 powerful men in the Jiama Empire, barely reaching the realm of Du Wang. If it weren't for the overwhelming wealth and the remaining power of Ice Emperor Haibodong, the Mitre family would not be qualified to be included in the three major families in the imperial capital. As the saying goes, ordinary people are not guilty, but they are guilty of carrying a jade. Today's middle family is like a piece of fat, especially the royal family, which has been coveting the wealth of the middle family for a long time. Before Ice Emperor Haebadong disappeared, with him sitting in charge of the Mitre family, no one dared to take any chances with the Mitre family. But since the disappearance of Ice Emperor Haebadong, the Middle family has lost its strongest backer. The Middle family with such wealth has naturally become a thorn in the side of all forces. The royal family, in particular, is close to the Mu family and suppresses the Mitre family's influence in the military. If it weren't for the concern that Ice Emperor Haebadong might still be alive, I'm afraid he would have already taken action against the Mitre family. Many cities have even begun to crowd out the Middle family to establish Middle auction house branches. For this reason, the Middle family can only target some remote cities. Even the small city of Wooten has become the base for the Mitre family to establish an auction house. What's the use of making so much money? In the end, you may have to make wedding clothes for others. There was a trace of ridicule on the corner of Chenfeng's mouth. Since these clan elders are incompetent, he can only take over the family power as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chenfeng looked at the troubled old man beside him and asked seriously, "Grandpa, do you want to be the head of the family?" Chapter 75 Breakthrough of the Great Fighter. What did you say? Hearing Chenfeng's words, the old man was stunned. Grandpa, I know that you didn't seize the position of head of the family back then, and you have always been unwilling to do so. Chenfeng just stared at his old man and said in an extremely serious tone, "What if I give you another chance to be the head of the family?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing this, the old man looked at Chenfeng in surprise, wondering what the hell is this brat doing? How can a young boy like you decide the position of the head of the family? You don't think that with Yun Yun's favor, you can influence the Mitre family? Let's wait until you become the head of Yunlin sect. The old man just thought that Chenfeng was talking nonsense and didn't take it seriously at all. Although Chenfeng is now Yun Yun's beloved disciple and has a very high status in Yunlan sect, but after all he does not have real power. With his current status, he cannot touch the power of the Middle family. Grandpa, do you still remember Ice Emperor Haebodong? Chenfeng also knew that if he didn't come up with something hard today, he wouldn't be able to convince the old man, so he simply moved Haebodong out. Nonsense. Hearing this, the old man said loudly, "That is the supreme elder of our Mitre family. How could I forget that I saw him with my own eyes back then?" At this point, the old man sighed again. If the Ice Emperor hadn't disappeared, how could our Mitre family have ended up in such a situation, actually relying on the marriage of women within the family to consolidate the family's status? Back then, the name of Ice Emperor Haebodong was known to everyone in the Jiama Empire. With Haebodong's presence, who dares to take advantage of the Middle family? But with the disappearance of Haebodong, the Mitre family has no strong person in charge, business in various places has been suppressed, and the family's strength continues to weaken. In recent years it has been through managing everywhere, and with Middle Tengshan, the head of the family, who has barely stepped into the Doang position, that he has been able to stabilize the position of the Middle family in the Gamma Empire. Grandpa, what if I can get the Ice Emperor back? Chenfeng looked at the old man and spoke slowly. What did you say? Hearing Chenfeng's words, the old man's eyes suddenly widened, thinking that he had heard wrongly. I can bring Senior Ice Emperor back to the family. Chenfeng spoke again. What's wrong with you kid today? When Senior Ice King disappeared, your kid wasn't even born yet. Do you know Senior Ice Queen? The old man stared at Chenfeng, wondering what happened to this boy today. Why was he talking nonsense? He also brought back Senior Ice Emperor, which is quite easy to say. After all these years, the top management of the Middle family had never given up on retrieving the Ice Emperor. But even with the powerful information network of the Middle family, there was still no information about the Ice Emperor's predecessor. Now that Chenfeng said that he could bring the Ice Emperor back, the old man naturally didn't believe it. Grandpa, I know no matter how much I say now you won't believe it. Within 3 months, I will definitely bring Senior Ice Emperor back to the family. Chenfeng didn't want to explain too much, he wanted the old man's attitude. I just want to ask you, if you have the support of Senior Ice Emperor, are you willing to be the head of the family? The old man rolled his eyes and said, Nonsense, if I have the support of Senior Ice Emperor, of course I would be willing to be the head of the family. If he didn't want to be the head of the family, he wouldn't have fought so hard with Middle Tengshan for the position of the head of the family. The failure of that year has always made the old man worried. However, as Middle Tengshan broke through to the Du Wang realm, the old man accepted his fate. In this world the strong is always respected. In front of the powerful Du Wang, no matter how much he contributed to the family, he could not compete with the Metelton Mountains. Today's Miter family really needs a strong fighter to take charge. That's good, Grandpa, just wait until you become the new head of the family. With the old man's words, Chenfeng immediately felt relieved. Hearing this, the old man was so angry that he got angry, and this little guy got even more excited. Is there no end? Okay, Grandpa, I'm going back first. After the matter was finished, Chenfeng proposed to leave. Are you leaving now? Aren't you going to stay at home for a few more days? When he heard that his precious grandson was leaving, the old man immediately stopped being angry and spoke to persuade him to stay. No, didn't you say that the sect competition is coming soon, and then you should practice hard? Chenfeng shook his head. He had indeed practiced seriously during this period. While there was still some time before the sect competition, he prepared to break through to the realm of great fighting master in one fell swoop. That's right, cultivation is the most important thing. When he heard that Chenfeng was going back to practice, the old man was speechless and sent Chenfeng out of the yard. After returning to Yunlin sect, Chenfeng began to practice in seclusion. Time passed by, and in a blink of an eye it was the day before the sect competition. In the room, Chenfeng held a 4th-level magic core tightly in his hand, and was running the yuan swallowing technique frantically to absorb the energy inside. At some point, a silver diamond-shaped crystal only the size of a thumb suddenly floated slowly in the center of the cyclone as Chenfeng watched. It remained silent and motionless. The flickering light above its body showed that the fragility of this newborn thing. He stared at the silver rhombus crystal standing in the eye of the storm with some surprise. The moment the crystal appeared, Chenfeng could clearly feel the feeling of comfort emanating from the depths of his soul. This little thing is the most crucial thing to become a great Du Master. Strong Du Masters usually call it Du Jing. In the eyes of many powerful people, only after possessing Du Jing can one truly enter the palace of Du Q cultivation. This little thing is the crystallization of all Du Chu in a person's body, and it contains staggeringly huge energy. Sensing the condensation of this Du Jing, Chenfeng suddenly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of light flashed in his dark eyes. I finally broke through to the great fighter. Sensing the overwhelming feeling of power in his body, Chenfeng had a satisfied smile on his lips, and slowly clenched his fists. A rich silver light quickly covered the surface of his fists, and the green light was hidden, and the edge gradually emerged. With his feet slightly spread, Chenfeng suddenly stepped on the ground with his soles, and his body seemed to change positions and instantly appeared in the yard outside. Then, looking at a piece of bluestone not far away, Chenfeng's fist was mixed with a breathtaking force and he smashed it down hard. Bang! A loud sound sounded, and stone chips flew everywhere. Chenfeng tilted his head slightly, looking at the fist that actually passed through the bluestone. He smiled softly and slowly withdrew his arm, leaving a hole and several deep holes. There are deep cracks in the bluestone. The palm of the hand was slightly curled, Chenfeng's fingers were slightly bent, and a faint silver light filled the fingertips. After a moment, the fingers flicked, and the silver energy was like a sharp arrow, and it came out of the finger, and immediately with a bang, blast a deep hole into the ground. Let the fighting spirit out. Seeing the movement he made, Chenfeng chuckled. At the level of the great fighter, fighting spirit can finally leave the body, and is no longer restricted by the body. It is even more advantageous to fight with others. Chapter 76 Inner Sect Competition. In Yunlin sect, a grand and majestic temple stands, and in front of this palace there is an extremely wide square. In the middle of the square, there are 9 huge stone platforms, made of extremely obsidian, which can resist the attacks of the powerful Du Wang. At this moment, the entire square was crowded with people. Countless noisy voices filled the square, and the atmosphere was extremely heated. Knowing that today is the day of the inner sect competition, almost all the disciples of the Yunlin sect gathered here. Some disciples knew they didn't have the strength to participate in this inner sect competition, but that didn't stop them from coming over to join in the fun. The competition had not even started yet, so they rushed over early to occupy their seats, just to observe this rare event of the Yunlin sect. When Chenfeng appeared in the square, the scene was already filled with people. Chenfeng looked at the square for a moment, then walked straight towards the palace. There were more than a dozen seats placed directly in front of the palace. This was where the senior members of the Yunlin sect were located. At this moment, Yun and a dozen Yunlin sect elders were sitting on it, looking solemn. Yun was sitting on the main seat. When she saw Chenfeng appear, her eyes immediately looked at him. Teacher. Arriving in front of Yun, Chenfeng bowed respectfully. Yun nodded lightly, then thought of something and said, Fenger, come here. Hearing this, Chenfeng obediently came to Yun. Yun Yun suddenly stretched out her jade hand and grabbed Chenfeng's arm, and a strong fighting spirit immediately circulated in her body. You broke through again. The next moment Yun Yun's expression changed. She sensed some turmoil in the morning wind's aura, as if she had just made a breakthrough. She had some doubts in her heart, so she stretched out her hand to test it, but he didn't expect that Chenfeng had really broken through to the realm of great fighting master. Teacher, it's just a fluke. Chenfeng didn't expect that Yun Yun would suddenly make this move, so he was caught off guard and explained awkwardly. How could Yun Yun believe it? Looking at the childish face of Chenfeng in front of her, huge waves arose in her heart. At only 15 years old, he has already broken through to the realm of great fighting master. Such talent is terrifying. Are you practicing that technique again? Yun Yun's mood was a little complicated. On the one hand, I am happy that Chenfeng's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. On the other hand, he was worried that Chenfeng had practiced such a debauched technique. If the wind continues like this, will your body be able to bear it? Yun Yun was afraid that Chenfeng would overindulge in sex and destroy her body. Chenfeng could only bite the bullet and say, except for the dragon and phoenix art, he couldn't explain why he practiced so fast. Then who are you practicing with? Yun Yun stared at Chenfeng, her face suddenly looking ugly. Yanran Nusi is pregnant, so naturally she cannot practice the dragon and phoenix art. If Chenfeng was able to break through, it must be because he practiced the dragon and phoenix art with other women. This made Yun Yun feel a little angry. She treated Nalan Yanran as her own daughter, and naturally couldn't bear to see Chenfeng fooling around with other women behind Nalan Yanran's back. Meeting Yun Yun's gaze, Chenfeng was dumbfounded and didn't know how to explain it. He felt a little helpless. If he really told a lie, he would have to use countless lies to cover it up. If he had known today, he would never reveal the dragon and phoenix Ju to Yun Yun. Looking at Yun Yun's attitude, I'm afraid she will be targeted in the future. Thinking of this, Chenfeng's mouth showed a hint of bitterness. Sect Master, Chenfeng has made a breakthrough. This is a good thing. Why are you so angry? Hearing the conversation between the two, Yunleng, the great elder of the Yunlin sect who was sitting nearby, couldn't help but speak and looked at Chenfeng with a smile. Chenfeng's talent is so outstanding. He should be able to win the first place in the competition today, right? Yes, who doesn't know that this kid is the #1 genius in Yunlin sect? With Chenfeng taking action, the #1 guy in this competition will not escape. Chenfeng is the master's disciple. As the saying goes, if a famous teacher gives birth to a disciple, his future achievements will be extraordinary. Several elders nearby also praised Chenfeng one after another. Chenfeng's talent is obvious to all, and he is favored by Yun Yun. It is very likely that he will become the next leader of the Yunlin sect in the future. Although everyone present is a senior member of the Yunlin sect, they will not put on any airs in front of Chenfeng. After all, although Chenfeng's current cultivation level is still shallow, he has already shown great potential, so they naturally dare not offend him. You elders have given you too much praise. After hearing the praises from several elders, Chenfeng said neither humble nor arrogantly, I'll deal with you later. Seeing so many elders present, Yun Yun didn't feel comfortable asking further questions. She glared at Chenfeng and said no more. Look, that's senior brother Chenfeng. Senior brother Chenfeng is indeed the #1 genius of the Yunlin sect, and he even looks so handsome. It would be great if I could marry senior brother Chenfeng. Yes, if senior brother Chenfeng could kiss me, I would be willing to shorten my life by 3 years. Senior brother Chenfeng must be #1 in this competition. On the square, many female disciples of the Yunlin sect looked at the morning breeze above, showing signs of nymphomaniacs. Don't think about it. I heard that senior sister Nalan is chasing senior brother Chenfeng. Moreover, senior brother Chenfeng seems to have agreed to senior brother Nalan's pursuit. I heard that senior sister Nalan often goes to senior brother Chenfeng's residence. A female disciple who was relatively well informed spoke up. When they heard that Chenfeng had already found a master, all the nymphos suddenly looked disappointed. If Chenfeng is the ancestral flower of the Yunlin sect, then Nalan Yanran is undoubtedly the ancestral flower of the Yunlin sect. With Nalan Yanran taking action, nothing would happen without them. The two of them are handsome, talented and beautiful, and are recognized geniuses in the Yunlan sect, so they are a perfect match together. Although senior brother Chenfeng is a genius, it may not be that simple for him to win first place in this competition. Yes, although senior brother Chenfeng has outstanding talents, he is still relatively young. In my opinion, the first place in this competition should be senior brother Yuntao. Senior brother Yuntao is the grandson of the great elder. Although his talent is not as good as that of senior brother Chenfeng, he is still a rare genius in our Yunlin sect. I heard that he has recently broken through to the realm of fighting master. Hearing the female disciples present blowing the morning breeze into the sky, some of the male disciples were immediately dissatisfied, and there was a smell of citric acid in the air. Senior brother Yun Tao has already broken through to the Du Master level. I remember he only turned 17 this year, right? Such talent is really rare. It seems that the first place in this competition should belong to senior brother Yun Tao. While a group of Yunlin sect disciples were discussing, a young man wearing a white robe also appeared in the square. Listening to the discussion of other male disciples, the corners of the young man's mouth raised slightly, showing a trace of confidence on his face. Then he glanced in the direction of the higher-ups of Yunlin sect. His eyes stayed on Chenfeng for a moment, and he slowly walked towards that direction. Chapter 77 Defend. Disciple has met the sect master, elders and seniors. The young man went straight to the high platform and first bowed to Yun and other senior officials. Then he came to the great elder and shouted, "Grandpa, Tower, you're here." Looking at the young man in front of him, a kind smile appeared on the elder's old face. This young man is exactly what many male disciples were discussing just now. Yun Tao, the grandson of the great elder of the Yunlin sect. I heard that you, Yun Tao, have broken through to the realm of Du Shi. It seems that the first place in this competition will come from you and Morrowind. Seeing Yun Tao in front of them, the faces of the elders also showed kind expressions. They were familiar with the great elder, so they naturally saw Yun Tao often and admired his talent. Although this kid's talent is not bad, he is still far behind Chenfeng. Hearing the praise from everyone, the elder showed a trace of complacency on his face, obviously quite satisfied with his grandson's talent. Hearing the words of the great elder, the young man Yun Tao felt a little dissatisfied. He looked at Chenfeng beside him with a gloomy look in his eyes. His talent was extraordinary, and he almost became the sect master's true disciple, but he met Chenfeng, who was even more talented. In Yunlan sect he was just Chenfeng's foil. This made Yun Tao feel very aggrieved and very dissatisfied with Chenfeng. Although he felt very unhappy looking at Chenfeng in front of him, Yun Tao showed a smile on his face and said, "Junior brother Chenfeng, long time no see." Chenfeng has met senior brother Yun Tao. Chenfeng also nodded and smiled. How is the progress of junior brother Chenfeng's cultivation recently? Yun Tao had always been wary of Chenfeng's talent, so he immediately tried it out. It's okay. I heard that senior brother Yun Tao has broken through to the realm of Du Shi. Junior brother, I would like to congratulate you, Chenfeng said calmly. He didn't know what the other person was thinking. There was something funny in his heart. The cultivation level of a mere fighting master is already a big difference from his. Chenfeng didn't take Yun Tao seriously at all. The first place in this competition can only belong to him. I was lucky enough to have a breakthrough. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Yun Tao felt a little proud. Junior brother Chenfeng has outstanding talent. The competition will be held later, but we must be merciful. Hearing this, Chenfeng nodded and glanced at Yun Tao lightly. Senior brother Yun, you're welcome. We are all members of the same family, and that's how it should be. After that, Chenfeng walked directly towards the several arenas in the center of the square. What an arrogant guy. Looking at Chenfeng's back, a gloomy look flashed in Yun Tao's eyes. He has learned that Chenfeng only broke through to the 9-star fighter last month. Even though his talent is astonishing, he should not have broken through to the realm of fighting master at this moment. For this competition, Yun Tao was fully prepared. He must have been suppressed by Chenfeng for so long. This time I decided to vent my anger in the sect competition. At this moment Chenfeng had already jumped up and boarded a ring. Look, why did senior brother Chenfeng go up there? The sect master hasn't said anything about starting yet. What does he want to do? Seeing Chenfeng appearing on the ring, the Yunlin sect disciples present had doubts on their faces and started talking among themselves. In the past, sect competitions always started with drawing lots. Whoever is drawn will go on stage. How could anyone step onto the stage directly like Chenfeng? Could it be that the rules were changed in this sect competition? Not only all the disciples in the audience, but also the senior officials on the high platform showed a trace of confusion when they saw Chenfeng's performance. Teacher, elders. At this moment, Chenfeng on the stage suddenly spoke. For this sect competition, let's just stop drawing lots. It's too troublesome. After hearing what Chenfeng said, Yun frowned and looked at Chenfeng on the ring, feeling a little dissatisfied. Is this guy acting too arrogant? Several elders on the side also frowned slightly, showing dissatisfaction. Although Chenfeng has outstanding talent, he is only a disciple after all. Acting so arrogantly and trying to change the rules of the competition naturally made them dissatisfied. How do you want to change it? Yun Yun took a deep look at Chenfeng, was silent for a moment, and asked in a deep voice, "Keep the challenge." Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the Yunlin sect's senior officials, Chenfeng was neither humble nor overbearing. "There are 9 arenas here. If any of our disciples are confident, they might as well stand up and defend the arena. Every disciple present has a chance to challenge, and those who persist to the end will naturally be the strongest 9. Chenfeng glanced at all the Yunlin sect disciples. As for the number 1 in the competition, he was naturally born among the 9 strongest people. I wonder what the teacher and elders think of this rule. After Chenfeng finished speaking, he looked at the senior officials of Yunlin sect on the high platform. In the past, sect competitions were conducted by drawing lots. Each time it takes several days to complete the entire competition. Chenfeng felt it was a waste of time. He had already decided to take first place in this competition. Even Yuntao, who is the strongest among the disciples present, is only a Du Shi. He is not his enemy at all, not to mention other people. Facing such a group of opponents, he naturally didn't want to waste a few days on it. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to make a quick decision and save time for practice. This method can quickly eliminate a group of weak people. The 9 defenders who remained in the end must be elites in strength. Chenfeng planned to use his invincible strength to sweep away all the Yunlin sect disciples present. In the Du-Q continent, the strong are respected. Only by showing invincible strength can he have absolute power after becoming the young sect leader. This disciple thinks that junior brother Chenfeng's method is good. Before any of the senior officials could speak, Yuntao's eyes lit up, and he was the first to agree with the rules changed by Chenfeng. He originally wanted to shine in this competition, although the rules mentioned by Chenfeng add a certain degree of difficulty. But if he wins the first place in this way, he will definitely become famous in Yunlin sect. What do you think, elders? Yun Yun was silent for a moment and looked at the dozen elders standing aside. The great elder glanced at the confident Yuntao, pondered for a moment, nodded slowly and said, "I also think Chenfeng's idea is good." The great elder spoke, and the other elders also echoed, "This method is wonderful." Seeing that all the elders present agreed, Yun Yun looked at Chenfeng on the stage again, with a faint smile flashing in her eyes. This kid actually knows how to build momentum for himself. She was well aware of Morrowind's strength and understood Morrowind's intention. In that case, let's conduct this competition according to the rules stated by Chenfeng. Chapter 78 Challenge Yuntao. The rules of this competition have really changed. Senior brother Chenfeng actually wants to defend the ring. Isn't it a little too arrogant? Yes, isn't he afraid of us engaging in a wheel battle? Hearing that the senior officials of the Yunlin sect actually agreed to Chenfeng's suggestion, all the Yunlin sect disciples present were in an uproar. You know, this defense mode is much more difficult than the lottery mode. The ring guard needs to accept the wheel challenges of many Yunlin sect disciples, and the one who can still stand on the ring in the end is the winner. Chenfeng proposed such a rule and was the first to stand in the ring. It's obviously ready to take on everyone's challenge. Such a move would be without great confidence in one's own strength. That's so stupid. Could it be that senior brother Chenfeng, like senior brother Yuntao, has also broken through to the Du Shi realm? It's possible, otherwise how could he dare to do this? No, junior brother Chenfeng is only 15 years old. How can he break through to the realm of Du Shi? Even if you break through to the realm of Du Shi, you can't accept the wheel challenge of so many people, right? Looking at Chenfeng on the stage, the Yunlin sect disciples in the audience whispered, feeling that Chenfeng was too arrogant. Okay, now that everyone agrees to this rule, let's not waste time. At this moment, Yun Yun suddenly stood up, her eyes swept over the Yunlan sect disciples in the audience, and finally looked at the dark and confident Chenfeng. A smile flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she spoke. Yun Yun knew it after Chenfeng broke through to the realm of great fighting master. This competition is destined to be his personal show. None of the Yunlin sect disciples present threatened him. It was precisely because of this that she directly agreed to the rules proposed by Chenfeng. After this competition, after seeing Feng's strength, I made him the young sect master. No one will raise any objections. Yun Yun glanced at the elders around her. In the past, she had also proposed to these Yunlin sect senior officials to make Chenfeng the young sect leader. However, these elders always used the excuse that Chenfeng was too young and insufficiently cultivated to refuse an object. This time, if Chenfeng used a defensive method to sweep away the Yunlin sect disciples present, Liang and the others would have nothing to say. Fellow disciples, feel free to come and fight. The moment Yun Yun finished speaking, Yun Tao couldn't wait to walk to the center of the square, then jumped onto the ring, and said loudly to the Yunlin sect disciples in the audience. Yun Tao's face was full of confidence. In his opinion, even Chenfeng dared to go on stage directly. If he didn't go on stage, wouldn't he be losing his momentum? So, as soon as he came on stage, he invited a fight and attracted everyone's attention to himself. Senior brother Yun Tao is so confident. He has such a strong momentum that he actually dares to directly invite a fight. Isn't he afraid of a wheel battle? Even if you break through the Du Shi realm, this is too arrogant. Looking at Yun Tao on the stage, the place suddenly became commotion again. This kid is really arrogant. On the high platform, seeing his grandson's performance, the great elder couldn't help but curse. But if you look carefully, you can see a smile in his eyes. Obviously, he was very satisfied with Yun Tao's outstanding performance. After all, having no strength is called arrogance, and Yun Tao has strength which can only be said to be self-confidence. Senior brother Yun Tao, I'm here to fight you. After the commotion, the Yunlin sect disciples present looked at each other, and then a young man jumped up and landed on the ring. It turns out to be junior brother Li Yun. Looking at the young man who jumped onto the ring, Yun Tao had a smile on his face, but a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. This Li Yun is quite famous in the Yunlin sect. At the age of only 17, he has already reached the level of an 8-star fighter. He can be regarded as a little genius among the inner disciples of Yunlin's sect. Yun Tao, who is a mere 8-star fighter and has the strength of a fighter, will naturally not take him seriously. Senior brother Yun Tao, please show mercy. Li Yun said something and stopped talking nonsense. He displayed his fighting skills and attacked Yun Tao. It's easy to talk, we are all from the same school. Yun Tao responded calmly, looking at Li Yun who was attacking him. A cold look flashed in his eyes, and then fighting energy surged in his body, and a sharp palm print was directly blasted out. Red flame palm. Red light appeared in Yun Tao's palm, condensing into a huge palm print, and he met Li Yun in an instant. Boom. Yun Tao is the grandson of the great elder. His fighting skills and exercises have reached the swan level, so his power is naturally extraordinary. With just one move, he knocked down the young man named Li Yun. Junior brother Li Yun, I accept the offer. After defeating Li Yun with one palm, a trace of pride flashed across Yun Tao's face, but on the surface he had a humble attitude, with his hands behind his back, showing a master's posture. Senior brother Yun Tao is so powerful. He defeated Li Yun with just one move. After all, this is the realm of fighting masters, and it is not something that we, the fighting masters, can fight against. In our opinion, we should challenge brother Chenfeng. Although he is extremely talented, he is still young after all and should not have broken through to the realm of a fighting master yet. Seeing the strength displayed by Yun Tao, all the Yunlan sect disciples in the audience immediately started talking and did not dare to continue to challenge on the stage. Instead, they looked at Chenfeng on the stage. As for the other arenas, because the others were not strong enough, no one went up to defend them. At this moment, the eyes of everyone present were focused on Yun Tao and Chenfeng. Hearing everyone's discussion, Yun Tao smiled. He just deliberately showed great strength to make everyone fearful. In this case, these people will retreat in the face of difficulties, and will not choose to challenge themselves for the time being to avoid suffering from wheel battles. But just when others were about to challenge Chenfeng, they saw him jump and land on the ring where Yun Tao was. Senior brother Yun Tao, please give me some advice. Chenfeng looked at Yun Tao in front of him, with a smile on his face. His purpose is the same as the other person's. As long as you show strong strength, naturally no one will challenge you without overestimating your capabilities. Junior brother Chenfeng, do you want to fight me? Looking at Chenfeng who landed on his stage, Yun Tao looked stunned. He didn't expect that Chenfeng would actually do this. His face looked a little ugly. What does the other party mean? Can he defeat himself? Everyone has only one chance to challenge. Chenfeng now puts the only challenge opportunity on himself. This made Yun Tao look a little ugly. Isn't it obvious that he thinks he can definitely win? What? Senior brother Yun Tao, can't I challenge you? Chenfeng looked indifferent, with a smile flashing in his eyes. His purpose is very simple, nothing more than to use Yun Tao to establish his authority. After getting rid of Yun Tao, the powerful, fighting master, other little fish and shrimps will not challenge themselves by overestimating their abilities. Chapter 79 Young Sect Master. Since junior brother Chenfeng is so confident, I won't be polite. After saying that, a touch of fighting spirit slowly emerged on the surface of his body, and Yun Tao clenched his fist tightly, making a clicking sound. Although he is very confident in his own strength and can definitely defeat Chenfeng. But after all, the other party is the #1 genius in Yunlin sect, and his strength cannot be underestimated. Now facing Chenfeng, he still didn't dare to take it lightly and decided to go all out. Seeing that Yun Tao was fully prepared for battle, Chenfeng shrugged indifferently, appearing very casual. The gap between the two sides was too big. Looking at Yun Tao, who was full of fighting spirit in front of him, he couldn't bring up the interest in fighting at all. This kid is really arrogant. Seeing Chenfeng's attitude of accepting the challenge, Yun Tao suddenly felt very unhappy and made up his mind to teach the other party a lesson later. Junior brother Chenfeng, be careful. With a smile on his lips, Yun Tao suddenly stepped on the ground and rushed towards the morning storm like a spirit fox. As the grandson of the great elder, he naturally has no shortage of fighting skills. At the same time, fighting energy spurted out from his palms, forming huge palm prints that threatened him. Looking at Yun Tao, who was coming with ferocious fighting spirit, Chenfeng looked calm. When the opponent approached, the majestic silver fighting spirit surged out, and wisps of lightning flashed in his palm. Thunder palm. With a soft drink, ferocious energy and flashing thunder suddenly spurted out from his palm, hitting the rushing Yun Tao hard. Boom. With a muffled sound, Yun Tao's expression condensed, and a huge force swept through his body, sending him flying backwards with a sudden red color. His body flew directly to the ring, like a dead dog, and rolled on the ground several times before stopping. Tower. On the high platform, the great elder who had been watching this side couldn't help but stand up when he saw this scene. His expression changed drastically. Great elder. There is no need to worry, Fenger is very careful about his actions. Yun Yan's expression on the side was indifferent, but a hint of smile flashed in her beautiful eyes. This brat is becoming more and more steady in his actions. The faces of the Yunlin sect disciples under the ring also showed a look of astonishment at this moment. One move. Just one move. Senior brother Yun Tao was defeated by senior brother Chenfeng. This, seeing Yun Tao being blasted out of the ring like a dead dog, all the Yunlin sect disciples present had shock written all over their faces. What is going on? Isn't senior brother Yun Tao in the Du Shi realm? Did senior brother Chenfeng also break through the Du Shi? Even if Chenfeng breaks through to the Du Shi, he still won't be able to defeat senior brother Yun Tao with one move, right? Unless he... After reacting, the scene suddenly fell into a commotion, with people talking to Chenfeng on the stage. At this moment, Yun Tao, who was knocked off the stage by the morning wind, quickly got up from the ground. His face was also full of horror at this moment. The power of Morrowind's palm just now shocked him. This guy's strength. Yun Tao touched his chest and was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that he might have been seriously injured after being slapped by Morrowind. At this moment he was shocked to find that there was no injury at all on his body. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something, and looked at Chenfeng on Thunder with some disbelief. Could it be that this guy showed mercy? Thinking of this, Yun Tao was shocked. Being able to achieve this step means that Chenfeng's strength is far higher than his own. It's easy to go all out. But if you want to control the strength like this, blast the enemy away without hurting the opponent. It's so hard. Yun Tao thought about it carefully, and his heart was filled with horror. How strong is this junior brother Chenfeng? On the ring, Chenfeng met Yun Tao's horrified gaze with a calm expression on his face. Senior brother Yun Tao, I accept the offer. Hearing this, Yun Tao was stunned, and looked at Chenfeng deeply. In the end, he could only smile bitterly, laughing secretly at himself for overestimating his own capabilities. Thank you, junior brother Chenfeng, for showing mercy. After seeing Chenfeng's terrifying strength, he no longer had any desire to compare and was convinced of him. Was sect master Chenfeng his strength? On the high platform, the great elder looked at Yun Tao, who was safe and sound, and suddenly a huge wave of panic arose in his heart, and he looked at Yun in disbelief. This guy is pretty good at what he does. He just recently broke through to become a great fighter. Yun looked calm, as if Chenfeng's breakthrough to the great Du Master was just a trivial matter. However, the slightly raised red lips revealed her inner thoughts. What? Hearing these plain words coming from Yun's mouth, the elder's face showed a look of shock. He looked at Yun in disbelief, and then looked at Chenfeng, who was on the stage with extraordinary grace. After a while he barely came back to his senses and murmured, "A 15-year-old great fighting master. A 15-year-old great fighting master. How is this possible?" After hearing Yun's words, the expressions on the faces of the other elders were as if they had seen a ghost, and they looked at Chenfeng on the stage in disbelief. 15-year-old great fighting master, how can this be? Such a talent is really terrifying. Since the founding of the Yunlin sect, there has never been such a genius. For a moment, all the elders were so shocked that they were speechless. They stared blankly at Chenfeng on the stage and remained silent for a long time. Congratulations to the patriarch for having such a great disciple, our Yunlin sect will be prosperous. After everyone came to their senses, there was a smile on their faces and they all congratulated Yun. Yes, congratulations to the sect leader. After learning about Chenfeng's terrifying talent, the senior officials of the Yunlin sect present concluded that this boy would definitely achieve great achievements in the future. They already had the thought of trying to please Yun, and they all started complimenting Yun. Hearing the compliments from the elders, Yun raised the corners of her mouth slightly, a smile flashed in her beautiful eyes, her red lips parted lightly and she said, "After this competition, I have decided to canonize Fenger as the young master of the Yunlin sect. I wonder what the elders think. This time, you have no reason to prevent Fenger from becoming the young sect leader, right?" Yun's eyes swept over the senior officials of Yunlin sect, waiting for their answers. Hearing this, the great elder and others looked at each other, were silent for a moment and finally said in unison, "The sect leader is wise. If Chenfeng becomes the young sect leader, he will definitely lead the Yunlin sect to great prosperity." This time, no one objected, all agreed. They are not stupid. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chenfeng will achieve extraordinary things in the future, and becoming the next leader of the Yunlin sect is already a certainty. If he spoke out against it at this moment, wouldn't he be offending Chenfeng? The senior officials of Yunlin sect present were not stupid, so they would not do such a stupid thing. Hearing this, the smile on Yun's face became brighter and she said lightly, "I believe Fenger will not let us down." Chapter 80 Met the young sect master. I didn't expect that senior brother Chenfeng's strength would be so terrifying. Even senior brother Yun Tao, who has the strength of a fighting master, was defeated by him with one move. Senior brother Chenfeng's strength is probably more than just breaking through to the Du Shi realm. Below the ring, the Yunlin sect disciples present looked at him and talked about him, but no one dared to challenge him. Obviously, Chenfeng's goal was achieved. Ever since he defeated Yun Tao, who had the strength of a fighting master, with one palm, then no one came on stage to challenge him. After all, everyone only has one chance to challenge. As for the wheel battle, who would be willing to put their only chance at a showdown that is certain to result in defeat? After Yun Tao's defeat, he seemed to have become much more stable. He didn't rush up to defend the ring, but sat down and meditated to recover the fighting energy consumed in his body. In several other arenas, people who thought they had good abilities also stepped on, but they obviously overestimated their own strength. They don't have the deterrent power of Chenfeng and Yun Tao. Once on the stage you will be challenged by many disciples. After a few rounds, he couldn't hold on any longer and was knocked off the ring. After Yun Tao replied he won a stage. With his strength at the level of a fighting master, he was barely able to cope with the wheel battle, and finally successfully defended the ring. In this way, in this competition Chenfeng only defeated one opponent and won the first place in the competition. It can be said to be easy to handle. Fenger, you performed well. After the competition, Yun looked at the morning breeze in front of her with a smile on her face, feeling very satisfied in her heart. The 15-year-old great fighting master cultivates the entire Jiama Empire. Only Taiyan's disciples can do it. The dragon and phoenix technique is certainly a bit licentious, but it is a heaven-level technique after all. As long as Fenger exercises a little restraint, there shouldn't be any problems. Thinking that Chenfeng relied on the dragon and phoenix art to achieve such rapid progress, Yun gradually let down her guard. However, she was still a little worried that Morrowind's body wouldn't be able to bear it. In her opinion, Chenfeng is too young. If he is so unrestrained and tries to improve his cultivation at all costs, he may damage his own foundation. It seems that I need to go to Elder Gu to see if there are any elixirs that can replenish Fenger's health. Yun thought to herself. It's all teachers who teach well. Chenfeng was also a little happy when he heard Yun praising him. It seems that my performance just now made the teacher very satisfied. I didn't expect that your boy could hide so deeply and quietly, and actually break through to the realm of a great fighting master. The great elder on the side walked over, with a smile on his face and no airs in front of Chenfeng. You are worthy of being the #1 genius of our Yunlin sect. You have broken through to the great fighting master level at such a young age. In my opinion, in a few years, you will catch up with old guys like us. Chenfeng showed mercy to Yun Tao just now, which made the great elder feel very fond of him. Yes, the sect leader really has accepted a disciple. The other elders also gathered around enthusiastically and kept praising Chenfeng. The elders are so complimentary. Facing the praises from the elders, Chenfeng acted very modestly. In the future, when he becomes the leader of Yunlin's sect, he will have to rely more on these old guys. This relationship cannot be messed up. Fenger, this is the reward for coming first in this competition. Yun took out a scroll and a jade bottle from the ring and handed them to Chenfeng. In the sect competition, those with outstanding results will naturally be rewarded. As Chenfeng ranks first, the reward is naturally very generous. A Xuan-level advanced fighting skill and a bottle of 4th grade elixir. However, after receiving the acceptance from Xiao Zun'er and Ling Ying, Chenfeng no longer cares about these rewards. Thank you, teacher. Chenfeng took the award respectfully with a calm expression. He was a little dissatisfied. The teacher clearly promised that as long as he got first place, he would promise himself a request. But now there is no mention of it. He really wanted to persuade the teacher again that Feng Pian was really good that day. Why not give it a try? Maybe we can break through the bottleneck of Samsung Du Huang. Yun naturally didn't know what Chenfeng was thinking. Look at the precious disciple who made a big splash today and won the first place in the competition. She was very happy in her heart, and even her dissatisfaction with Chenfeng during this period disappeared instantly. Fenger, that brat, didn't let him down after all. Thinking of the decision she had already made in her heart, Yun's face gradually became serious. Fenger, come forward. A green token suddenly appeared in Yun's hand and she said to Chenfeng, looking at the cyan token in Yun's hand. The expressions of the elders changed, but they didn't say anything more. Although Morrowind is still young, he already has the cultivation of a great fighting master. Such terrifying talent is enough to make up for Chenfeng's lack of age, and he is already qualified to become a young sect leader. Chenfeng looked at the token in Yun's hand, and his heart moved. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he quickly stepped forward. Fenger, you have been under my master for 5 years. Over the years you have shown extraordinary talents, practiced hard, and have good character. You are worthy of a great responsibility. Yun felt a little emotional when she thought of the master-disciple relationship for so many years. The ignorant child back then is now almost an adult and has the cultivation of a great fighting master. Looking at the morning breeze in front of her, Yun felt a little proud. His disciple Yun is no weaker than anyone else. He has the qualifications of Duzong. Today, I will confer upon you the title of Young Master of the Yunlin sect. I hope you can uphold your true intentions and carry forward the Yunlin sect. Yun looked at Chenfeng in front of her with a solemn expression. After saying that, he handed the cyan token in his hand to Chenfeng. Thank you, teacher. Chenfeng was shocked and respectfully took the cyan token from Yun's hand. From today on, Chenfeng is the young sect leader of our Yunlin sect. When you meet the young sect leader, you are like meeting this sect master. If my sect master is not in the Yunlin sect, the young sect master can take charge of the sect on his behalf. Yun's eyes swept over all the Yunlin sect disciples and senior officials present, and said in a majestic voice, Senior brother Chenfeng has actually been canonized as the young sect master. He is still so young, why is the sect leader so anxious to confer him the title? Chenfeng is only 15 years old this year.
Oh my god.
The 15-year-old young sect leader is really the first of his kind since the founding of the Yunlin sect. Hearing Yun's words, all the Yunlin sect disciples present were shocked and started talking. I've met the young sect leader. On the high platform, the elders looked at each other, and they all made the same move, bowing to the morning breeze and raising their hands. I've met the young sect leader. Seeing that all the senior officials were saluting, the Yunlin sect disciples present naturally did not dare to neglect, and they also shouted and bowed. Now I can be considered to have real power. Listening to the shouts of everyone present, Chenfeng looked at the token in his hand and felt ecstatic. Chapter 81 Father-Daughter Conversation. Nalan's family. In the spacious and bright hall, a middle-aged man with a slightly gloomy face was holding a teacup, and his palms on the table were tapping the table irritably. Nalan Su is very irritable now because his father Nalan Ji beat him with a stick as soon as he returned home and scolded him for not disciplining his daughter. He didn't expect that he had only led his troops to station in the western part of the empire for a year. But his bold daughter would dare to privately push back the marriage that the old man had arranged for himself. Who among the family doesn't know that Nalan Ji is very concerned about face, and Nalan Yanran's current behavior will undoubtedly make others say that he, the Nalan family, saw the Xiao family's power weakening, and did not bother to marry him. So they broke the promise and abandoned it. Hearing the news, Nalan Ji was furious at home every day. If he had known the news earlier, he would never have let his daughter break off the engagement. To be honest, Nalan Su didn't really agree with the marriage between the Nalan family and the Xiao family. After all, Xiao Yan was almost synonymous with trash at the time, so let him put his appearance and cultivation talent among the best. Nalan Su was really reluctant to choose his daughter to marry a loser. But the old man insisted that he had to fulfill this engagement for the sake of the Nalan family's reputation. "Father, when did you come back? Why didn't you inform Yanner?" Just when Nalan Su was getting angry, the woman's clear voice suddenly sounded in the hall, and the moon-white figure slowly walked out from the gauze curtain and smiled sweetly at Nalan Su. "Huh, do you still think of me as your father? I thought that since you became Yun Yun's disciple, you didn't know what the Nalan family is." Looking at his daughter who was getting better and better, Nalan Su's anger subsided a little and he snorted coldly. Seeing Nalan Su's unhappy expression, Nalan Yanran shook her head helplessly, waved her hand to the maid on the side, and sent her away. "Father, I haven't seen you for more than a year, and you scolded Yanran as soon as you came. I must tell my mother later." After the maid left, Nalan Yanran wrinkled her pretty nose, sat down next to Nalan Su, and hummed coquettishly, "You don't know why I rushed back." Hearing this, Nalan Su's mouth cracked. "I'm telling you, your grandfather said he would break your legs." Nalan Yanran curled her lips and knew the meaning of Nalan Su's words. "You should know the purpose of my coming, right?" Nalan Su took a deep sip of tea and said with a gloomy face, "Is it because I regret my marriage?" Playing with a strand of blue hair with her delicate hands, Nalan Yanran said calmly. Seeing Nalan Yanran's calm look, Nalan Su was immediately angry, slapped his palms heavily on the table, and said angrily, "Your grandfather personally agreed to the marriage back then. Who asked you to cancel it?" "That's my marriage. I don't want to marry anyone according to your wishes. I will make the decision on my own affairs. I don't care who agreed to it. I only know that if it goes according to the agreement, it will be me who gets married, not grandfather." Nalan Yanran also looked unhappy when she mentioned this matter. She has a somewhat independent temperament and hates having her major affairs follow the route specified by others, even if that person is her elder. "Don't think that I don't know. You just think that Xiao Yan was a loser and was not worthy of you, right?" Nalan Su said angrily. "Father, no matter whether Xiao Yan is a genius or a waste, I don't like him, and I will never marry him." Hearing this, Nalan Yanran frowned slightly, pursed her red lips, and said lightly, "She only has her senior brother Morrowind in her heart, and she will never like anyone again in this life." "Why? This is the engagement made by your grandfather himself," Nalan Su said angrily. "Whatever, I already have someone I like, and I won't marry him unless he is in my life," Nalan Yanran said firmly. "Who is it? You are engaged, how can you like another man?" Nalan Su frowned. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran was silent for a moment and said slowly, "It's my senior brother. I like him and he also likes me. As for that Xiao Yan, marry whoever you like. I will never marry him." Nalan Yanran raised her eyebrows. "Your senior brother, are you talking about that boy from the Mitre family?" Nalan Su was stunned when he heard this and asked, "Good." Mentioning Chenfeng, a smile appeared on Nalan Yanran's face and she nodded proudly. "That boy is pretty good." Nalan Su had obviously heard about Chenfeng and his expression softened a lot. In his heart, he also wanted his daughter to marry a genius like Morrowind instead of a waste. But thinking about his old man's attitude, he not only felt a headache. "That's all. As long as you find a way to pass the old man's test, I won't care about this matter." Finally, Nalan Su said helplessly. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran also had a headache. She had been most afraid of her grandfather since she was a child. "Father, I have asked my senior brother to ask Elder Furukawa to take action. Maybe we can undo the poison in Grandpa's body." Nalan Yanran said to Nalan Su, "Are you telling the truth?" Hearing this, Nalan Su looked happy. The poison in the old man's body has always been the biggest problem plaguing the Nalan family. Over the years, they have tried all kinds of methods, including inviting the president of the Alchemist Guild, but even the president of the Alchemist Guild was helpless against the poison in the old man's body. Of course it's true. The teacher once told me that after this competition, senior brother should be appointed as the young master of Yunlin sect. With senior brother's reputation, he should be able to invite Elder Furukawa. Thinking of Chenfeng's promise to her that day, Nalan Yanran showed a smile on her face, raised her snow-white chin, and had a hint of innate elegance on her cheeks. Young master of Yunlin sect. After hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Nalan Su felt even more satisfied with Chenfeng. He naturally knows the Yunlan sect's status in the Jiama Empire. If there is a Yunlin sect leader as a son-in-law, then the Nalan family will still run sideways in the Jiama Empire from now on. Who dares to offend them? In comparison, Xiao Yan, that good-for-nothing, really couldn't compare with Chenfeng. Thinking of this, Nalan Su couldn't help but show a smile on his face and said, Yanner, if that boy Chenfeng can really cure the old man, then there shouldn't be any problem with the old man. With the help of Elder Gu He, we should be able to undo the poison on Grandpa. Nalan Yanran was very optimistic about the reputation of Alchemy King Gu He. After all, he was a dignified 6th grade alchemist. Well, I hope so. Nalan Su naturally knew the name of Dan Wang Gu and nodded immediately after hearing this. Chapter 82, Purchasing Medicinal Materials. I've met the young sect master. Hello, young master. Chenfeng was walking on a mountain road of the Yunlin sect. All the Yunlin sect disciples he met on the way greeted him. He nodded, with a smile on his face and an easy-going attitude. 3 days have passed since the inner gate competition. Now, the entire Yunlin sect has learned the news that Chenfeng has been canonized as the young sect master. Feeling the respect others had for him, the corners of Chenfeng's mouth rose slightly. Becoming the young master of the Yunlin sect is just the first step. After a while, Chenfeng arrived at a hall entrance to the east of the main peak. This is the mission hall of Yunlin sect. As the first sect in the Jiama Empire, the Yunlin sect naturally has a relatively complete internal structure. This mission hall is where missions are issued by the sect's senior leaders. If the Yunlin sect disciples complete the missions, they will receive corresponding contribution points. With contribution points, you can redeem the required training resources in the mission hall. The young master is here. I've met the young sect leader. There were many people inside the mission hall at this moment. When they saw Chenfeng coming in, the disciples of the Yunlin sect they knew all saluted. No need to be polite. Chenfeng smiled slightly and entered the main hall directly. I wonder what the young sect master's orders are when he comes here. A deacon in charge of the mission hall learned that Chenfeng was old and quickly came to greet him with a respectful attitude. Deacon Li, I am here to exchange for some treasures. Chenfeng directly explained his purpose of coming. After becoming the young sect master, Chenfeng was also one of the top leaders of Yunlin sect. As a senior member of the Yunlin sect, he naturally has privileges that other disciples do not have. If other disciples want to redeem treasures in the mission hall, they must have enough contribution points. As a senior member of the Yunlin sect, you can directly exchange items for items, and even some Earth-level treasures can be purchased with gold coins. Moreover, in addition to exchanging treasures, Yunlin sect senior leaders can also issue tasks and ask Yunlin sect disciples to do things for them. Young sect master, please come inside. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Deacon Li quickly invited him into the room and ordered someone to make a cup of hot tea. Thanks. Chenfeng nodded and sat down. I wonder what treasure the young sect leader wants to exchange for. Deacon Li picked up a book from the table and placed it in front of Chenfeng. This is a list of treasures. Please take a look at it, young sect master. Look, I won't watch anymore. Looking at the thick list of treasures in front of him, Chenfeng didn't bother to read and asked directly. Do you have any treasures here that can restore soul power? A treasure that restores soul power. Hearing this, Deacon Li was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, That thing is an absolute wonder. I'll check it out. As he said that, he picked up the treasure list on the table, looked through it carefully for a while, shook his head, and said regretfully, I'm sorry, young sect master, things that can restore soul power are really rare. I checked this year's inventory didn't collect that kind of treasure. A flash of disappointment flashed across his face, and Chenfeng nodded lightly. Sure enough, a treasure that restores soul power is really rare. Even the huge Yunlin sect could not find such a treasure. Chenfeng is looking for treasures to restore soul power, naturally to increase Shichen's strength. Now the one with the greatest potential under him is Yachen. As long as he finds some treasures that restore his soul power, he can increase his strength. Deacon Li, please help me issue a mission. Whoever can find the treasure that restores soul power can get 3,000 contribution points. After thinking about it, Chenfeng said to Deacon Li, 3,000 contribution points. This young sect master, 3,000 contribution points is a lot. Are you? After hearing Chenfeng's words, Deacon Li hesitated slightly. Don't worry. Are you afraid that I won't be able to get the treasure worth 3,000 contribution points? Chenfeng didn't understand what he was worried about, so he directly placed the scrolls and elixirs that were awarded to Yun Yun for being the first in the competition on the table. This is a Xuan-level advanced fighting skill and a bottle of 4th-grade elixir, the Chenfeng said very casually. For him, this Xuan-level fighting skill and the 4th-grade elixir were of no use at all, so he simply took them out as a reward for the mission. Deacon Li picked up the jade bottle, opened it, smelled it, and looked at the scroll again. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he said enthusiastically to Chenfeng's, "That's enough, that's enough. These are already worth 4,000 contribution points. That counts as 4,000 contribution points. Anyone who can help me find a treasure that can restore my soul power will get 4,000 contribution points." Chenfeng said nonchalantly. "Okay, I'll go and issue the mission right away." Deacon Li nodded. "Wait a minute," Chenfeng stopped him and then took out a list from the ring. "A's for the medicinal materials here. Help me gather as much as you can." After saying that, Chenfeng took out a purple gold card from his arms. On the card 5 ripples of different colors flashed, 5 marked purple gold card. In Du-Q continent, one needs at least the strength of Du Ling to be qualified to apply for this gold card that represents identity. Of course, some transcendent forces also have this qualification. How much gold coins are worth? Just swipe them from here. Chenfeng handed the 5 pattern purple gold card to Deacon Li. "This is a 5-grain purple gold card." Seeing the card in Chenfeng's hand, Deacon Li was shocked, and then his eyes showed envy. He also knew something about Chenfeng's identity. The other party is a direct descendant of the middle family, and has a very high status. The middle family is the richest family in the entire Jiama Empire. Chenfeng was able to take out the 5 pattern purple gold card. Deacon Li naturally thought that the middle family gave it to him. This is a treatment only given to strong fighting spirits, which shows that the Mitre family has a high regard for Chenfeng. However, the corners of Chenfeng's mouth raised slightly. This purple gold card was not given to him by the Mitre family, but it was found from Xiao Sunner's small vault. As the daughter of the patriarch of the ancient clan, this girl is really a little rich woman. There are 5 such 5 pattern purple gold cards in Xiao Sunner's collection. There's simply no way to spend it all. Young sect leader, I'll get it done right away. Please wait here for a moment. Deacon Li came to his senses, took the list from Chenfeng's hand, and quickly walked out of the room. It's easier to do things if you have privileges. Looking at Deacon Li's leaving figure, Chenfeng showed a smile on his lips. Naturally, he purchased the medicinal materials on these lists to refine medicine from dust. It would be overkill to let an 8th-level alchemist like him die in a small world, only responsible for roasting meat for Xiao Zunner and the others every day. Chenfeng asked Yao Chen to make a list of all the elixirs he needed to refine, and prepared to purchase them all at once. With Yunlin sect's capabilities, they should be able to purchase basically the medicinal materials above. Chapter 83 Xiao Sunner, Am I Pregnant? After purchasing enough medicinal materials from the mission hall, Chenfeng returned to his yard. Then, with a thought in his mind, he entered the small world directly. "Master, you are here?" Seeing Chenfeng come in, Xiao Zunner was very happy. "Master, you haven't seen me for a long time." Xiao Zunner threw herself into Chenfeng's arms, with a trace of nostalgia on her pretty face. Xiao Zunner was pregnant, and Chenfeng couldn't practice the dragon and phoenix art with her, so naturally there were fewer of them. In addition, in order to achieve the realm of great fighting master, he has been practicing in seclusion. Therefore Xiao Zunner was left out in the cold. Although there are medicine dust and purple electric marten in the small world, but one of them is a puppet and the other is a monster. In Xiao Zunner's heart, after all, she does not belong to human beings and cannot chat normally. This lonely environment made Xiao Zunner suffocated. I held Zidi and Mink in my arms all day long, feeling unhappy. Seeing the morning breeze coming in like this, I felt naturally happy. "Master, I miss you so much," Xiao Zunner said to Chenfeng. "Sorry, I'm so busy at the moment," Chenfeng said simply and didn't explain anything. He knew that Xiao Zunner looked so happy. It's not that he likes himself, it's just that I'm too lonely and want to find a companion. I brought you some delicious food to replenish your health. Chenfeng brought a lot of Yunlin sect's specialties, this time Yunkai chicken. These Yunkai chickens have a trace of Warcraft blood in their bodies. They are raised in the sect by the deacons of Yunlin sect and fed with some medicinal materials. In short, they are absolutely tonic after eating them. The batch of Yunkai chickens brought by Chenfeng were all carefully selected by him. It has been raised for at least 2.5 years and is most suitable for making soup. The chicken does not age and the soup is nutritious. After Xiao Zunner ate it, it was very helpful to the growth of the fetus in her belly. Although he didn't enter the small world often, Chenfeng was still very concerned about the fetus in Xiao Zunner's belly. "You must let your child be born healthy." "Thank you, master." Feeling Chenfeng's concern, Xiao Zunner said happily. "Yao Chen, I have obtained the medicinal materials for you. Please refine the elixir I need as soon as possible." After getting tired of Xiao Zunner for a while, Chenfeng came to Yao Chen and gave him all the medicinal materials purchased this time. "Yes, master." Hearing this, Yachen took the medicinal materials respectfully and then began to refine the medicine. Chenfeng purchased a lot of medicinal materials this time, and naturally refined a lot of elixirs. Among them are Purple Heart Barrier, Breaking Pill, a 4th grade Peak Pill. This is the kind of pill that can directly enhance a person's strength. However, its effect can only be applied to the Great Fighter level. If a person at this level takes the Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill, their strength can be increased by 1 star. The most important thing is that a person at the same level can take 2 of these pills in succession, without developing too much resistance. Now that he has broken through to the realm of the Great Fighter, he can take this Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill to break through again. 5th grade Elixir Spirit Raising Elixir. Taking this elixir can allow a strong spirit fighting warrior to forcibly break through a realm. This kind of elixir is extremely rare, and only an 8th level alchemist like Yao Chen has such an elixir. Chenfeng's purpose of refining this elixir was not for himself, but to give it to his grandfather. The old man and Mittel Tengshan are of the same generation, but their cultivation talents are obviously much different. His cultivation has been stuck in the 9-star fighting spirit realm for 8 full years, but he still hasn't been able to make a breakthrough. Chenfeng has refined the spirit raising pill. If the old man takes it, and with the knowledge he has accumulated over the past 8 years, he will definitely be able to break through to the Duwang realm in one fell swoop. The 6th grade elixir Duling Dan, it can make a Duwang level expert who takes it rise by 1 star, but it has extremely high resistance. A fighting king can only take 1 fighting spirit pill in his life. Chenfeng also prepared this spirit fighting pill for the old man. After the old man breaks through to Duwang and stabilizes his realm, he can continue to take Duling Dan to break through. Although taking pills to achieve breakthroughs has great drawbacks. But at this age, the old man's potential has been exhausted. He may no longer be able to make breakthroughs in this life, and Chenfeng can't control so much. At worst, when he becomes stronger, just refine some more longevity pills for him and let him live a long life. However, Chenfeng prepared 2 materials and asked Yao Chen to refine 2 spirit fighting pills. He planned to send this other spirit fighting pill to Nalan's house as a betrothal gift. Mr. Nalan is also in the Duwang realm, so he shouldn't be able to refuse such a betrothal gift, right? In addition to these elixirs used to enhance strength, Chenfeng also prepared Yao Chen to refine a batch of Blood Fetus Q nourishing elixirs. The Blood Fetus Nourishing Q pill is also a 5th grade elixir, although it is not as effective as the Snake Tribe's Secret Fetus Nourishing pill. But after Xiao Sunner and the others took the Blood Fetus Q nourishing pill, the children would have a good body after birth and be healthier than ordinary children. At least they would not die young. Chenfeng was worried about his child. Fortunately, Yao Chen, a person with 8th level alchemy tools, is here, otherwise Chenfeng wouldn't have the ability, and even with Xiao Son's small treasury, he wouldn't be able to use it. Okay, let's stop making elixirs and stew this chicken, Chenfeng said to Yao Chen. As an 8th grade alchemist, Yao Chen has already mastered the control of heat. Cooking is much easier than making alchemy. After this period of training, he has become a top chef. Even Chenfeng ate the food he made and was full of praise. Yes, master. Hearing this, Yao Chen grabbed a cloud chicken and slaughtered it directly. After a while, a pot of fragrant chicken soup is ready. Master, please enjoy. Yao Chen filled the chicken soup and brought it to the table. Chenfeng nodded, looking at the old Yao Chen, thinking that he should find some beautiful maids to bring him in as soon as possible. He was a little uncomfortable with being served by a bad old man all day long. He was not as comfortable as being served by a young and beautiful girl. Sunner, come on, drink it while it's hot. Chenfeng moved a bowl of chicken soup in front of Xiao Zunner and said softly, "Thank you, master." Feeling Chenfeng's thoughtfulness, Xiao Sunner felt something in her heart and drank the chicken soup obediently. Vomit. Chenfeng was about to drink the chicken soup from his bowl when he suddenly heard a sound of retching from Xiao Sunner opposite him, and he suddenly lost his appetite. Is this chicken soup so bad? Chenfeng looked at Xiao Sunner with some depression and asked, "What's wrong, Sunner? Is this chicken soup hard to drink?" "No, master, it's my own problem. I've been feeling nauseous for the past 2 days and feel like vomiting from time to time," Xiao Sunner said in embarrassment. Feeling nauseous and want to vomit, could it be? Hearing this, Chenfeng reacted instantly, stood up and came behind Xiao Sunner, patted her back gently, and said nervously, "Sunner, you have to take good care of yourself. You are pregnant now. It's not like before." Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiao Sunner was stunned for a moment. "I'm pregnant." Chapter 84. Xiao Sun. "I don't want to have children. I'm pregnant." Xiao Sunner's beautiful eyes widened with disbelief. She touched her flat belly and was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile. Master, are you kidding me? How could I be pregnant? Who said I was kidding you? Seeing Xiao Sun'er's look of disbelief, Chenfeng explained, you are just pregnant, so your belly will naturally not change. After a while your belly will gradually grow bigger. Not like this. I do not believe, Master, you must be lying to me. Hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Xiao Sun'er felt a little flustered, but still couldn't believe it. Master, I'm not pregnant at all, am I? Xiao Sun'er grabbed Chenfeng's hand with her hand, raised her head, and looked at him with a hint of fear in her eyes. Xiao Sun'er, what do you mean? Seeing Xiao Sun'er's appearance, Chenfeng suddenly felt a little unhappy. Aren't you happy that you are pregnant with my child? Chenfeng stretched out his hand and pinched Xiao Sun'er's white and tender chin. His expression gradually turned cold. No, it's not. Seeing the sudden change in Chenfeng's face, Xiao Sun'er reacted and felt a trace of fear in her heart. She quickly shook her head and said, Master, I just don't want to have a child so early, Master, otherwise we won't have this child anymore. Xiao Sun'er begged Chenfeng. Wait a few years? Can I give you another child? Judging from Chenfeng's performance and thinking about her own performance during this period, she began to believe that she might really be pregnant. Oh my God. Thinking of this, Xiao Sun'er almost wanted to faint. How could she be pregnant? The thought of giving birth to a child for Chenfeng. Xiao Sun'er couldn't accept it at all. Now she can't protect herself. If she really gave birth to a child, it would be beyond redemption. What about the children? Are you living in this isolated little world with yourself? Xiao Sun'er couldn't imagine all this and couldn't accept it in her heart. Don't want this child. After hearing Xiao Sun'er's words, Chenfeng's expression became even colder. Listen to me. Chenfeng pinched Xiao Sun'er's chin coldly and said, in my heart, you are not as important as this child. If anything happens to this child, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, Chenfeng took out the image crystal in his hand and said to Xiao Sun'er, do you remember what's inside? Do you want me to show it to you again? Naturally, Xiao Sun'er would not forget the existence of the recording crystal. Dang even shook his head crazily and begged Chenfeng with a pale face. No. Master, I was wrong. Then are you willing to have this child? Chenfeng pinched Xiao Sun'er's chin and asked her to slowly raise her head and look at him. I give birth. I will definitely give birth to the child. Xiao Sun'er nodded quickly, not daring to say that she didn't want this child anymore. After hearing this, Chenfeng's expression calmed down a little, and he reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of Xiao Zou's eyes. Okay, stop crying. As long as you are obedient, how can the master be willing to hurt you? Seeing Chenfeng return to her previous gentle attitude, Xiao Sun'er felt relieved. She nodded obediently and never dared to mention the child again. Come on, drink more chicken soup to replenish your body, so that the child born will be healthy. Chenfeng asked Yao Chen to pour another bowl of hot chicken soup, and then fed Xiao Sun'er to drink it himself. Xiao Sun'er didn't dare to go against Chenfeng's wishes and drank the bowl of chicken soup obediently. Would you like some more? Chenfeng asked softly. Xiao Sun'er shook his head and said timidly, Master, I'm a little tired. If you drink more you will vomit. Chenfeng heard this and took out a box of dried fruits from Neji. This fruit is sour. It's very useful to have one in your mouth when you feel sick. After saying that, he took out a piece of dried fruit and handed it to Xiao Sun'er's mouth. Xiao Sun'er bit her red lips, slowly opened her mouth and took the dried fruit into her mouth. This chicken soup tastes really good. Xiao Zi, please have some too. Chenfeng also filled a bowl of chicken soup for Zidian Martin, and then drank the chicken soup by himself. He looked like he had already exposed what he just said, but Xiao Sun'er's words just now planted a thorn in Chenfeng's heart. He was not sure whether Xiao Sun'er had really changed his mind, or was just pretending to deal with him. What if she still doesn't want this child in her heart? Although he is protected by the power of blood, Chenfeng cannot guarantee it. If something happens to Xiao Sun'er himself, will the power of blood still be effective? Moreover, Xiao Sun'er's mood will also affect the development of the fetus in her belly. If she is depressed all day long, it will leave consequences for her children. Thinking of this, Chenfeng couldn't help but frown. It won't be a problem if it continues like this. Honor, when the child is born, I will give you freedom so that you can come and go here freely. After a moment of silence, Chenfeng suddenly said to Xiao Sun'er. He knew that if people stayed in this closed space for a long time, they would easily develop depression. If they wanted to be free, they would go outside and see more. Chenfeng still remembered that the last time she took the flying warcraft and let Xiao Sun'er out, she acted very happy and relaxed. Master, are you telling the truth? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiao Suner immediately raised his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his beautiful eyes. When did the master lie to you? When the child is born, I will take you to go sightseeing and relax. Seeing that this trick worked, Chenfeng started to frantically draw cakes for Xiao Suner. Well, thank you, master. Hearing this, longing flashed in Xiao Suner's eyes. Staying in this claustrophobic little world, she felt like she was going crazy. She couldn't breathe all day long and couldn't wait to go out and relax. After a while, I'm going to go to the Tagore Desert, and then I'll let you out to relax. After the wedding, Chenfeng was ready to leave for Tagore Desert. The Great Tagore Desert isn't that the territory of the snake people. Hearing this, Xiao Suner was stunned for a moment, and then said with some doubts. Obviously, she had also heard about the Tagore Desert. That's right, aren't you bored? I'll grab some snake maids and come in to accompany you, Chenfeng said with a smile. He thought of Qinglin. The original book mentioned that she was very well behaved and should be a good maid. The most important thing is that she has blue snake and 3 flowered pupils, which has great potential in the future and can be cultivated well. Snake people, what exactly are they like? Hearing this, Xiao Suner felt a little hopeful. She had never seen the snake people before. Chapter 85 Yanran, let me try the next day. Chenfeng left the Yinlan sect and came to the imperial capital again, heading directly towards the huge palace of the Nalan family. Approaching the majestic mansion, Chenfeng saw that there were many people surrounding the door. Moreover, these people are all dressed in the robes of alchemists, and the bright silver ripples on their chests proudly display their status and rank. On the streets where people come and go, all passers-by will cast their envious and awed eyes at the group of alchemists who are whispering to each other. In their hearts, an alchemist is a noble person, a profession like an aristocrat. As for these powerful alchemists, the Nalan family obviously does not dare to neglect them easily. At the door, some servants were respectfully talking to the alchemist who was waiting outside. They only let them in after they found out that the other party had indeed the strength to enter. Some alchemists whose strength was really questionable could only be rejected by them with smiling faces. Although this move made the alchemists who were blocked a little dissatisfied, considering the power of the Nalan family and the relationship between Nalan Yanran and the Yinlan sect, they had no choice but to leave with a little displeasure. After staring at the door for a while, Chenfeng discovered that the alchemists who were allowed to enter seemed to be third-grade alchemists. The rejected alchemists were second-grade alchemists, and there were even some first-grade alchemists who came to join in the fun. It seems that Nalan's family is in urgent need of medical treatment. Chenfeng shook his head helplessly and walked toward the heavily defended gate of the Nalan family. After squeezing through the crowd, Chenfeng took a step forward, and an old man who seemed to be a housekeeper hurriedly greeted him. Sir, I am the steward of the Nalan family. What do you do for me? Seeing that there was no alchemist badge on Morrofeng's chest, the housekeeper was a little confused, but he still said politely, "Tell Chenfeng, please let the housekeeper inform Miss Nalan," Chenfeng said with a smile. Middle Chenfeng, a member of the Mittel family. Hearing this, the housekeeper glanced at Chenfeng in surprise, then nodded, turned around and gave instructions to a servant. Master Chenfeng, please follow me to the living room to drink tea first. I have already sent someone to inform Our Lady. Bowing slightly to Chenfeng, the old man's voice actually contained honorifics because of Chenfeng's identity. Chenfeng nodded, always with a smile on his face, followed the housekeeper slowly into the door, and disappeared at the door. Following the butler unhurriedly, Chenfeng swept his gaze across the luxurious mansion. The tall and majestic buildings made him nod slightly secretly. The Nalan family is indeed one of the 3 major families in the Jiama Empire. Such wealth is indeed not comparable to that of other families. Walking on the path paved with blue gravel, Chenfeng's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. In his perception ever since he entered the depths of the Nalan family, hidden glances and soul perception were shot out from some hidden corners, capturing Chenfeng's every move. He raised his head inadvertently and glanced at the eaves of a house casually. There some pitch-black shadows were hidden in the darkness. The sharp arrow tips that were painted black, covering up the reflection of the sunlight, were slowly moving in the mansion. Any slightest movement would make them disappear. In an instant, the attack was delivered. The defense is very tight. Chenfeng frowned slightly and shook his head helplessly. Nalan's current situation was indeed very tense. Once something happened to Mr. Nalan, the Nalan family would be doomed. Therefore, they will naturally be on strict guard and not allow other families to take advantage of them. After a while, Chenfeng followed the housekeeper and came to a side hall. Master Chenfeng, please wait here. I have sent someone to notify the young lady. She should arrive soon. After the housekeeper ordered someone to serve tea to Chenfeng, he left the side hall directly. Senior brother, Chenfeng was drinking tea. Not long after, Nalan Yanran ran over in a hurry. Senior brother, I miss you so much. Why haven't you come to see me for so long? When Nalan saw Chenfeng, he jumped directly into his arms like a baby swallow returning to its nest. Chenfeng also hugged Nalan Yanran's delicate body tightly, patted her back, and comforted her. I have been busy practicing for the sect competition during this period. As soon as this competition is over, I will come over and take a look. Are you okay, senior brother? I heard that you won the first place in the competition, and you were also canonized as the young sect master by the teacher. When Nalan Yanran heard this, there was a hint of excitement on her face. Her beautiful eyes looked at Chenfeng, and her heart was filled with pride. Her man Nalan Yanran is the best. She wanted to prove to the Nalan family that she had unique vision and that her senior brother could not be compared to that good, for nothing Xiao Yan. Yes, from now on, I will be the young master of the Yunlin sect. Chenfeng showed off the sign token given to him by Liang Yunyun and pinched Nalan Yanran's nose. By the way, senior brother, didn't you invite Elder Furukawa? With your current status as the young sect leader, he should give you this face, right? Nalan Yanran's eyes swept across the hall, but she didn't see the figure of Alchemy King Guhi, and she suddenly felt confused. Last time Morrowind promised to invite Alchemy King Furukawa to come over and detoxify her grandfather. Yanran, the poison on your grandfather's body cannot be cured by the pill King Gu, Chenfeng said. Ah, what should we do? Hearing this, Nalan Yanran's face fell, and she said anxiously, Grandpa's poison can't be delayed any longer. Chenfeng comforted him and said, Yanran, let me try. Maybe I can undo the branding poison on the old man. Let you try. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Nalan Yanran was immediately confused. Senior brother, even Alchemy King Furukawa can't do anything. Can you do it? You are not an alchemist, how can you detoxify it? Chenfeng proposed to detoxify, which surprised Nalan Yanran. Not just anyone can undo this branding poison. Even the president of the Alchemist Guild personally admitted that there was nothing he could do. How can Chenfeng do it? Yanran, if you believe me, let me give it a try. Chenfeng didn't explain too much. After he finished detoxifying, Nalan Yanran naturally believed it. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to believe Chenfeng's words. Then senior brother, come with me, and I will take you to see my grandfather, Nalan Yanran said, pulling Chenfeng out of the side hall. After a while, Chenfeng followed Nalan Yan and came to a luxurious hall. Looking through the ajar door, he could vaguely see a lot of people standing inside. Chapter 86 Senior brother, you actually have strange fire. Brother, come in quickly. Nalan Yanran gently opened the door, and the low voices in the hall stopped. Then one after another looked at the gate, and when they saw Nalan Yanran, the eldest lady of the Nalan family, they had no reaction. But when everyone saw Chenfeng behind Nalan Yanran, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Chenfeng did not have an alchemist badge on his chest. They were a little surprised. This young man was not even an alchemist. Why did Miss Nalan bring him in? Chenfeng's eyes slowly swept across the hall. In the spacious hall there are about a dozen alchemists wearing robes of the same color sitting. On their chests, they wear the badges of third-grade alchemists. However, most of these third-grade alchemists are in middle age, and 2 of them have gray hair. Ignoring those surprised glances, Chenfeng's slowly moving gaze rested on a middle-aged man at the head of the hall. This man was not wearing an alchemist's robe. He was sitting on a chair with a golden sword and tiger eyes. When opening and closing, there is quite an aura of calmness and authority. When Chenfeng stared at the middle-aged man, the man also stopped at him, looking at the former's young appearance, and was slightly startled. Nalan Su immediately stood up, cupped his hands towards the morning breeze, then looked at Nalan Yanran aside, and asked with some confusion, Yanner, who is this little brother? He has been away from the imperial capital all year round and has seen Chenfeng very rarely. Although he feels familiar, he still can't recall it. Father, this is my senior brother. Facing Nalan Su's gaze, Nalan Yanran suddenly felt a little shy and introduced in a low voice. The relationship between Chenfeng and her made her feel like she was bringing her fiancé to meet her parents, and the girl was naturally shy. Your senior brother. Hearing this, Nalan Su was stunned. Junior middle Chenfeng, I have met Uncle Nalan. Chenfeng hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. This was his father-in-law and he did not dare to neglect him. Nalan Su reacted, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. It turns out he is Chenfeng's wise nephew. I haven't seen him for so many years, but he has grown so tall. The other alchemists in the hall had a hint of surprise on their faces when they heard Chenfeng's identity. As the #1 genius of the Mitre family, Chenfeng is also a disciple of the leader of the Yunlin sect. In the past few days, the news that he was canonized as the young master of the Yunlin sect has spread throughout the entire imperial capital. At this moment, when they learned that the young man in front of them was the young master of the Yunlin sect, everyone present was a little shocked. Apart from being shocked, they also had some doubts on their faces, wondering why the young master of Yunlin sect came to Nalan's house. Is it also for detoxification? My virtuous nephew Chenfeng, please take a seat. Nalan Su was very enthusiastic. And then he seemed to have thought of something and asked, I wonder if Master Furukawa is here today. He didn't forget that Nalan Yanran mentioned last time that Chenfeng would ask forgetful Furukawa to come to Nalan's house to detoxify the old man. Hearing this, Chenfeng shook his head and said, Uncle Nalan and Elder Gyu can't remove the poison, can't even Master Furukawa do anything. Hearing Chenfeng's words, a trace of sadness flashed across Nalan Su's face. The other alchemists present heard this and felt even more uncertain. Alchemy King Furukawa is the only 6th grade alchemist in the Jiama Empire. Even he can't do anything, so can they be more capable than Master Furukawa? For a moment the hall fell into silence. Seeing this scene, Nalan Su's heart sank and he quickly cheered up. I believe you are all aware of the problems our Nalan family has encountered. My father was poisoned by the infamous branding poison before. Now that the poison has exploded, he can no longer stand it. You are all ranked high in the Gamma Empire. There are countless alchemy masters, each with their own unique abilities, so I would like to ask you all to help me try and see if there is a way to detoxify. Nalan Su looked around and laughed in a low voice. Not much nonsense, as long as you can cure the old man, I will definitely not disappoint you in terms of reward. With a wave of his hand, Nalan Su pointed to a side door opposite and said, The old man is inside, please give it a try. Hearing this, the dozen alchemists in the hall looked at each other. After a while, an old man with gray hair stood up with a smile and took the lead in walking to the side room. However, more than 10 minutes later, he walked out shaking his head, sat back on the chair, and smiled sarcastically at Nalan Su. I'm sorry, Chief Nalan, that branding poison is too stubborn. I prepared more than 10 flavors of it. The antidote pills are all ineffective. Hearing the old man's words, Nalan Su and Nalan Yanran beside him both sighed in disappointment, looked at each other, and shook their heads with a wry smile. After the old man, a dozen alchemists entered the side room one after another. However, after more than 10 minutes they all walked out in embarrassment. Obviously, they don't have the ability to deal with the kind of poison that even Master Furukawa is helpless against. As the alchemists came out one after another with embarrassed faces, the disappointment on the faces of Nalan Su and Nalan Yanran became more and more intense. When the last alchemist came out, his mood finally sank slowly. Next to him, Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes turned slightly red. In the hall, a dozen third-grade alchemists no longer had the previous pride, and remained silent with embarrassed faces. Listening to everyone's silence, the atmosphere in the hall gradually fell into dullness. After a while, Nalan sighed and forced a smile. Thank you all. It seems that the old man is indeed destined for this disaster. Although he failed, I will still ask the housekeeper to prepare a generous reward later. Listening to these disguised words of dissatisfaction, everyone smiled bitterly, shook their heads, and said goodbye directly to Nalan Su. Since it was useless, they were naturally embarrassed to accept the benefits of the Nalan family. Oh, I didn't expect that with so many alchemists. None of them could remove the branding poison from the old man. Looking at the people leaving, Nalan Su spoke again, and then looked at Chenfeng. Nephew Chenfeng, is it really true that Alchemy King Furukawa can't do anything about this poison? Nalan Su asked reluctantly. If Dan King Furukawa is helpless, then who else in the entire Jiama Empire can save the old man? This made Nalan Su feel desperate. He has already searched for all the famous alchemists in the Jiama Empire. There is still no one who can detoxify the old man. Is it true that the old man cannot be saved? Nalan Su couldn't help but frown when he thought of the situation the Nalan family would face after the old man left. He looked at Chenfeng, and couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in his heart. Perhaps, with this son-in-law of the young master of the Yunlin sect, he might be able to save the Nalan family. Hearing this, Chenfeng shook his head and said, This branding poison can only be solved by mastering the legendary strange fire. And since Dan King Gu he does not have the strange fire in his hands, he is naturally helpless. Strange fire. Hearing this, Nalan Su was stunned for a moment, and then a look of despair appeared on his face. The strange fire is a legendary rare treasure. He has only heard of it and has never seen its true appearance. How difficult it is to get the legendary fire. Even the alchemy king Furukawa doesn't have any strange fire. So where can he go to find someone who has the strange fire? Nalan Yanran on the side also had red eyes. She suddenly thought of what Chenfeng said before and asked, "Senior brother, didn't you just say you had a way?" After hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Nalan Su couldn't help but look at Chenfeng, and said hesitantly, "Morrowind's wise nephew. Do you have any idea?" Although he didn't believe that Chenfeng had this ability, he still had a habit of treating a dead horse as a live doctor. He always held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Looking at the hopeful eyes of the two people, Chenfeng smiled slightly and slowly stretched out his palm. With a thought in his mind, a burst of white flame suddenly surged out. As the white flames appeared, a hot and cold breath appeared in the room at the same time. The sudden appearance of forest white flames immediately attracted the attention of Nalan Su and Nalan Yanran. Could this be? Nalan Yanran looked at the white flame rising in Chenfeng's palm, her jade hand slowly covering the redness, shock and ecstasy flashing in her autumn eyes. Chenfeng lowered his head and looked at the white flame that danced flexibly on his palm like a ball of elves. The corners of his mouth raised slightly and he said with a smile, "Uncle Nalan." Chapter 87 Detoxification. Nephew Chenfeng, is this a strange fire? Looking at the white flame in Chenfeng's hand, feeling the cold and hot breath it exuded, the shock gradually faded from his eyes and the ecstasy on Nalan Su's face was almost difficult to conceal. "Yes, this one in my hand is exactly the strange fire." Chenfeng nodded, and the one in his hand was naturally the bone spirit cold fire. Yachin became his sole slave, and he could also master this bone spirit cold fire. "It's really a strange fire, nephew Chenfeng." Nalan Su looked at Chenfeng in front of him with a shocked expression. Even alchemy king Furukawa has never been able to possess strange fire. You can imagine how hard to find and precious this thing is. If you want to get the strange fire, you not only need opportunity, but you also need the support of a huge reserve force. But the wise nephew of Chenfeng. Nalan Su thought of Yun, the leader of the Yunlin sect. Could it be that it was Yun who helped Chenfeng's wise nephew subdue this strange fire? Although there were many doubts in his heart, Nalan Su did not ask any more questions. "Senior brother, if you have strange fire, you should be able to save my grandfather." Nalan Yanran looked at Chenfeng with a look of joy. "Let me try." Chenfeng didn't dare to vouch for it. Although he could master the cold fire of bone spirit, he didn't know the details of the poison in Nalan Ji's body. If it didn't work, he could only let Yachin temporarily take over his body and operate it himself. Then there is the wise nephew Lao Chenfeng. Then, under the leadership of Nalan Su, Chenfeng slowly approached the side room. A faint soft light shines out, and the morning breeze gently opens the door. The space inside the room is quite large. In the center, a large bed is placed, with an old man with a withered face lying on it. Around the bed, several maids were busy. Hearing the sound of the door, they cast their gaze over, and soon began to carefully take care of the comatose old man again. Slowly approaching the big bed, Chenfeng glanced across the bed, and found that the old man's face was faintly covered with gray and black color, and there was a hint of death on his peacefully sleeping face. "It's really serious." Glancing at the old man's face, which looked like he had half a foot in the grave, Chenfeng whispered, "Yes, even a strong Du Huang warrior would not dare to mess with something like branding poison. The old man has been able to survive for so many years and has already reached his limit." Nalan Su, who was following closely behind him, sighed and shook his head, and then said cautiously, "Chenfeng nephew, do you think there are any signs of healing?" "Senior brother, you must save my grandpa." On the side Nalan Yanran nodded slightly, her bright eyes staring closely at Chenfeng beside her, with hope in her eyes. "Then it all depends on the wise nephew of Chenfeng. If we can really cure the old man, there will be no resistance for you and Yanner." Nalan Su glanced at Nalan Yanran who was standing aside, and then said to Chenfeng. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran's pretty face turned red but her heart was filled with joy. "Uncle Nalan, don't worry, this junior will do his best." Chenfeng nodded, then sat directly next to the bed, his right hand slightly raised, and the white flames swirled up. In an instant, the temperature in the room skyrocketed. Chenfeng's eyes fell on Nalan Ji's old face. Although after being corroded by toxins for so long, the old man's already withered face looked a little less human-like. But this person can still faintly see something as unruly as his name. His left hand lightly patted Nalan Ji's shoulder. A dark force shook the clothes on his body into powder, revealing a skinny body like a skeleton. Looking at this skinny body, Chenfeng couldn't help but shook his head. On the other side, Nalan Yanran's eyes were even more rosy. The extremely rare mist lingered in her eyes, making this delicate woman look a little pitiful. The soul power slowly stretched out of the body, then enveloped the wisp of white flame, trying hard to suppress its blazing high temperature, and then gently touched Nalan Ji's back. With his finger pointing, the white flames penetrated into Nalan Ji's body with a pop. At this moment, the body of the originally unconscious Nalan Ji began to tremble suddenly. Putting his finger on Nalan Ji's back, Chenfeng narrowed his eyes, and his soul power controlled the white flame, quickly passing through some main meridians. Then he gradually approached the bones covered by the poison in the former's body. As the temperature of the forest white flames increased, pain gradually appeared on Nalan Ji's face, which was originally numb. The dry palms were also clenched tightly, and the veins were bulging on the arms. On the bed, Nalan Ji suddenly opened his eyes with his eyes closed tightly, and a hoarse roar of severe pain came from his mouth. A fierce aura came to life like a flashback. Old man. Looking at the old man who suddenly opened his eyes and roared, Nalan Yanran and Nalan Su shouted hurriedly, "Grandpa Nalan, this junior is exercising poison for you, please bear with me." Glancing at Nalan Ji who was sweating profusely, Chenfeng also knew that the other person must be in pain at the moment and quickly explained the situation. Hearing the voice behind him, Nalan Ji turned his head slightly and looked at the young and immature face. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then he gritted his teeth and laughed dryly. "Little kid. This junior is not absolutely sure, so we can only do our best." Chenfeng nodded slightly. "Haha, little kid, you let it go. Even if you die, no one dares to blame you." After hearing Chenfeng's words, the corners of his mouth twitched as he endured the severe pain in his body, and Nalan Ji smiled heroically. "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" On the side, looking at Nalan Ji who woke up from a coma, Nalan Yanran breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but said angrily, "You damn girl. Do you still have the nerve to come back? If it weren't for you going to Xiao's house to break off the engagement, would I have been so angry that I couldn't continue my practice and be like this due to the poison?" Nalan Ji stared at Nalan Yanran angrily, roared, "Grandpa, the one who is detoxifying you now is my senior brother." Nalan Yanran shrank her head subconsciously when she was scolded, and then looked at Chenfeng who was detoxifying the old man, as if she felt confident again. Hum, the only one who can save you now is my senior brother." Thinking of this, Nalan Yanran was secretly glad that she had caught up with her senior brother. Otherwise, who will save his grandfather now? What? After hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Nalan Ji suddenly showed a look of astonishment on his face. Nalan Yanran has been home for so long, and the old man naturally knows that the reason why his granddaughter is desperate to break off the engagement is because she has made a private lifelong engagement with her senior brother in the Yunlin sect. Chapter 88 Father-in-law's approval. As the silence of several people fell, the atmosphere in the room quietly calmed down. "Is your boy the boy from the middle family?" After a while, Nalan Ji came back to his senses and looked at Chenfeng with a flash of brilliance in his eyes. "Chenfeng has met the old man," Chenfeng quickly said respectfully. This person was of the same generation as his grandfather, and he did not dare to show any slights. "You kid can actually detoxify." Knowing that the other party was his granddaughter's sweetheart, Nalan Ji couldn't help but take a few more glances. "Grandpa, the poison in your body is so poisonous that even Dan King Furukawa is helpless. Only those who master the strange fire can detoxify it." At this time Nalan Yanran on the side couldn't help but stepped forward and said as if offering a treasure. She also knew that her grandfather was very dissatisfied with her breaking off the engagement. She was afraid that he would be angry with Chenfeng, and wanted to expose all the good qualities of her senior brother to prove that she, Nalan Yanran, had not chosen the wrong person. Nalan Yanran wanted the old man to agree to her marriage to Chenfeng. "We have indeed made a lot of efforts in the past few days." When Chenfeng won the first place in the competition, and was canonized as the young master of Yunlin sect, she informed her father and old man of the news almost immediately. She did all this just to let Nalan Su and Nalan Ji see the potential of Chenfeng. Prove that he made the right choice to break off the engagement and choose his senior brother. Strange fire. Hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Nalan Ji looked at Chenfeng in shock. "I really didn't realize that even Master Furukawa coveted the strange fire. But you kid could actually possess it." Nalan Ji looked at Chenfeng with a hint of amazement in his tone. The strange fire was a treasure that even he had never seen before. This kid actually got it, and he has a bright future. "This junior got it by luck," Chenfeng said, neither humble nor arrogantly. "Go on, don't worry. No one will dare to trouble you if something happens." Nalan Ji showed a smile and nodded towards Chenfeng. If it wasn't for his old face, he actually recognized Morrowind as his son-in-law in his heart. whether it was the identity of the young master of the Yunlin sect or the other party's talent. They completely crushed that boy from the Xiao family. No matter which way you look at it, the boy in front of you is indeed more suitable for this girl Yanner. Moreover, if this kid becomes the leader of Yunlin sect in the future, perhaps she could take more care of the Nalan family. Even if the poison on her body cannot be resolved, Nalan Yanran would have a backer. Hearing this, Chenfeng nodded and continued to activate the forest white flames to enter Nalanji's body. In the quiet house, Nalan and his daughter did not speak, and quietly looked at Chenfeng, who was detoxifying Nalanji. As time went by, looking at the sweat rolling down the old man's face and the bulging veins on his arms, Nalan Yanran and Nalan Su both showed a little anxiety and uneasiness on their faces. Chenfeng's face remained calm, and the fingers on Nalanji's back were trembling slightly. The faint forest, white flames were constantly wrapped by the soul power, and then cautiously entered the latter's body, gradually using high temperature to expel the burning poison that had invaded the bones in his body. Forest white flames wrapped around the black skeleton, although the two seemed to be close together. However, if you look carefully, you can find that there is an extremely small gap between them. The temperature of the strange fire is too terrifying. If it comes into direct contact with Nalanji's bones, even if the opponent is a strong Duwang, he will definitely be seriously injured or even die in an instant. The blazing high temperature penetrated from the flames, and then slowly roasted the black bones. As the forest white flames continued to burn, wisps of black mist quietly emitted from the bones. Then, before escaping, he was quickly swooped up by a cluster of forest white flames, wrapped up in it, and used the terrifying high temperature to gradually burn out the poisonous mist that even the powerful Dohuang warriors had to treat with dignity. Turn into nothingness. At this time, Nalanji's whole body was soaked with sweat, his old face was twitching constantly, and the sound of sucking in the cold air leaked out from between his teeth. Chenfeng, boy, okay. Are you okay? His fists were tightly clenched, and the veins on his arms were trembling like small snakes. Nalanji's voice was hoarse and trembling. Behind him, Chenfeng's forehead was also covered with sweat. Controlling the strange fire for such a long time and using it with such high precision consumes his soul power and is also a considerable burden. Hearing Nalanji's trembling question, he nodded slightly and said softly, "That's it for today. Master, the depth of your poison is far beyond my expectation. I want to burn the poison in one go. Eviction is obviously impossible, so I can only choose to take it slow. Can that branding poison really be expelled?" Hearing this, Nalanji couldn't help but said with surprise, "Although the old man has lived for so many years, if there is a choice between death and survival, everyone will choose the latter. According to the current progress, there seems to be no problem," Chenfeng said with a smile. "Haha, I didn't expect that your boy would have such abilities at such a young age. He is truly worthy of being the master disciple of Sect Master Yunyan." Nalanji nodded hurriedly and said with a hoarse smile, "Then I'll leave it to you, kid." Chenfeng's fingers slightly curved, and the white flames lingering outside the bones began to slowly withdraw, and the last traces were recovered into Chenfeng's body. "Nephew Chenfeng, how are you?" Looking at the morning wind that seemed to have stopped expelling poison, Nalan Su hurriedly took 2 steps forward and asked with concern, "Uncle Nalan, today's treatment will stop here. According to this progress, it will take at least 3 days to drive out the toxin." Chenfeng glanced at Nalanji, whose face looked better than before, and said thoughtfully, looking at Nalanji's slightly radiant old face, the heavy stone weighing on Nalan Su's heart finally fell. Nalanji is as important to the Nalan family as the imperial family is to the imperial family. Without this pillar, although the Nalan family will not recover, the gap between it and the other 2 major families will gradually widen. Then it's been a hard work these days, nephew Chenfeng. As long as you can heal the old man, there won't be any problem between you and Yanran. Nalan Su pulled Chenfeng aside, looked at Nalan Yanran and said with a smile, whether it was Chenfeng's identity or talent, Nalan Su was satisfied. This time the fate of Nalan's family was saved again. Naturally, he no longer had any objections to this marriage. Chapter 89. Senior brother, I'm waiting for you to propose marriage. Thank you, Uncle Nalan. After receiving Nalan Su's assurance, Chenfeng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, finally having his father-in-law taken care of. Now the old stubborn man is the only one left, but Chenfeng also has its own trump card. Even though he had cured the old man's poison, he was still unwilling to agree to the marriage. Chenfeng also prepared the spirit fighting pill. He didn't believe that the other party could endure the temptation of Du Ling Dan. Nalan Yanran on the side was secretly happy when she heard her father's words. although Nalan Su had already told her that he would not interfere with her marriage to Chenfeng. But at this moment, hearing her father's personal assurance to Chenfeng showed that her senior brother had been recognized by her father, which made her feel a little proud. "Nephew Chenfeng, you have worked hard. You might as well have a meal here before leaving," Nalan Su said to Chenfeng enthusiastically. "Let's go some other time. I'm also tired today and want to go back and rest early." Chenfeng declined politely, as activating the bone spirit cold fire just now indeed consumed a lot of his soul power. The old man will continue to be treated tomorrow. He wants to go back and rest early so as to ensure good condition. That's okay. After hearing this, Nalan Su didn't force him to stay, and said to Nalan Yanran, who was standing beside him, "Yanner, then you go and see off your nephew Chenfeng." Nalan Yanran smiled and nodded, and then walked out of the hall with Chenfeng. "Father, how do you feel?" After Chenfeng and Nalan Yanran left, Nalan Su came to Nalan Ji and spoke with concern. "This guy has some tricks up his sleeve. It seems that my old bones can be saved for the time being." Nalan Ji sat up, feeling that his mental state was much better, and a smile appeared on his face. "Father, this guy from the middle family seems pretty good." Seeing that Nalan Ji seemed to be in a good mood, Nalan Su hesitated and said tentatively, "Don't come here to test my identity." Hearing this, Nalan Ji, who had grown into a mature man, did not know what Nalan Su was thinking and glared at him with a fierce face. "If it weren't for your lax discipline, how could that damn girl do such a shameful thing?" Thinking that Nalan Yanran broke off the engagement without his consent, the old man immediately became angry. "Father, actually, I also think Chenfeng is really good." Nalan Su was scolded, but for the sake of his daughter's future happiness, he still said it bravely. "I admit, this guy is pretty good." When Nalan Ji heard this, he nodded in approval but still said with a serious face, "But this guy is good. Can our Nalan family break our promise? I personally decided on this marriage back then, but now the Xiao family is lonely, and we will go back on our words. If word spreads, how will my Nalan family gain a foothold in the imperial capital? Where can I put my old face?" Nalan Ji almost shouted angrily. If those old guys knew about this, they would probably laugh at themselves severely. Nalan Ji is the most shameless person in his life, and he is naturally very upset about Nalan Yanran's breakup of the engagement. "Father, what do you think we should do now?" Seeing the furious old father, Nalan Su did not dare to talk back, and said helplessly, "Since the matter has been done, you can't really drive Yanner out of the house, can you? Why, you still want to protect that damn girl?" "I still want to break his legs." "What a shame," Nalan Ji said angrily. "Master, calm down, calm down. It's not good for your health to be so angry." Seeing Nalan Ji, who was a little agitated, Nalan Su quickly comforted him. He was also a little confused. What was going on? If he had known it, he would not have come back. "I'm almost mad at that damn girl, and you still want to protect him," Nalan Ji said angrily. "Then I won't talk about Yanner. Old man, what do you think of this boy Chenfeng? He has helped you so much, but for Yanner's sake you can't just ignore him, right?" Nalan Su quickly changed the topic and used Chenfeng to block the gun. Hearing this, Nalan Ji's face softened slightly and he gradually calmed down. "Although that damn girl is reckless in doing things, she does have a good vision. This kid Chenfeng will definitely become a great person in the future." After a long time, Nalan Ji sighed. "What about what happened between him and Yanner?" "Yanner told me that Sect Master Yun will come to our Nalan family in person in a while to propose marriage to that boy Chenfeng." When he mentioned Yunlan sect, Nalan Su's face became serious. "Let's not talk about the relationship between Yanner and Chenfeng. It's just the face of the head of the Yunlan sect, so we can't just reject it, right? Compared with the Yunlan sect, the Nalan family is nothing. If they offend the leader of the Yunlan sect, it will be extremely detrimental to the development of the Nalan family. Not to mention that Nalan Yanran is still a disciple of Yun Yun. They had finally managed to get Nalan Yanran to become a disciple of Yun Yun. Naturally, I don't want to cut off this relationship now. With the Yunlan sect's incense and love, even if the Nalan family declines in the future, there will at least be a layer of protection. I'm not an old fool yet." Hearing this, Nalan Ji glared at Nalan Su. "The matter has come to this, what else can be done? Someday you can send some gifts to the Xiao family for me and make amends. As for Yanran, this damn girl, I can't control her, just do whatever you want." Now that his face has been lost, Nalan Ji is not the kind of stubborn person. Can Nalan Yanran still be allowed to go to the Xiao family to admit her mistake and send the marriage certificate back again? "Okay, this is the old man, so don't worry about it. Just be with me." After hearing the old man's words, Nalan Yanran suddenly felt happy. for him as long as the old man does not object to the marriage between Chenfeng and Nalan Yanran. It will be fine, brother, thank you so much today. At the door of Nalan Mansion, Nalan Yanran expressed her affectionate thanks to Chenfeng. Do we still have to say these unreasonable things between the two of us? Chenfeng held Nalan Yanran's delicate body in his arms and said softly. When Nalan Yanran heard this, she leaned into Chenfeng's arms with a sweet look on her face, feeling extremely proud in her heart. Even Elder Furukawa couldn't detoxify the poison, but Senior Brother did it. Brother is awesome. Senior Brother, when will you come to my house to propose marriage? Thinking of their marriage, Nalan Yanran was looking forward to it and asked impatiently. Once the branding poison on the old man's body is resolved, I will ask the teacher to come over and propose marriage. Chenfeng also wants to get married as soon as possible, so that he can free up time to do other things he wants to do. Senior Brother, then I will wait at home for you to propose marriage. Nalan Yanran looked at Chenfeng with a smile, stood up on tiptoes and kissed the corner of Chenfeng's mouth gently, and then ran into the house with a shy look on her face. Chapter 90. Completely eliminate the brand poison and ask for the 7 fantasy green spirit saliva. In the blink of an eye it was 3 days later. Nalan Mansion. In the room of old man Nalan Ji. At this moment the morning breeze was activating the bone spirit's cold fire to remove the last of the poison from the old man's body. After a while, Xu Pao wiped a drop of cold sweat from his forehead, and Chenfeng moved his fingers away from Nalan Ji's back. Looking at his face that suddenly became much rosier, he nodded slightly and said with a smile, Congratulations, old man, the poison has completely left your body. As he spoke, Chenfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. The past 3 days of detoxification had left him exhausted. He had been concentrating and did not dare to relax at all. Although the old man has always emphasized that you can do it casually and don't be responsible if you die. But if Chenfeng really kills the old man, then it is estimated that the marriage between him and Nalan Yanran will be ruined, and it will completely offend the Nalan family. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Nalan Ji let out a long breath. This time in the turbid air, there are no longer the same black molecules as in the past. Come to think of it, just as Chenfeng said, the poison was completely eliminated. Feeling the situation inside his body, Nalan Ji's old face showed a hint of joy. The brand poison that had troubled him for so many years was finally eradicated. Old man, congratulations. On the side, Nalan Su and Nalan Yanran also gathered around, with joy on their faces. Nalan Ji is of great significance to the Nalan family. At least the current Nalan family will never lose Nalan Ji's fixing needle. Boy Chenfeng, it's really thanks to you this time. My Nalan family owes you a big favor. Slowly standing up, Nalan Ji said in a deep voice to Chenfeng. Looking at him, he was extremely serious. You're welcome, old man. Yanran's matter is the junior's business. It is what the junior should do to detoxify the old man. Chenfeng glanced at Nalan Yanran beside him and said bluntly. Now he can be regarded as Nalan Yanran's hero. Even if Nalan Ji was dissatisfied, he would not get angry. Chenfeng wanted to take this opportunity to test Nalan Ji's tone. The matter between you and Yander has nothing to do with this matter. It's just the same thing. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Nalan Ji was stunned for a moment, and then he looked serious and said seriously, My Nalan family has made a promise for a long time. If you can detoxify me, I will be very grateful. Boy Chenfeng, are you going to make my Nalan family break their promise? After hearing the old man's words, Chenfeng suddenly fell silent. But there was some slander in his heart. This old man is really a stubborn old man. The old man's words made it impossible for him to distinguish his attitude. Nephew Chenfeng, now that the old man has spoken, you don't need to be polite, just tell me. You can ask for any reward you want, as long as the treasures of my Nalan family are mine. Nalan Su on the side saw that Chenfeng had become silent, and thought that the boy was sulking, so he quickly spoke to save the situation. Judging from Chenfeng's performance during this period, Nalan Su has already recognized Chenfeng as his son-in-law. He also didn't want to see this boy being stubborn with the old man and causing an unpleasant scene. In that case, you're welcome, Junior. Hearing Nalan Su's words, Chenfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly thought of something, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I heard that the old man has a 7 fantasy green spirit saliva in his hand. I wonder if this junior can ask for it. Since the old man was so insistent, Chenfeng simply refused to be polite. In order to restore Yao Chen's soul power, he has been searching for treasures that can restore his soul power. It is mentioned in the original work that Nalan Ji had a strange medicine in his hand called Qiwan Qingling saliva. This thing has amazing miraculous effects on restoring soul power. In the original work, after Yao Chen absorbed the medicinal power of Qiwan Qingling saliva, He woke up directly from his deep sleep and recovered a large amount of soul power. During this period, Chenfeng also collected several treasures to restore soul power through the Yunlin sect and the Mitre auction house. Nowadays, Yao Chen's strength can reach the peak of Du Huang even without the help of Bone Spirit Cold Fire. If the Bone Spirit Cold Fire is activated, he can even fight against the powerful Dozong masters. But if Chenfeng lets Yao Chen absorb the medicinal power of the 7 Illusion Green Spirit Saliva, maybe it can make his soul power directly reach the level of Dozong's strength. With the help of Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Yao Chen can even compete with the 3 or 4-star Dozong. Thinking of this, Chenfeng couldn't help but feel a little excited. 7 Fantasy Green Spirit Saliva. Nalanji was stunned when he heard Chenfeng's request. You're quite well informed. Nalanji was indeed surprised. He had never revealed the 7 Fantasy Green Spirit Saliva to the outside world. How did this kid Chenfeng know? Looking at Nalanji, who looked surprised, Chenfeng smiled without saying a word or explaining. The Mitre family was the most knowledgeable, and it was not surprising to find out that Nalanji had the 7 Illusion Green Spirit Saliva in his hand. Nalanji couldn't figure it out and could only think about the Yunlin sect and the Mitre family. Okay, I made my promise first, so naturally I won't break my promise. Now that you have spoken, I will satisfy you. Although Nalanji was a little reluctant to give up, he kept his promise and asked Nalan Su to get the Qian Qingling Saliva. After a while, Nalan Su walked in holding a plant in a jade flower pot. When this plant appeared, the whole room was immediately filled with a light and calming fragrance. Smelling the strange fragrance, Chenfeng's eyes instantly stopped on the plant in her hand. This plant is green in color as a whole and looks like it was carved from a piece of fine sapphire. At the top of the plant, a flower with 7 colors is slowly blooming, and as the flower unfolds, Chenfeng was a little surprised to find that the 7 colors were gradually changing, and they looked extremely gorgeous. Chenfeng nephew, this is the 7 Illusion Green Spirit Saliva. It is said that using the alchemist's flame to refine it into a liquid can quickly restore those failing souls. In order to get it back then, it didn't take much effort for the old man to get poisoned because of picking this thing. Nalan Su said with a smile. Looking at the 7 Fantasy Green Spirit Saliva in front of him, Chenfeng's eyes flashed with heat. Ha, nephew Chenfeng, now this 7 Fantasy Green Spirit Saliva belongs to you. Nalan Su said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Nalan. After cupping his hand in front of Nalan Su, Chenfeng was not polite. He took 2 steps forward and took it from Nalan Su's hand. He looked up and down with excited eyes. Although this 7 Fantasy Green Spirit Saliva can be placed in the ring, you must let it bask in the sun for an hour every day, otherwise it will wither automatically. You must remember this, Nalan Su reminded. Hearing this, Chenfeng nodded, and then directly put the 7 Illusion Green Spirit Saliva into his own ring. Chapter 91 Nalanji compromises and the marriage is decided. Chenfeng was very happy after getting the Qian Qingling Saliva. The hard work of these 3 days was quite worth it. However, he hasn't figured out the old man's attitude yet. He had already promised Nalan Yanran to detoxify the old man. Then he asked the teacher to go to Nalan's house to break off the engagement. But the old man's attitude at this moment gave Chenfeng a headache. What if this old man is stubborn and doesn't even give the teacher face? Then wouldn't he be able to get off the stage? Thinking of this, Chenfeng pursed his lips and felt that it was still necessary to deal with the old man first. It seems that only the last trump card can be used. Chenfeng thought of the many pills that Yachen had refined during this period. A decision suddenly came to mind. Anyway, he asked Yao Chen to refine these elixirs, and one of them was originally prepared for the old man. Thinking of this, Chenfeng showed a smile on his face and looked at Mr. Nalan. Grandpa Nalan, although the branding poison on your body has been cleaned up, it has been eroded by the poison for so many years. Your body is very weak now. I have some nourishing elixirs here. I hope they can help you. Saying that, Chenfeng took out 2 jade bottles from Naji. I understand your kid's wishes. Our Nalan family doesn't lack these things. Hearing this, Nalanji gave Chenfeng a faint look and refused directly. How could he not understand what Chenfeng was thinking? It was nothing more than wanting the Nalan family to owe him a favor. If he accepted Chenfeng's benefits, he would have agreed to the marriage between Chenfeng and Nalan Yanran in disguise. Although he had no intention of stopping the marriage. But he wouldn't show his attitude just for this little magic pill. Grandpa Nalan, don't refuse in a hurry. Although he was rejected, Chenfeng still kept a smile on his face. Why don't you first listen to the junior's introduction to the functions of these elixirs, and then Grandpa Nalan decides whether to take them or not. Chenfeng glanced at Nalanji, and then began to introduce the elixir in his hand. This is the 5th grade elixir Xuanyuan. After the old man takes it, it can strengthen the body and restore the body that has been eroded by toxins to its peak condition in a short time. As far as I know, after the old man was poisoned, his own strength also dropped from a 3-star Du King to a 1-star Du King. If you take this Xuanyuan, I will keep you and restore your cultivation to a 3-star Du King within a month. The level of a fighting king. This Xuanyuan pill was also one of the pills that Chenfeng asked Yao Chen to refine during this time. During this period, he purchased a large amount of medicinal materials from Yunlin sect and Mitre auction house, and gave them all to Yao Chen. Now, he already has many precious elixirs like Xuanyuan in his hands. There are even many 6th grade elixirs. 5th grade elixir Xuanyuan. After listening to Chenfeng's introduction, Nalan Ji was suddenly moved. He originally thought that the elixirs Chenfeng took out were at most 3rd and 4th grade pills. But he didn't expect that the other party would directly take out a bottle of 5th grade elixir. The value of 5th grade elixirs is extremely precious even to the Nalan family. You have a lot of intentions, but you won't get rewarded for your efforts. You'd better take this pill back. A smile appeared on Nalan Ji's face and he declined again. Although he was a little tempted, the Nalan family could still get the 5th grade elixir. A mere bottle of 5th grade elixir is like a slipper for him to open his mouth. Sorry, you kid really misjudged the wrong person. Grandpa Nalan, don't worry. I still have one elixir that I haven't introduced yet. Once I've introduced them all, it's not too late for you to refuse. Chenfeng smiled slightly and was not angry. He wanted to see if Nalan Ji could still hold it after he finished introducing another elixir. Chenfeng picked up the second bottle of elixir and opened the cork. A strong fragrance of elixir spread in the room. This is... Nalan Ji's expression changed when he smelled the scent of human elixir, and he looked at the jade bottle in Chenfeng's hand with some surprise. What kind of elixir is this? Nalan Su and Nalan Yanran on the side also looked surprised. Grandpa Nalan, have you ever heard of Du Ling Dan? Seeing the change in Nalan Ji's expression, Chenfeng raised the corners of his mouth slightly. What? Dealing pill? When he heard the words, dealing pill, Nalan Ji's expression became completely unbearable. You said the elixir inside is Du Ling Dan. Nalan Ji stared at the jade bottle in Chenfeng's hand, and asked in a somewhat anxious tone. Naturally, he had heard of the name, dealing pill. This is a 6th grade elixir, and no one in the entire Jiama Empire can refine it except the alchemy king Gu He. Back then, he had been stuck in the realm of the 3-star Du Wang for several years, and he had thought of asking the pill king Furukawa to help him refine a Du Ling Dan. But Du Ling Dan is a 6th grade elixir, not to mention that it is extremely difficult to obtain the medicinal materials for its refinement. It is extremely difficult for Nalan Yanran to ask the Dan King Gu He to take action. Over the years, Alchemy King Gu He has never helped anyone else to refine elixirs, except for refining elixirs for senior officials of the Yunlin sect. At this moment, Chenfeng said that the elixir in his hand was the Du Ling Dan, which naturally moved Nalan Ji's heart. Chenfeng nodded slightly and said with a smile, yes, the elixir in this junior's hand is the 6th grade elixir Du Ling Dan. Nalan Su's face on the side was also full of shock. This guy really spent a lot of money this time. He is even willing to take out the 6th grade elixir. This sincerity is really beyond words. After Nalan Yanran heard about the 6th grade elixir, she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her beautiful hands. After the shock, she looked at Chenfeng with eyes full of love. Her senior brother actually used 6th grade elixirs for her own sake, which moved her deeply. At this moment, Nalan Ji swallowed his saliva and looked at the jade bottle in Chenfeng's hand with some longing. Fighting spirit pill. It's actually the Du Ling Dan. This is the 6th grade elixir that I have longed for. Is this kid really willing to give it to me? Nalan Ji's eyes were a little hot. If he hadn't taken care of his old face, he would have shamelessly asked Chenfeng for the spirit fighting pill. Can't you bear it anymore? Seeing the heat in Nalan Ji's eyes, Chenfeng smiled secretly in his heart. I don't believe that a Du Wang realm can withstand the temptation of Du Ling Dan. Looking at the old man who was still holding on, Chenfeng smiled, knowing that the other party could not lose face. So he gave him a step forward. Grandpa Nalan, these Xuanyuan pills and Du Ling pills are just a little bit of the younger generation's wishes. Chenfeng glanced at Nalan Yanran, who was already moved and had tears in her eyes, and said in a sincere tone, Nalan's family has raised Yanran for more than 10 years, and this is what this junior has given to you as a filial piety for her. I hope Grandpa will never refuse. At this moment, Chenfeng no longer beat around the bush and directly expressed his feelings. No matter what, he was determined to marry Nalan Yanran. If the old man is still stubborn and unwilling to give in, He will use his own methods to force the old man to submit. I hope this old man will not be ignorant of praise. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Nalanji suddenly came back to his senses and looked deeply at Chenfeng. How could he not understand the meaning of the other party's words? If you accept this spirit-fighting pill, it will be equivalent to personally agreeing to the marriage between Chenfeng and Nalan Yanran. Nalanji moved his lips, but in the end he did not refuse like before. He looked at the jade bottle in Chenfeng's hand, feeling extremely longing in his heart. If Chenfeng were to use any other elixir, Nalanji would still insist on his attitude, but what Chenfeng took out was the spirit-fighting pill. He really couldn't refuse. Nephew Chenfeng, our Nalan family has seen your sincerity. I, as a father, can rest assured that Yanran can be handed over to you. Nalan Su knew that his father valued face, so he took the elixir from Chenfeng's hand and looked at Chenfeng with a kind face. At this moment, Nalan Su could be said to be very satisfied with Chenfeng as his son-in-law. This kid is even willing to take out the spirit-fighting pill. If the Nalan family keeps trying to take advantage of him, he really doesn't know how to praise him. Nalan Yanran on the side was even more moved. If it weren't for Nalan Ji and Nalan Su beside her, she couldn't help but throw herself into Chenfeng's arms. She had even decided in her heart just now that if her grandfather continued to reject her senior brother, she would risk everything to be with her senior brother, even if the Nalan family kicked her out of the house. Thank you, Uncle Nalan. After hearing Nalan Su's words, Chenfeng felt relieved and sincerely thanked him. Unless it comes to the last step, he really doesn't want to use extreme means to force the old man to submit. After all, he is still Nalan Yanran's grandfather. Okay, it's getting late. Nephew Chenfeng, you are also tired today. Go back and rest early. Seeing that his father was a little embarrassed, Nalan Su said to Nalan Yanran, who was standing aside, Yanner, go see off your nephew Chenfeng. Having achieved their goal, Chenfeng didn't want to stay any longer. He nodded and left Nalan Ji's room with Nalan. Father, this kid is willing to take out the dueling dan to practice, so don't be upset. After Chenfeng and Nalan Yanran left, Nalan Su handed the elixir in his hand to Nalan Su and persuaded with a smile. Hearing this, Nalan Ji took the elixir from his hand expressionlessly and sighed helplessly. If Yun comes to propose marriage, just say that I have just recovered from a serious illness and am in retreat. As for Yanran's marriage, you, as a father, can handle it. On the day of Yander's wedding, remember to inform me. After Nalan Ji finished speaking, he turned around and went to the training room nearby. Hearing this, Nalan Su showed a smile on his face. The old man's words undoubtedly showed his attitude. This old man's habit of caring about face will never change. He shook his head and then left the room. Brother, you are so kind to me. Outside the gate of Nalan Mansion, two young men stood hugging each other. Nalan Yanran nestled in Chenfeng's arms with a moved face. For you, a mere Du Ling Dan means nothing. A smile appeared on Chenfeng's face and he felt relieved. After putting in so much effort, the marriage between himself and Nalan Yanran was finally settled. Chapter 92 Yao Chen's strength surges. After leaving Nalan's house, Chenfeng did not stay and returned directly to Yunlin sect. Afterwards, Chenfeng took out a magic pill and drank it for himself, preparing to adjust his breathing. Treating Nalanji in the past few days has consumed a lot of his soul power, making Chenfeng's face look a little pale. After cultivating for a while, Chenfeng entered the small world with a thought. Yao Chen, look what good things I have brought you. Chenfeng took out the Qiwan Qingling saliva with a smile, and then handed it to Yao Chen. This is the 7th Fantasy Green Spirit Saliva. Looking at the thing in Chenfeng's hand, Yao Chen's eyes narrowed and he looked a little excited. As an 8th-level alchemist, he naturally recognized the Qiwan Qingling saliva in Chenfeng's hands at a glance. With this treasure, his soul power will definitely increase dramatically. Take it and refine it to increase your strength. Chenfeng said with a smile. Thank you, master. Yao Chen excitedly took the Qiwan Qingling saliva from Chenfeng's hand, looked at the Qiwan Qingling sali that was constantly changing colors, and with a move of his palm, the black devil cauldron appeared on the table. Putting his palm lightly against the jade basin containing the saliva of the 7 illusions of green spirit, Yao Chen exerted a slight force on his palm, and then spit it out suddenly. There was a click sound, and cracks on the surface of the jade basin spread quickly like a spider web. The medicine dust flicked on the jade basin full of cracks. Immediately, the latter completely broke open, revealing the rhizome of 7 fantasy green spirit saliva wrapped in soil inside. Looking at the moist soil, Yao Chen pondered slightly, and put his palms on it again. The faint forest white flames released a blazing temperature, quickly drying the moist soil. Then he patted it lightly with his palm, and all the soil wrapped around the Qiwan Qingling saliva fell off automatically, revealing the undamaged bottom of the root inside. The palm of his hand was slightly bent, and a slight suction force slowly pulled up the Chuan Qingling saliva, and then carefully put it into the medicine cauldron. The palm of the hand was slightly rotated, and the white flames appeared in the palm. With a flick of the finger, the flames quickly rushed into the medicine cauldron and circled around the Chuan Qingling saliva several times. With the emergence of the forest white flame, the blazing temperature it carried caused the Chuan Qingling saliva, which was originally like sapphire, to wither rapidly. However, although the branches and leaves are getting more and more withered, the colors of the 7-color flowers are becoming more and more bright. When the branches and leaves are completely withered and turned into ashes, they scatter. The colors above are so bright that it hurts the eyes. Moreover, a fragrant smell as strong as a fine wine that had been buried in the earth for a long time slowly seeped out from the mouth of the medicine cauldron. After taking a breath of the rich fragrance, Chenfeng's whole body trembled, and he was surprised to find that even though he had recuperated just now, the lingering aftereffects of fatigue had actually completely dissipated. Tis, this is indeed a good thing. The floral fragrance alone has such a miraculous effect that is comparable to a third-grade elixir. It must have a miraculous effect on the soul body. Chenfeng cast his gaze into the medicine cauldron and couldn't help but praise it secretly in his heart. As Yao Chen's fingers moved slightly, the white flames lingering outside the 7-colored flowers suddenly surged up, wrapped them up, and began to burn violently. As the flames roared violently, Chenfeng, who was staring closely at the medicine cauldron, suddenly let out a light sigh. He discovered that when the flames began to burn the Chuan Qingling saliva, the ever-changing colorful light was actually able to compete with the white flames, in order to survive the flames. Hey, this thing is really not an ordinary thing. It can even withstand the temperature of the fire for so long, but that's all. Smiling softly, Chenfeng also noticed that as the forest white flames continued to rise, the competing colorful light is gradually weakening. It seems that the energy that the colorful light can use also has limits. Yao Chen waved his palm lightly, and another ball of white flame spurted into the medicine cauldron from his fingers. Suddenly the temperature of the forest white flames skyrocketed again. After a while, it finally swallowed up all the resisting 7-color light in one fell swoop. When the 7-colored light disappeared, the 7-colored flowers immediately became weak and fragile. With just a flicker of flames, the flowers and leaves quickly withered. Drops of colorful dew seeped out from the withered flowers and leaves, shining with a strange luster. As all the 7-colored flowers withered, the tiny drops of colorful dew slowly merged together, like a bright pearl emitting colorful rays of light, which was extremely gorgeous and attractive. Shortly after the colorful dewdrops appeared, Yao Chen withdrew the flames. With a move of his hand, the lid of the cauldron was lifted open, and the colorful dewdrops flew out, drawing a colorful arc in mid-air. The colorful dewdrops flying from the sky slowly floated half an inch above Yao Chen's palm. As they squirmed, the faint colorful light slowly expanded and contracted. Afterwards, Yao Chen swallowed the colorful dewdrop without any hesitation. Chenfeng stared at Yao Chen, who had taken the colorful dew, looking forward to it. After a moment, Chenfeng's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly felt that a vast and terrifying soul power suddenly formed into ripples, with the medicine dust as the center point, and exploded. The sudden appearance of soul explosion energy made Chenfeng's expression change drastically. If this terrifying soul shockwave hits him, it will probably kill his soul instantly. With his eyes narrowed and staring at the ripples of soul energy spreading from Yao Chen's body, Chenfeng forced himself to calm down. It's impossible for him to escape this kind of range attack. However, he believed that Yao Chen would control himself and not hurt him. The soul energy ripples surged out like lightning, and just when they were about to touch Chenfeng's body, the ripples in that area suddenly trembled and then disappeared instantly. Chenfeng felt relieved, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Under the influence of this terrifying soul force, he seemed to be suffocating. Taking a deep breath and feeling Yao Chen's surge of soul power, Chenfeng gradually showed excitement on his face. Yao Chen, how far has your strength reached now? Chenfeng looked up and down at Yao Chen and asked excitedly. Returning to Master, my current strength has reached the realm of Dozong. If I activate the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, even the 3-star Dozong will not be my opponent. Yao Chen felt his own strength at this moment with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Yao Chen, thank you Master for the reward. Yao Chen looked at Chenfeng with a grateful face. Although he had already imprinted on his mind the instructions to obey Chenfeng, he still had his own thoughts. Because of the gift from Chenfeng, his strength has skyrocketed and Yao Chen is naturally grateful. As long as you work hard for me, I won't treat you badly. Hearing this, Chenfeng also had a smile on his face. I know you have always wanted revenge. From now on, when you come to the Black Corner territory, I will give you the opportunity to personally kill Han Feng, the traitor. Yao Chen, thank you very much, master. I am willing to do whatever it takes for you. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Yao Chen said firmly. Chenfeng nodded, feeling very excited. With the super thug Yao Chen here, he can really go sideways in the Jiama Empire. And this guy is also an 8th grade alchemist. He can make elixirs, fight and cook well. This old guy is truly an all-around talent. On the side, Xiao Sunner's face was also pale at the moment. The soul power released by Yao Chen just now also scared her. When she heard the conversation between the two, she felt surprised in her heart. A slave with the strength of Daozong, and he is also an 8th grade alchemist. Xiao Sunner looked at Chen Feng's back with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but tighten her legs. Master, is he really getting stronger? The next morning, Chen Feng got up early and came to the main peak of Yunlin sect. Fenger, do you have anything to do with my teacher? Yun had obviously just gotten up. She was wearing plain pajamas and looking at the morning breeze lazily. Teacher, didn't you promise that as long as the disciple wins the first place in the competition, you will help him go to Nalan's house to propose marriage? Chen Feng glanced at Yun's strong capital and couldn't help but swallow. For fear that the teacher would notice something strange about him, he quickly bowed down and said with his head lowered, "Why are you so impatient?" Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yun's beautiful face and she teased Chen Feng. "Hey teacher, isn't it true that junior sister can't wait any longer?" Chen Feng said coquettishly. "Okay, I know this. In 3 days, I will personally go to Nalan's house to propose marriage to you." Yun also knew that the matter could not be delayed any longer, so she stopped teasing Chen Feng and directly agreed. "Disciple, thank you teacher." Hearing this, Chen Feng quickly thanked him. The teacher was really kind to him. He secretly decided in his heart that he must repay his teacher well in the future. "Teacher, I'll take my leave first. You can continue to rest." Chen Feng glanced at the fullness of the teacher's chest without leaving any trace. He was afraid that he would make a fool of himself later, so he left quickly. Hatsik, Yun suddenly thought of something and called out to Chen Feng. "You are still practicing the dragon and phoenix technique recently, right?" Yun looked at Chen Feng with his eyes, and felt that his precious disciple had become a little thinner recently, and his face looked much paler. He must have practiced the dragon and phoenix art too much and exhausted his body. Chen Feng looked a little embarrassed. "Why does the teacher always like to hold on to the dragon and phoenix Jew? I ask you to practice or not, why do you ask so much? Take this bottle of elixir and eat it." A jade bottle appeared in Yun's hand and handed it to Chen Feng. "Teacher, what kind of elixir is this?" Chen Feng took the elixir with some confusion. He didn't know what the teacher meant. "Why are you asking so many questions? Anyway, eating it is good for you." Yun did not explain too much and warned, "Don't eat too much at one time, just 1 pill a day." Ho! Hearing this, Chen Feng accepted his teacher's kindness and then slowly left the courtyard where Yun lived. "Yao Chen, please help me find out, what kind of elixir is this?" After returning to his residence, Chen Feng immediately entered the small world and handed Yao Chen the jade bottle that Yun had just given him. It's not that Chen Feng suspected that his teacher would harm him. He was just a little curious. "Master, this elixir is called Zhuangjuan Dan. After taking it, it can strengthen the body and replenish vitality. It is a rare 4th grade elixir." Yao Chen was indeed an 8th grade alchemist. He just opened the jade bottle and smelled it, and he recognized the origin of the elixir. Zhuangjuan Dan, strengthen the body, replenish vitality. Hearing this, Chen Feng looked a little strange. After understanding what this elixir was, a trace of dissatisfaction suddenly appeared on his face. "Teacher, what does this mean? Look down on me." Chen Feng felt that since he had the body of a dragon and an elephant, he didn't need this thing at all. Yun gave this thing to herself, clearly looking down on herself. Chen Feng felt insulted. His ability was actually questioned by Yun. He swore in his mind, "You must let your teachers see how powerful you are in the future." He looked at the jade bottle in his hand and wished he could just throw it away. Forget it, it's the teacher's kindness after all, it can't be wasted like this. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, but finally poured out one and ate it. Although he has the body of a dragon and an elephant, it is not a bad thing if he takes more supplements. But soon Chen Feng regretted it. He was already very angry, and after taking this strengthening pill, it was like pouring gasoline on the fire, and he became out of control. "This is how to do." Chen Feng felt like he was about to explode. In desperation, he could only look at Xiao Sunner, who was playing with Zidian Mink with a look of helplessness. Good Zun, please. Chapter 93 Yai's Murderous Intention. After taking the spiritual pill, Nalan Ji and his son had fully approved of the marriage between Nalan Yanran and Chenfeng. After Yun Yun came forward, she decided on the marriage very easily. The Mitre family and the Nalan family were famous families in the imperial capital, coupled with Chenfeng's status as the young master of the Yunlin sect. Together with these identities, Chenfeng has attracted a lot of attention. After Chenfeng and Nalan Yanran's marriage was finalized, word soon spread throughout the major families in the imperial capital. The young master of the Yunlin sect was going to marry the eldest lady of the Nalan family. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the entire imperial capital. Wandu, the central area of the imperial capital, less than 5 miles away from the Gamma Empire Palace, there is a magnificent mansion covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters. On the gate of the mansion, the 3 characters Yawa Mansion are written with flying dragons and phoenixes. To be able to have such a luxurious and spacious mansion in the Jiama Empire, apart from the 3 major aristocratic families, only the eldest Princess Yao Yi had such treatment. It is said that the current controller of the royal family is very fond of the eldest Princess Yoi. After the eldest princess came of age, she was rewarded with such a luxurious mansion. Late at night, darkness enveloped the entire imperial capital, and the soft moonlight shone into Yiwa Mansion. The palace, like buildings in the mansion, look noble and mysterious under the reflection of the moonlight. The golden glazed tiles shine even more charmingly. In an attic, a young girl stood leaning on the railing. She was tall and wearing a red dress, which perfectly reflected her curved figure. On a stone table next to it, there is a white incense burner and celadon teacups. At this moment, a ghost-like figure appeared silently on the attic, and then knelt down on one knee in front of the girl. Your Highness the Princess. This man's whole body was covered by a loose black robe, and the outline of his face could not be seen clearly. He could only see his eyes, which were as cold as poisonous snakes. Seeing the black shadow appear, the girl came to the stone table and sat down. She picked up the celadon teacup, gently stirred the tea leaves inside with her long white fingers, and said in an indifferent tone, "Has anything big happened in the imperial capital recently? This is the information collected by my subordinates. Princess, please take a look." After hearing this, the man in black robe respectfully handed over a letter. Yoi stretched out her jade hand, took the envelope from the man in black robe, and slowly read it. After a while, Yao Yi put down the letter in her hand, and her pretty face gradually showed a serious look. Chenfeng, first place in the Yunlin sect competition, being canonized as young sect master by Yun Yun. It is rumored that he has broken through to the realm of great fighting master. Today, Nalan Ji was cured of the brand poison. Now we are even engaged to Nalan Yanran. The Yoi clenched the letter in her hand and narrowed her eyes slightly. Why has this morning breeze suddenly become so active recently? Looking at the information recorded in the letter, Yoi looked a little unhappy. She has always been paying attention to Chenfeng, the #1 genius of the Yunlin sect. Everything that Chenfeng did after entering the Yunlin sect was reported to Yoi one by the spies placed by the royal family. Before that, Yao Yi only paid a little attention to Chenfeng and didn't take it too seriously. Although Chenfeng showed amazing talents, other than these, there was no outstanding performance. Even if Chenfeng's cultivation talent is astonishing, he must at least break through to the Duhuang realm before he can pose a threat to the royal family. To her, Chenfeng was just a slightly famous genius. But after seeing what Chenfeng did during this period of time, Yaoi's heart became a little solemn. She had to admit that she seemed to have made a mistake. This Chenfeng is not simple. Judging from Chenfeng's performance during this period, it has completely exceeded Yao Yi's expectations. At only 15 years old, he has already broken through to the realm of great fighting master. Such an astonishing talent has far exceeded that of Yun Yun, the current leader of the Yunlin sect. In the future, there may be a great opportunity to break through to the legendary Duzong realm. For the Jiama Empire, the birth of a strong Duzong man was enough to change the situation of the entire empire. By then, the Jiama Empire will no longer belong to the Jiama royal family. This Chenfeng will definitely be a serious problem for my royal family in the future. Looking at the envelope in her hand, a hint of coldness suddenly appeared on Yao Yi's beautiful face. The Yunlin sect is recognized as the strongest force in the Jiama Empire. Its status in the empire is extremely high, and it is also a holy place of practice in the hearts of countless people. But there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. As the master of the Jiama Empire, The Jiama royal family has always regarded the Yunlin sect as a thorn in their side, and they can't wait to get rid of it. However, the Yunlin sect is powerful and has many powerful Doang warriors, including Yun Yun, who has broken through to the Duang realm. But what scares the royal family the most is Yun Shan, who has been in seclusion for many years. It is precisely because of this that the royal family has not dared to act rashly for so many years. Although these two major forces often clash secretly, on the surface they appear to be in peace and harmony. It seems that they have acquiesced in the situation of dividing the world equally. But in fact, these two behemoths are secretly competing with each other. At least the Gama Empire has always been on strict guard against the Yunlin sect. It can be seen from the 100,000 troops stationed at the foot of Yunlin sect mountain. Even within the Yunlin sect, many spies were placed by the royal family to monitor every move within the Yunlin sect. Closely monitor Chenfeng's every move, and notify me immediately once he leaves the imperial capital. After a while, Yao Yi slowly tore the envelope in her hand into pieces. Chenfeng's behavior during this period had already made her feel murderous intent. A 15-year-old great fighting master, with such a terrifying training attitude, Chenfeng will definitely become a strong man in the future. In addition to his amazing talent, the power behind Chenfeng made Yao Yi even more afraid. The Mittel family, Yunlin sect. Now another Nalan family has been added. The Mitre family and the Nalan family were originally the top families in the Jiama Empire. If Yunlin sect is completely tied to these two aristocratic families, the status of the royal family will become precarious. When Chenfeng fully grows up in the future, he will rely on his strength and the power behind him. It will pose a great threat to the royal family. Thinking of this, Yao Yi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This Chenfeng must die. Chenfeng is the key figure in uniting these three forces. As long as Chenfeng is removed, these three major forces will not be able to be tied together. Does Grandpa Zhu know this news? Yao Yi suddenly looked at the man in black robe. My subordinates have already sent people to deliver the news to the palace. The man in black robe returned. Get ready, I'm going to the palace early tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Yao Yi nodded and gave instructions calmly. Yes, Your Highness Princess, the man in black robe responded and then disappeared into the night. Chapter 94 The Wedding Day. On this day, the entire Mitre family was decorated with lanterns and colorful lights, and there was a festive atmosphere everywhere. Chenfeng wore a red robe, and today finally came the day when he and Nalan Yanran were happy. As the young master of the Yunlin sect, Chenfeng has already attracted the attention of many forces. This time the wedding of the two involves the Mitre family and the Nalan family. After the engagement, the Mittel family sent invitations to all major forces. Therefore, on today's wedding day, the entire Mittel family was full of guests and very lively. All major aristocratic families, royal families, nobles, and senior officials of the Yunlin sect all came to the Mitre family to attend Chenfeng's wedding banquet. Even the eldest princess of the empire, Yao Yi, appeared in person at Chenfeng's wedding banquet with generous gifts. The arrival of the eldest princess naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Some senior officials of Yunlin sect frowned slightly when they saw Yao Yi. The relationship between the Jiama Empire and the Yunlan sect was naturally well known to the senior officials. They did not expect that the eldest princess of the empire would come to attend the wedding of the young master of the Yunlan sect. You know, they never sent invitations to the royal family at all. Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess, came uninvited. Why would a majestic eldest princess of the royal family lower her status like this? This made the senior officials of Yunlin sect very puzzled. I saw the eldest princess wearing a luxurious brocade robe, tall and beautiful, with a hint of coldness on her beautiful face. Moreover, under this coolness, there is actually a bit of majesty that was cultivated by the royal family. Chenfeng's eyes were also on the eldest princess, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess, exudes a charming and mature aura, and her beautiful eyes are alluring. This temperament is somewhat similar to Yafei, but the eldest princess has a touch of royal nobility. It makes people seem to have more desire to conquer. However, Chenfeng is like this. It is generally difficult to conquer such a woman. Having read the original work, he knew that the eldest princess had great ambitions and was favored by the royal guardian Jia Xingxian. Later, she even became the queen of the entire Jiama Empire. Queen and royal sister. This further stimulated Chenfeng's desire to conquer deep in his heart. However, I think of the relationship between Yunlan sect and the Jiama royal family. Chenfeng knew that it was simply impossible for him to get the eldest princess, unless he completely exposes the hidden strength behind him. Yao Chen, whose strength is comparable to that of a 3-star dozong, can definitely help Chenfeng easily get the eldest princess in front of him. But currently Chenfeng has not revealed the strength behind its thoughts. Hello, young master of Chenfeng. I wish you a happy wedding. The eldest princess stared at Chenfeng Lulua with her beautiful eyes and stretched out her jade hand to him generously, and smiled slightly. The smile in that moment made all the noble children around them lose their minds. Normally, it would be hard for them to see the always cold and charming eldest princess treat people like this. Thank you, your royal highness, the eldest princess. Chenfeng couldn't find anything wrong with the other party's attitude. Smiling, he stretched out his hand and gently held the soft, boneless jade hand. Chenfeng secretly admired it in his heart, but on the surface he let go without letting the other party feel anything wrong. Your highness, princess, please take a seat inside. Chenfeng stretched out his hand to signal and led the eldest princess towards the VIP seats. He has such a temperament at such a young age. If he is not eliminated, he will become a serious problem for my royal family in the future. Her beautiful eyes swept across Chenfeng's face, which never showed much panic. Yai looked at Chenfeng even more highly in her heart. It was really difficult for Chenfeng's temperament to be able to remain so calm in front of such a top figure in the empire and a powerful person. At least, for example, the other noble children were too timid to come closer because of her status, so they had to act much stronger. Don't be restrained. Today, like everyone else, I am just a guest at the wedding banquet. Yao Yi turned around and bowed slightly to the guests present before slowly taking her seat. The perfect etiquette made it difficult for anyone to find fault. Even some senior elders of Yunlin sect dissipated a lot of their original unhappiness when they saw this scene. Her Royal Highness, the Princess of the Empire, has an extraordinary bearing. Soon, the wedding banquet began, fine wine and delicacies were served, and the entire Mitre mansion was filled with a noisy atmosphere. Thank you for coming to my wedding. I'd like to toast you all. After a while, Chenfeng came out to propose a toast. He was very polite and did not show off at all as the young master of the Yunlin sect. Under the arrangement of the old man, the wedding banquet was very lively and the guests enjoyed themselves. It was definitely a glorious wedding. This also allowed Chenfeng to fulfill his original promise to Nalan Yanran. At night, almost all the guests had left and the middle family gradually became quiet. A full moon hung high in the sky, and its bright moonlight shone on the Mitre family's backyard. In the new house full of festive atmosphere, Chenfeng lifted the hijab on Nalan Yanran's head. Looking at Nalan Yanran, who was more beautiful and charming than before, Chenfeng showed a trace of tenderness on his face. Yanran, you are so beautiful today. Nalan Yanran snuggled into Chenfeng's arms with a happy look on her face, feeling very satisfied in her heart. Brother, I finally married you. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Me too. Chenfeng felt relieved and a smile appeared on his face. Isn't it just for today that he has been working for so long? After they got married, there was no need to hide things between him and Nalan Yanran anymore. From now on, he can free up time to do things he has already planned. Yanran, let's rest. Chenfeng held Nalan Yanran in his arms. He had drunk a lot of wine today. He smelled of alcohol and his head was a little heavy. Brother, I'm sorry, Nalan Yanran said apologetically after hearing this. Why do you say that? After hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Chenfeng suddenly looked at her with some doubts. On your wedding night, I can't serve you, senior brother. Nalan's face turned red and he lowered his head and said shyly. It's okay, you're pregnant, it's not your fault. Chenfeng was stunned, looked at Nalan Yanran who looked shy, and suddenly smiled. Also, we are already married, so we can no longer call you senior brother, husband. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran reacted and immediately gave a sweet shout. Scream more, husband, husband, husband. Chenfeng hugged Nalan Yanran and went to bed, and the two lay on the bed chatting. Husband, during this period After a while Nalan Yanran looked shy and got into bed. Chapter 95. The old man breaks through to the realm of Duwang. The powerful effect of amethyst pill. After getting married, at the request of the old man, Chenfeng took Nalan Yanran to live in the Mitre mansion. After learning that Nalan Yanran was pregnant with Chenfeng's child, the old man valued his granddaughter-in-law very much. Every day, people are ordered to prepare a lot of supplements for Nalan Yanran to eat, lest she lack nutrients and treat the child in her belly badly. Chenfeng also temporarily calmed down and stayed with Nalan Yanran at home. Although Nalan Yanran is pregnant now, she has learned a lot of 72 special skills in Yunlin sect. The two of them had no shortage of boudoir fun. Grandpa, why did you ask me to come here? On this day, Chenfeng was called over by the old man. The old man's face was radiant, with a hint of excitement in his expression. Fenger, I have broken through to the Doang realm. The old man let out a breath of excitement, and a powerful pressure suddenly swept over him. Chenfeng was stunned for a moment, then he quickly realized what he was doing. With a smile on his face, "Grandpa, congratulations. This is all thanks to the spirit ascension pill you gave me. After being stuck in the peak realm of 9-star dueling for many years, and now finally breaking through," the old man was naturally excited. He was able to break through to the realm of Duwang, naturally because Chenfeng gave the old man one of the spirit ascension pills refined by Yao Chen. The old man has accumulated so much knowledge over the years, and with the blessing of the spirit Shengming pill, he can easily break through to the Duwang realm. After becoming a strong Duwang, the old man could be regarded as one of the upper-class strong men in the Jayama Empire. The most important thing is that the old man saw the hope of surpassing his former opponent, the current patriarch of the middle family, Middle Tengshan. "Fenger, didn't you say last time that when I break through to the Duwang realm, you would give me that?" The old man rubbed his hands and looked at Chenfeng with a smile. "Grandpa, you don't want to take Du Ling Dan now, do you?" Hearing this, Chenfeng rolled his eyes. What the old man was referring to was naturally Du Ling Dan. Chenfeng even gave Nalanji a spirit fighting pill, so naturally he wouldn't treat his old man badly. "Grandpa, you just broke through to the Duwang realm. The most important thing now is to stabilize the realm. I'll give you this Du Ling pill after a while." Chenfeng was afraid that the old man was eager for quick success, so he took the soul Sheng Dan to break through to the Du King realm, and then took the Du Ling Dan to continue to break through. In this case, I am afraid it will leave great sequela. Although Chenfeng didn't expect the old man to break through again on his own. "But I don't want to see him become a half-waste fighting king." "That's okay, but you can't keep Grandpa and me waiting for too long." Hearing this, the old man hesitated to speak, and finally understood that what Chenfeng said made sense. If the Du Ling Dan really comes into his hands, maybe he really can't help but take it right away. He has not made a breakthrough in so many years, so he is naturally eager to improve his strength. "By the way, Grandpa, this is an Earth-level fighting skill. You can practice it." Afterwards, Chenfeng took out a scroll from Naji and handed it to the old man. "Earth-level fighting skills." The old man took the scroll with a shocked expression, then looked through it and looked at Chenfeng as if he had seen a ghost. "Where did you get your Earth-level fighting skills? Like the Du Ling Dan and the Shengling Dan." The old man could also think that they might have been made by the Dan King Furukawa. Perhaps after Chenfeng became the young master of the Yunlin sect, the pill King Gu he gave him the face, so he refined the spirit fighting pill and the spirit ascension pill for him. But this Earth-level fighting skill, let's not talk about whether Yunlin sect has Earth-level fighting skills. Even if there is, it's impossible for Chenfeng to bring it out, right? Grandpa, just rest assured and practice. As for the origin of this Earth-level fighting skill, don't ask about it. This Earth-level fighting skill naturally came from Xiao Zunner's small treasury. Chenfeng didn't want to make it up to deceive the old man, so he simply made his attitude clear. "Okay, now that your wings are strong, you don't want to tell Grandpa any secrets you have." Hearing this, the old man sighed helplessly, then looked at the scroll in his hand and smiled happily. With this level of fighting skills, the old guy from Middle Tengshan might not be his opponent. Next, after Chenfeng took Nalan Yanran to stay for a while, Yun sent someone to call him back, and he finally returned to Yunlin sect. Teacher, do you have anything to tell me when you call me back?" In the Yunlin sect's main peak hall, Chenfeng came over to see Yun as soon as he returned. "Why, after getting married you were so happy that you couldn't bear to come back." Yun sat on the main seat and teased Chenfeng. "Teacher, it's not that Yanran is pregnant, and the disciple wants to spend more time with her. But don't worry, teacher, although the disciple has not come back, his cultivation has not fallen." Chenfeng thought Yun was dissatisfied and quickly explained. During this period, although Chenfeng spent most of his time with Nalan Yanran, he practiced the yuan swallowing technique whenever he had time. Now his cultivation level has reached the level of 3-star fighting master. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yun's expression condensed and she suddenly became serious. "My teacher asked you to come back this time just for your cultivation. Fenger, since you are practicing the dragon and phoenix art, my master will not hold you accountable for the time being. However, your cultivation is progressing too fast. I am worried that it will leave troubles and affect future breakthroughs." Yun looked at Chenfeng with some worry. She regarded Chenfeng as the future of Yunlin sect, so she naturally valued Chenfeng's cultivation. Hearing this, Chenfeng was stunned for a moment, and then his face became serious. "The problem Yun mentioned does exist now. Whether it is the swallowing Yuan Ju or the dragon and phoenix Ju, they are all quick ways to improve. In less than 2 months, His cultivation level had risen from a 9-star fighter to a 3-star fighter. This kind of improvement speed is indeed too fast. Teacher, do you have a solution? Chenfeng looked at Yun. Since the other party mentioned this, he should have a solution, right? Yun nodded and said, I asked Elder Gu. He once obtained an ancient elixir prescription, which recorded a spiritual elixir called amethyst elixir, which may be able to solve this problem. Amethyst pill. Hearing this, Chenfeng frowned. He was not familiar with elixirs, and naturally he had never heard of such elixirs. The ancient elixir recipe obtained by Elder Furukawa has been preserved for a long time. I have never heard of this elixir before. Seeing Chenfeng's confused look, Yun continued to explain. According to the records in the ancient elixir prescription, the amethyst elixir is an extremely special 6th grade elixir. After taking it, it can cleanse the muscles and cut the marrow, change the cultivation qualifications, and more importantly, the best thing is that it can make up for the deficiencies in the body and lay a solid foundation. If Fenger can take this amethyst pill, you can completely resolve the hidden dangers in your body, and if you continue to practice the dragon and phoenix art to improve your cultivation, there will no longer be any hidden dangers left. Chapter 96. Yun goes to the Warcraft Mountains, and Chenfeng follows her out of the imperial capital. This amethyst pill actually has such magical effects. Chenfeng was a little surprised when he heard Yun's introduction. According to the records on the ancient pill recipe, this amethyst pill was probably prepared by those powerful sects in ancient times for their talented disciples. People who take the amethyst pill will have extremely strong fighting spirit in their bodies, and can easily fight beyond the level. Yun had obviously carefully understood the function of this amethyst pill. This amethyst elixir recipe is extremely precious. In order to obtain this elixir recipe, she even agreed to Elder Furukawa's condition that she would help him take a trip to the Tager Desert in the future. Moreover, this amethyst pill must be taken before the cultivation level has reached the spirit, fighting realm and the age is under 18 years old in order to have the greatest effect. Yun looked at Chenfeng. With his current condition, it was the best time to take the amethyst pill. Morrowind's cultivation level is already amazing. If he takes this amethyst pill, he will only become even more evil in the future. Teacher, this amethyst pill should be difficult to refine, right? Does it require many precious medicinal materials? Chenfeng looked at Yun, and was quite moved by the effect of the amethyst pill. Although Yao Chen was an 8th-level alchemist, he had never heard of this ancient pill recipe that had been preserved from ancient times. Yes, if you want to refine the purple crystal pill, you need a lot of precious medicinal materials. The most precious medicinal material is called purple spirit crystal. There was a solemn look on Yun's face, and she said to Chenfeng, I am calling you back this time because I am preparing to leave the sect for a while to find many precious medicinal materials for refining purple spirit crystal. After I leave, this huge sect will be temporarily in charge of you, the young sect leader, purple spirit crystal. Hearing Yun's words, Chenfeng's body trembled and his eyes suddenly widened. Although he doesn't understand the purple crystal pill, he is familiar with the purple spirit crystal. Knowing the plot of the original work, he naturally knew where the purple spirit crystal was. In the original work, Yun forced a battle with the 6th-level monster Amethyst Wind Lion King in order to seize the purple spirit crystal. In the end, she was sealed and comatose, and then she met Xiao Yan. Chenfeng felt a little complicated. I thought that by traveling through time I had broken the original plot. Without the 3-year agreement, the teacher should not go to the Warcraft Mountains to seize the purple spirit crystal again. But he didn't expect it because his cultivation progressed too fast. Not only was this incident not avoided, it actually happened in advance. This was really beyond Chenfeng's expectations. Fenger, what's wrong with you? Is it because you don't have confidence in yourself? Seeing Chenfeng standing there stunned, Yun frowned slightly. You are now the young sect master, and you will eventually take over the sect. You must cherish this opportunity that my master gives you to adapt in advance. Hearing Yun's words, Chenfeng suddenly came back to his senses, nodded slightly and said, Teacher, don't worry. This disciple will do his best to manage the sect well. Although Chenfeng couldn't help but agree, he had other ideas in his mind. According to the current timeline, Yun's current strength may not be as good as the original. If she were to face the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, it would be a dead end. How could Chenfeng let his teacher die? Xiao Yan is probably still in Wooten City now, and there is no way he will appear in the Warcraft Mountains. Therefore, the only one who can save the teacher now is Morrowind himself. He had already decided in his heart that after Yun left Yunlin's sect, he would secretly follow behind to protect her safety. Thinking of this, Chenfeng suddenly raised his head and looked at his teacher, a strange color flashing in his eyes. After getting the system, he dreamed every day that he wanted Yun to give him a child. This time, maybe this is my chance. Teacher, there is no Xiao Yan this time, so let the disciples protect you. After that, Yun summoned a group of Yunlin sect senior officials to explain the matter, and then temporarily handed over the power of Yunlin sect to Chenfeng. Although the senior executives were a little surprised when they heard Yun's decision, they also thought it was reasonable. Chenfeng is now the young sect leader, and after Yun leaves, he should be in charge of the sect's affairs. Young sect master, what are your orders to me? Early the next morning, after confirming that Yun had left, Chenfeng went directly to find the Great Elder Yunling. Great Elder. This junior had some insights last night and decided to retreat for a period of time to make a breakthrough. I want to leave the affairs of the sect to you for the time being. Chenfeng directly explained the purpose of his visit. Since he was leaving Yunlin sect, he naturally wanted to find a highly respected person to take care of the sect for him. And Great Elder Yunleng is undoubtedly the best choice. Young sect leader is going to break through again. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yunling was suddenly surprised and couldn't help but sigh at Chenfeng's talent. Don't worry, young sect master. With me here the sect will never be in chaos. Without thinking too much, the Great Elder readily agreed. As the Great Elder of the Yunlin sect, he was a senior figure who had followed the old sect leader Yunshan and had a very high prestige within the sect. In the past, when Yun went out for business, she would often leave the power of the sect in his hands. Then I will trouble you, Great Elder, for a while. This junior is going to return to the family to make a breakthrough. If anything happens, you can send someone to Maital's house to inform you. Hearing the Great Elder's agreement, Chenfeng suddenly felt happy and quickly thanked the Great Elder. Go, don't worry, young sect leader. I'm here with you, everything will be fine. In this Jiama Empire, no one dares to come to my Yunlin sect to stir up trouble. The eldest elder only thought that Chenfeng was a newlite and liked the couple to stay together. He just laughed and didn't care at all. Afterwards, Chenfeng left the Yunlin sect directly, returned to his family, spoke to Nalan Yanran, and then walked directly outside the imperial capital. And not long after Chenfeng left the imperial capital, a dark shadow quickly arrived at Yehua Mansion not far from the imperial palace. In Yehua Mansion, the eldest princess Yao Yi was sitting upright on an attic, her eyes closed, and she was practicing cross-legged. At this moment, a ghost-like figure appeared silently on the attic, and then knelt down on one knee in front of the girl. Your Royal Highness, the eldest princess, your subordinates have important news to report. Explain. Hearing the sound, Yao said in a somewhat indifferent tone, I just received the news that Chenfeng, the young master of the Yunlin sect, left the imperial capital not long ago. The man in black robe said in surprise. Hearing this, Yao Yi suddenly opened her eyes, and an astonishing killing intent flashed through her beautiful eyes. Chapter 97 Yoi leads people to intercept and kill Chenfeng. The sheep falls into the tiger's mouth. Outside the imperial capital on a remote path, the morning breeze moved forward slowly. In his hand he held a black magic flag, which was the soul-controlling flag. Yao Chen, is that person still following you? After walking for a while, Chenfeng asked Yao Chen inside the soul-controlling banner. Return to the master. After the master chose this path, the man behind him also followed. Yao Chen's voice came out from the soul-controlling flag. It seems that he really came for me. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Chenfeng's eyes. After leaving the imperial capital, Chenfeng traveled for a while and saw no one around. So he prepared to summon Yao Chen and let him take him to the Warcraft Mountains. After all, he only has the cultivation level of a great fighting master, so he cannot catch up with Yun at this speed. After he took out the soul control flag, just to be on the safe side, he asked Yao Chen to test it to see if there were anyone else around. If others saw it, wouldn't Chenfeng expose his secret? Unexpectedly, not long after Yao Chen's soul power was detected, he told Chenfeng that there was a man in black hiding not far behind him, and he was still following closely behind him. Upon hearing the news, Chenfeng was suddenly shocked. Someone is actually following me, still dressed in black. This seems to indicate that the person who came here is not a good person. In order to confirm whether the man in black really came for him, Chenfeng chose a remote path and walked in. Unexpectedly, the man in black was still chasing after him, and this was considered a real blow. Yao Chen, how strong is this guy? Chenfeng asked Yao Chen. Return to the master. This person should have a 1-star fighting spirit strength. Yao Chen only released a trace of his soul power, and after some induction, he answered Chenfeng. The strength of a 1-star fighting spirit. Hearing this, Chenfeng was a little confused. If this guy was coming for him, why didn't he take action? Are you afraid that you won't be able to defeat a great fighting master like yourself? Is this too stable? Could it be that this place is too close to the imperial capital and this guy doesn't dare to take action? Thinking of this, Chenfeng sped up and moved forward. He wanted to see what the purpose of this following person was. At the same time, Chenfeng also had some doubts in his heart. Who is targeting me? As soon as he left the imperial capital, someone followed him. This shows that someone is always watching him. Thinking of this, Chenfeng felt cold in his heart. No matter who it is, if they want to take advantage of him, they must be prepared for his crazy revenge. Yao Chen, watch that guy carefully. If there is anything unusual, report it to me immediately. Chenfeng speeds up, getting further and further away from the imperial capital. Yes, master. Yao Chen's respectful voice sounded from within the soul-controlling flag. With the strength of his soul power, it is not easy to monitor a spirit fighting realm. Master, there is movement. 3 more fighting spirits have arrived and a great fighting master is approaching this way. It seems that he is in the same group as the person behind. Just after Chenfeng walked another mile, Yao Chen's voice suddenly sounded from within the soul-controlling banner. 3 more fighting spirits are coming. Chenfeng was stunned when he heard this, with a look of understanding in his eyes. It turned out that this guy hadn't taken action for a long time because he was waiting for his teammates. There was a strange look on his face. Do these guys think too highly of themselves? I am just a great fighting master, do I need to use 4 fighting spirits to fight together? Chenfeng gradually slowed down, and he wanted to see who this talent was targeting him like this. Master, they are coming this way, but the great fighter remains where he is and seems to have no intention of taking action. Yao Chen always reported the movements of the group behind him. We're here just in time. When they get close later, you can control them in an instant. That great fighter might be the mastermind, so we can't let him go. Chenfeng didn't panic at all. They were just 4 fighting spirits just here to die. Soon Chenfeng's expression moved slightly, and he sensed several powerful auras coming towards this side quickly. I feel that I will definitely die, and I can't even hide my breath. With the soul control flag in his hand, Morrowind simply turned around and stood there quietly waiting for the group of people. The next moment, 4 men in black appeared in Chenfeng's field of vision, all with murderous intent. The man in black naturally saw Morrowind standing waiting not far away, and felt a little confused. But considering the gap in strength between the 2 sides, he didn't think much about it. Kill. There was no nonsense. The 4 men in black each used their fighting skills to quickly kill Chenfeng. But the next moment, a huge soul force suddenly burst out and suppressed the 4 people severely. The 4 people only felt a roar in their minds, and they were extremely horrified. Before they could make any reaction, they immediately passed out. Facing Yao Chen, who had the strength of Daozong, they had no power to resist at all. If you dare to attack me, you must be prepared to die. Chenfeng held the soul control flag and poured a bit of fighting energy into it, and then a strange black mist began to emit from the flag. Soul capturing. Chenfeng shouted softly, and 4 black mist chains shot out directly from the soul control flag and inserted into the bodies of the 4 fighting spirits. The next moment, 4 black mist chains pulled an illusory soul body back into the soul control flag. Yao Chen, these 4 soul bodies will be your reward. Go and bring me the mastermind behind the show, Chenfeng ordered Yao Chen. Yes, master. Yao Chen felt happy, and then he took it out from the soul control flag, turned into an illusory soul body, and quickly disappeared in place. At this moment, about a mile away from where Chenfeng was, a girl with a black cloak on her head was waiting quietly. This girl was naturally the eldest Princess Yoi. In order to make sure everything was safe, she wanted to see Chenfeng's head with her own eyes, so she followed her. As long as there is a hint of morning wind, the relationship between the 3 major forces of the Mitre family, Nalan family, and Yunlin sect will be broken instantly. Thinking of her plan this time, a smile appeared on Yao Yiqiao's face. Chenfeng's death would not only cut off the alliance between the 3 major forces, but also solve a serious problem for the royal family. This move can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This Jiama Empire can only be controlled by the royal family. Anyone who threatens the existence of the royal family must die. There was a cold look on Yao Yi's face. Little girl, you are not very young, but your ambition is not small, isn't it? At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded from behind. Who is it? The sudden sound startled Yoi, but before she could turn around she felt a roar in her head, and then she lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Chapter 98. Madam, my husband has kept you waiting for a long time. Master, I brought you a little girl. Soon Yao Chen brought the unconscious Yao Yi to Chenfeng. Still a woman. Hearing this, Chenfeng was a little surprised. It seems that I haven't provoked any women during this period of time, right? With a hint of curiosity, Chenfeng bent down and took off the black cloak on the girl in front of him. Is her, eldest Princess Yoi? When Chenfeng saw the girl's cold and pretty face, she looked a little stunned. How could it be her? He naturally recognized the extraordinary and beautiful Yu Ji in front of him. It was the day of Chenfeng's wedding when the eldest princess of the empire, Yao Yi, came uninvited. It seems that my recent performance has attracted the attention of the royal family. After thinking for a moment, a flash of understanding flashed in Chenfeng's eyes. Yao Yi wanted to get rid of him because he felt that he had posed a threat to the royal family. That's right, the 15-year-old great fighting master is the only one in the entire Jiama Empire. Such geniuses still belong to hostile forces. Changing places, Chenfeng would also feel a sense of crisis. However, understanding is understanding, but it does not mean that Chenfeng is not angry. Your royal family took action first. Looking at Yao Ye, who was unconscious, a cold light flashed in Chenfeng's eyes. It is undeniable that after he succeeds as the head of the Yunlin sect, he will have full wings and will most likely take action against the royal family. This time, the royal family took the lead in taking action against him, which further strengthened Chenfeng's thoughts. This Jiama royal family must not be allowed to stay. Thinking of this, Chenfeng looked at Yao Yi, who was unconscious on the ground, with a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. No, if I kill Yao Yi now, I'm afraid it will scare off the enemy. Thinking of the 4 fighting spirits just now, Chenfeng's murderous intention disappeared. In the realm of fighting spirits, one can definitely be considered an elite powerhouse in the Jiama Empire. Although Yao Yi is the eldest princess of the empire, it may be difficult for her to mobilize 4 fighting spirits at once. This action was most likely approved by a high-ranking member of the royal family. If Yao Yi was killed now, the senior royal family members would be alarmed. Chenfeng doesn't want to expose himself prematurely yet. Yao Yi is an important member of the royal family. If she dies, that will attract more royal forces to target themselves. This is what Chenfeng doesn't want to see for the time being. Death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be forgiven. A bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind, and Chenfeng couldn't help but look at Yao Ye, who was currently in a coma. His eyes swept over the pretty face that could be broken, and Chenfeng's eyes slowly moved down. At this moment, Yao Ye was wearing a black outfit which showed her perfect and bumpy figure to the fullest. Chenfeng's lower abdomen was visible. An evil fire suddenly rose up. I have long wanted to taste the taste of this imperial eldest princess, but this time you brought it to me yourself. Looking at Yao Yi's beautiful face and graceful figure, Chenfeng couldn't help but feel a trace of evil fire in his heart and couldn't help but smile evilly. Then, Chenfeng suddenly thought of something and took out a thin piece of dough similar to human skin from the ring. Holding the dough in your hands, it was cold, as thin as cicada wings, as if it were nothing. This is made of ice silk spun by iceberg snow silkworms. After careful carving by senior craftsmen, the shape of a human face has been outlined on this thin dough. As long as it is covered with on the face, the previous appearance can be covered up. This ice silkworm dough is a rare treasure, and Chenfeng found it from Xiao Sun'er's small treasury. Spread the ice silkworm dough with your palms, and then gently place it on your face. Suddenly, a cold feeling slowly spread through his face and entered his body. Morrow Breeze could even feel it vaguely. Even his facial features started to squirm a little at this moment. After a moment, a brand new face appeared on Morrow Feng's face, completely different from the previous one. Chenfeng took out a bronze mirror and looked at it, revealing a slightly mature face of a young man. He looked very ordinary, but not ugly either. The palm of his hand slowly rubbed the face covered by the ice silkworm's skin, and Chenfeng revealed a wicked smile on his lips. Yao Chen, help me look around to see if there are any secret and clean caves nearby, Chenfeng said, bending down and hugging Yao Yi's exquisite body. During the last wedding, Nalan Yanran was pregnant, which prevented Chenfeng from getting married, which made him feel very regretful. Just give it a try today. Where is this? I don't know how long it took. Yao Ye woke up quietly. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. As the memories before coma came to mind, Yao Yi's face showed a trace of vigilance, and she immediately got up and looked around. What came into view was a dark scene, with a bonfire burning not far away from her. With the help of the firelight, Yao Yi judged that she should be in a cave at the moment. Well, my clothes. At this moment Yao Yi's expression changed and his face instantly turned pale. The firelight shone on her body, and Yoi discovered to her horror that the black outfit she was originally wearing had been replaced by a red dress at some point. Could it be? Thinking of the old voice that sounded in her ears before, a desperate thought came to Yoi's mind. She checked in a panic, and after a moment she breathed a sigh of relief. Her innocent body was still there, but thinking that her clothes had been changed, Yoi's face instantly turned cold. Listening to the previous voice, it should be a man. Could it be that this man changed his clothes? Thinking of this, Yoi felt a shocking murderous intention in her heart. This man has seen his own body and must die. Suddenly, Yao Ye's expression changed, and a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the cave. She looked over with vigilant eyes and saw a man in red robes slowly walking into the cave. You're awake. Chenfeng looked at Yao Ye, who looked alert, with a smile on his face. At this moment he deliberately changed into a red robe and deliberately changed his voice. Yao Ye was not very familiar with him and would never recognize him. Who are you? Yao Ye stood up and looked at the strange man in front of her, her heart filled with vigilance and murderous intent. This is the man who changed his clothes, damn it. Yoi had already sentenced the man in front of her to death in her heart. Ho, I am. A playful smile appeared on Chenfeng's lips. Can't you see? I am your groom tonight. Chenfeng said, slowly approaching Ya. Madam, tonight is our wedding day. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. Bridegroom. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yao Ye's heart was shaken. She looked at the red dress on her own body, and then on the red robe on the man in front of her. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back in fear. What do you want to do? Yo-Ye looked at the man approaching her, a chill flashed in her eyes, but then her face instantly turned pale. My fighting spirit, how could my fighting spirit disappear? Yao Yi's voice suddenly contained a hint of panic and fear. Chapter 99. Yo-Ye, you can't do this. What did you do to me? Feeling the fighting spirit disappearing from her body, Yao Yi asked Chenfeng loudly, feeling extremely frightened in her heart. I didn't do anything. I just gave you a pill to dissipate the fighting spirit in your body. Seeing the look of fear finally showing on Yao Yi's face, Chenfeng raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Are you afraid now? Why didn't you expect the car to overturn when you killed someone? Thinking of what happened today when Yoi led his men to intercept and kill him, Chenfeng couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If he didn't have Yao Chen and many other helpers, he would just be a simple talented disciple of the Yunlin sect. I'm afraid his head has been cut off and taken back to Yao Ye for questioning, right? The woman in front of him had a dark heart, and he would not have any thoughts of pity for her. All of this was brought about by Yao Ye. You are despicable. Knowing that she had been drugged, Yao Ye felt desperate and couldn't help but angrily yelled at Chenfeng. Mean. Chenfeng sneered. No matter how despicable, can you be despicable? Then I'll show you how mean I am. Chenfeng said as he continued to approach Yao Ye with a smirk on his face. What do you want to do? Oh, Yao Ye's expression changed and she scolded harshly. What are you doing? What else can you do on your wedding night? Hearing this, Chenfeng teased. Of course I will have a bridal chamber with you. You dare. Yao Ye's pretty face turned pale, but she still managed to calm down and looked at Chenfeng coldly, as if she was confident. Do you know my identity? I am the eldest princess of the royal family. If you dare to do this, it will definitely be a capital crime. It turns out that my wife is still a princess. Chenfeng pretended to be surprised. Yes, you'd better let me go, then I'm even more excited. Maybe I can even become a consort. Dang dang. Chenfeng said with a wicked smile. You, don't come over. Looking at Chenfeng, who continued to approach him, his delicate body retreated until there was no way to retreat, and she clung to the mountain wall, shouting helplessly. Stop shouting. This place is in a remote place. No one will come to save you even if you scream until your throat is broken. Chenfeng sneered. Tear. Chenfeng suddenly reached out and put his hand on Yao Yi's shoulder, and with a forceful tear, he tore off a piece of the red skirt that was covering her tightly, revealing her snow-white and smooth shoulders. The old shoulder is extremely slippery. Ah! Yoi exclaimed and huddled up, like a little white rabbit being bullied, trembling all over. Don't want. Who are you, and whatever you want I can promise you. At this moment, Yao Yi's face was no longer as noble and calm as before, but only filled with fear and uneasiness. She tried her best to calm down and tried to bribe Chenfeng. Who sent you here? I am the eldest princess of the royal family. If you treat me like this, there will no longer be a place for you in the entire Jiama Empire. As long as you let me go now, this princess can forget the past and give you a huge fortune, very rare. Facing the approaching morning breeze, Yao Yi could still calm down. While revealing his identity, he threatened and lured Chenfeng. This set is played very skillfully, no wonder she can become the queen of Jiama Empire later. I don't want anything. I just want you. Chenfeng shook his head, and looked at Yao Ye with a playful expression. As long as you obey and make me happy, I will naturally let you go. At some point, it started raining heavily outside the cave. The rain hit the stone slabs, making a ticking sound. It wasn't until dawn that the heavy rain gradually stopped and the weather calmed down. You can go now. In the cave, Chenfeng slowly put on a clean blue robe and said to Yao Ye, who was lying on the ground beside him. The fragments of red dress scattered on the ground tell the story of last night's madness. Yao Ye's eyes were dull, staring blankly at the top of the cave. The expression on his face was completely numb, and his heart was filled with despair. Looking at Yao Ye, who was motionless, Chenfeng frowned, then raised the corners of his mouth slightly. What? You can't bear to leave? Then shall we continue? After hearing these words, Yao Ye's eyes finally swayed. Just kill me. Thinking of the painful experience last night, Yao Ye was too embarrassed to go back and was determined to die. Where have you heard this sentence before? Hearing this, Chenfeng raised his brows, his eyes swept over Yao Shu's delicate body, and then picked up the photo crystal placed on the ground from the side. Yao Ye's performance showed that he had been prepared for such a situation, and he was already very good at dealing with such a situation. Yao Ye can't die now. If she dies, the Gama royal family will definitely target her with suspicion. Therefore, he must give up Yao Ye's idea of committing suicide and let her live well. Then, he skillfully mobilized a ray of fighting spirit and poured it into the image crystal. Ah! Next moment, a strange and evocative sound sounded in the cave. Hearing this familiar voice, Yao Ye's eyes swayed and she couldn't help but look over. Then, her pupils shrank, her beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she looked in disbelief at the fragrant scene condensed in the void. This, Yao Ye couldn't believe her eyes. Wasn't the woman being toyed with inside that scene none other than herself? Stop. Stop it. Looking at the scene that appeared in the void, Yao Yezi felt that the nightmare last night had happened to her again, and her delicate snow-white body could not help but tremble. Does it look good? Chenfeng ignored Yao Ye, and he was very satisfied as he watched the other person gradually become hysterical. That's right, that's what you want. What exactly do you want to do? A glimmer of light finally returned to Yao Ye's eyes, and her face was no longer numb, revealing a look of resentment. She stared at Chenfeng fiercely, wishing to tear him into pieces. Can you put your clothes on first? Chenfeng's eyes wandered over Yao Ye's snow-white and tender body, and the evil fire in his heart couldn't help but rise again. If he didn't have something else to do, he might still be continuing at this moment. After Nalan Yanran and Xiao Sun became pregnant, he hadn't been so happy for a long time. Hearing this, Yao Ye realized that she was still naked. She quickly turned around, took out a set of black clothes from Naji, and put them on herself without expression. The eldest princess, right? Do you think, if I make the scene above public, will you be able to keep your position as the eldest princess? Chenfeng pointed at the picture condensed by the image crystal and said to Yao Ye with a joking look on his face. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yao Ye's delicate body trembled, and she instantly felt a biting chill coming over her. You can't do this. At this moment, Yao Ye's face could no longer remain numb and instantly turned pale. Chapter 100. My name is Tao Mend. Hearing that Chenfeng was going to make this video in the void public, Yao Ye was instantly frightened. Her delicate body kept trembling, and she was enveloped in a huge sense of fear. No, you can't do this. Yao Ye looked at Chenfeng with fearful eyes. She couldn't imagine the consequences if this video was exposed. What would the royal family think of her? What would the entire Jiama Empire think of her? She has always been the apple of the eye of the royal family. The person behind the royal family, her grandfather Jia Xingshan, had always been very optimistic about her and trained her carefully. She has even been regarded as the future queen of Gama. Yao Ye also has her own ambitions and is deliberately trying to show her abilities. Her biggest dream is to become the queen of the Gama Empire, originally based on her ability and the royal family's attention. It is a certainty that she will become queen of Gama in the future. But now that something like this happened, she no longer had the face to face the royal family. If the other party exposes this scene again, the result will be. Just thinking about it in her mind made Yao Ye feel suffocated and felt like she couldn't breathe. You can't do this. Yao Ye stared at Chenfeng with a desperate expression, and then looked at the photo crystal on the ground. Suddenly, she rushed over, trying to destroy the image crystal on the ground. How could Chenfeng let him get his wish? With a flash of his body, he held the image crystal in his hand. Ha, it's not up to you. A sneer appeared on Chenfeng's lips. This woman was quite smart and knew how to destroy evidence. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Otherwise she would have succeeded. What exactly do you want to do? If you have any requests, as long as you can give me what you have in your hands. Seeing the image crystal falling into Chenfeng's hands, Yao felt despair in her heart and her tone was almost pleading. It's okay if you want me to hide this, it depends on your performance. Chenfeng played with the photo crystal in his hand and was very satisfied with Yao Yi's performance. With the evidence in this image crystal, he can manipulate the imperial princess at will from now on. What do you want from me? Hearing this, Yao Yi looked at Chenfeng, with a murderous intention flashing in his heart. Just get rid of this guy in front of you. What happened last night? No one knows anymore. What? You want to kill me? Sensing the flash of murderous intent in Yao Yi's eyes, Chenfeng's lips revealed a sneer. Come as long as you have the ability. As Chenfeng thought, the purple electric ferret suddenly appeared in his arms. Master, where have you been during this time? You haven't seen me for a long time. Xiao Zi was summoned, felt the breath of the morning breeze, and immediately shrank into her master's arms and acted coquettishly. Be good. I'll come with you when the master is done with his work. Chenfeng kneaded the soft hair on Zidian Mink's body and comforted him, and Yao Ye looked at the purple electric ferret in Chenfeng's arms and couldn't help but shrink her pupils. This sable can actually talk. As the eldest princess of the Jiama Empire, she naturally has extraordinary experience. She knows that only after the monster reaches the 6th level can it speak like a human. In other words, the purple mink held in the opponent's hand at this moment turned out to be a 6th level magical beast. What is your identity? Yoi took a deep look at Chenfeng. The other person had taken away his innocence, but he didn't even know the other person's name. To have a 6th level magical beast as a pet, this person obviously has an extraordinary origin. Thinking of this, Yao Ye felt a little desperate. The greater Chenfeng's origins, the slimmer her hope of reward. You don't need to know my identity. Don't think that just because you are some eldest princess you are great, Chenfeng said in a somewhat disdainful tone. It's just a Jiama empire. I really don't take it seriously. In the entire Dukyu continent, the small Jiama empire is not even a third-rate force. Hearing the disdain in Chenfeng's tone, Yai frowned slightly, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Could it be that you are from the land of Zhongzhou? She has been favored by Jiaxingxin since she was a child, and she has learned many secrets about the land of Zhongzhou from her grandfather. It is said that in the land of Zhongzhou, there are many strong people, even those who fight against the emperor are just ants. I told you, don't ask about my identity. Chenfeng didn't answer Yao Yi and let her guess. He revealed the 6th level monster pet, mainly to get rid of his own suspicion and prevent Yao Ye from thinking about him. After all, as a young master of the Yunlin sect, I am not qualified to carry a 6th level magical beast as a pet. Okay, you can leave. If I need anything in the future, I will come to you again. Chenfeng took the Zidian Martin back and said to Yao Ye, You still want to come to me? Hearing the other party's shameless words, Yao Ye suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and glared at Chenfeng. Of course, since we have both gotten married, we are husband and wife. If your husband needs it, he can come to his wife. Is there any problem? A smile appeared on Chenfeng's lips, and he said shamelessly, This is your obligation. Yao Yiqi's delicate body trembled, but she could do nothing about Chenfeng. Don't even think about seeking death, otherwise. Chenfeng shook the image crystal in his hand, and the meaning was self-evident. Yoi can't die now, otherwise the royal family will shift their target to herself. Moreover, after what happened last night, Chenfeng also wanted to keep Yao Yi alive. He is very confident in his abilities. After venting on the other party for so long last night, Yao Yi probably already has his own essence crystallized in his body. Therefore, he wanted to keep Yao Yi's life and give him a child. Yoi looked at Chenfeng with cold eyes without saying a word. She already regarded him as a demon or a beast in her heart. One day she will cut him into pieces to make him suffer today's shame. At this moment, Yao Ye had never been so eager to sit on the queen's throne. After seeing Chenfeng's strength, she knew that she wanted revenge, and only by becoming the queen of the Garma Empire would she have a chance. Otherwise, she would never have the capital to take revenge. Okay, since you won't leave, I'll leave first. Chenfeng put away the image crystal in his hand, clapped his hands, turned around and prepared to leave the cave. He was still thinking about his teacher, and he would be in big trouble if he left late. However, Yun still needs to gather other medicinal materials, so she should not go to the Warcraft Mountains so early to challenge the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Can you tell me your name? When Chenfeng was about to walk out of the cave, Yao Ye finally couldn't help but speak. She stared at Chenfeng's back with complicated eyes. My name is Tao Mend. Chenfeng paused for a moment, said his name, and then left the cave directly. Thief Cao, if I, Yoi, don't kill you, I will never be a human again. After Chenfeng left, Yao Yi looked at the fragments of the red dress scattered on the ground and gritted her teeth.